Hey, everybody! Welcome to Noir Bar, live from the shadiest district in Noir City in the year of our Lord, 1942. Come on in, get your drink orders in, and get comfortable for a late night, laid back time of banter, booze, broads, and bullets. And joining me tonight at the bar are Far and Sam. Far,
Yes.
how are you?
All right, thank you.
Oh yeah, you doing well?
Yeah.
Okay. What's with the miniature voice?
I don't know. I feel like fucking with you. I guess I don't fucking know. Is it working?
You've succeeded. Well done. Well done.
Oh,
okay.
Yay.
Yeah, I didn't get around to doing I'm looking up here and I'm like, why is there a separate sound feed called Discord in my mixer? Oh yeah, I was gonna do something with that, but didn't. Whoops. Yeah, you know what the problem is there? It's been a really terrible week. A shitty week even. And all sorts of things that I wanted to get done, I didn't get done, but here I am, not having anything done, but here nonetheless. Sam, how are you?
Pretty much the same, you know. I'm relaxed. I'm restored. I'm in my lane.
Nice.
I'm vibing.
Did I miss
He's watered,
something?
he's in his lane.
Yeah, did someone like
Did you just League of Legends me?
Did someone rebuke you? Tell you to stay in your lane?
No. I'm just naturally, you know. I was also gonna prepare stuff, before tonight, but it's not even really ADHD. It's more like, you know, AD 480p.
What the fuck? What?
Yeah.
No.
ADHD 480p. It's like halfway to ADHD. I got a great picture. I'll show you later.
Okay, all right.
Does it involve a cake that says "Congrats on the autism" on it?
It does not. It does not. Hold on, I might be able to grab this now. Actually, I think I saved it.
Yes. Okay. All right. Excellent. Yes. All right.
How are you, Polly? Anyway,
I'm like I said, I'm doing pretty terribly. Excuse me. As you can tell, I've developed a cold that has certainly stuck with me. Which has really been annoying me. This thing is straggling and hanging. I have the same progression of symptoms with every cold. It goes like this: sore throat, stuffy nose, headache, and joint aches happen at the same time. The body aches in general, including the headache, and then it moves into the chest. And then the last thing to go is the chest congestion.
the congestion, if you will.
Yes.
Yeah, some congestion.
Yeah, it's pretty damn predictable. And obnoxiously so, where it's like, oh god, the chest congestion is next. Yeah, it's frustrating, man. Got the last little bit of the vestiges of it going away now, but it's been enough to have me in cold sweats. You know that sick feeling of being like, you know, I'm cold yet hot at the same time. You know that's that's been me all week, and it's just I haven't been feeling it or liking it.
Sounds closer to a flu, Polly, than just a simple cold. But there you go, there's the picture, and it's AD 240. I fucked it up.
Oh my god.
Okay.
It's pretty good, right?
I mean, I guess. I just that was Sam. How is anyone supposed to understand that? I don't. That's
Visually, Polly. They will absorb the light waves with the eyeballs.
But did you?
With the vision
but you didn't
spheres.
show it to chat. How's anyone in
vision
chat?
spheres?
See, Polly, this is the part where you come in, my friend.
Well, but you didn't. Okay, that's fine. You're right. I am the one who's producing the show, to put an illustrious term upon button pushings in the wrong order. But you didn't send it to me before you told the joke, man. Therefore, you know, fail.
No, I didn't.
Well,
no, I thought I'd let it ride a little, you know.
This could be like
you have to tease this audience. That's what I find. You gotta tease them.
This could be a bit that they do on Sesame Street. How do you fuck up in the neighborhood like Sam? And it goes into this.
I'm feeling slightly maligned. I'm not going to take criticism on lateness, Polly. I'm not going to take it.
It's fine. You'll be fine.
I mean, he has a point.
All right. Boom.
Well, you have to admit, the man has a point.
I never said I was on time. And listen, if the criticism here isn't about punctuality, it's about order of events. Now, if I told you the punchline,
Yeah, punctuality.
Punchlines does not refer to punctuality, Far. That's not what's no.
It could.
No.
It could.
I think it makes a little more sense to do things out of order, considering the subject matter is ADHD. That was my plan all along, Polydub.
But you've confirmed it, not made fun of it. That's the difference. One is a joke, the other one is sad reality.
I failed to see the difference.
Here's the what the fuck y'all talking about? So I'm sure someone has said out in chat. This is the joke that Sam thought he was telling, but hadn't told anyone else yet. Right there we go.
Coffee, that's what I need.
Right. All right. So there we got that. Yeah, and we finally have the little whiskey. Donation down below if anybody's interested, and you certainly can look down there for any links that you might want to hit, including all of our socials. And Rotten Corpse, don't side with the autist. You don't do that. It's a bad look.
Does that cake need to be like just permanently up on the screen?
Oh yeah, where is the cake? I got it somewhere.
There is no cake. The cake is a lie.
Permanently on mine.
You permanently included it on your soundboard?
No, I don't know my soundboard on my stream. It's just on there.
It's just on there now, permanently?
It's just on there.
Nice.
Yeah, it's just on there.
Nice. Let's see. Boom. Well, it should still be where I sent it to you now. It's always a puzzle when I have
Wait.
What?
Wait. You don't have a copy of it?
I made it for you, Far.
Am I to understand that you have told the joke, and yet you did not have the image ready to display to the audience?
Not for for the first time, no. But anyone who is a long-time viewer, meaning of 1 week, of Noir Bar is certainly aware of this joke already. Look, there it is. See, that's how long it took me to grab it, Sam. It was like right away. See?
Yeah, I had to go get it from the internet and find the right one, because it turns out I didn't have it downloaded where I thought I might have downloaded it too.
So you don't have the fancy one I cut up from the background?
Well, he should. I sent it twice.
Oh, it's been uploaded and enhanced?
No, I meant the AD 240p. I didn't have that downloaded. I've got
Son
the
of a
cake.
bitch! You didn't even have it on your computer, and you're telling the joke that's irrelevant without it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god! This is Rotten
That's
Corpse.
just how I roll.
Thank you very much for the $5. Greatly appreciate it. I completely photosynthesize with the bad week ploy. Luckily for me, I'm not going to analyze what he just said. I'm just going to go on. Luckily for me, the tooth removal cost less than estimated. Go for a gun rant. I actually am glad that the tooth removal was less expensive than expected. Well, Far and Sam live in socialistic hellholes, so they probably don't understand this, but when you're responsible for your own health care, when it goes above, dental's usually extra, not included with most health programs, and will only cover a limited amount, so you can find a shocking bill waiting for you once you've gotten your dental work. No, you got okay. All right, just gonna accept the socialistic hellholes jab. All right, that's fine.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
accepting the problem is the first step to change. Sorry,
I mean, I voted against it, Polly.
Wait a minute.
I did my bit.
Wait a minute.
Wait, you could vote for it?
Oh my god, that wasn't on purpose. Far. Sorry about the name mix-up. You called me Ploy.
Wait, oh, he actually didn't even mean
that. He
that.
actually didn't
oh
mean
God.
it. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, it's a really old running joke. But when people call me Ploy, I'm so used to it because Pop-Tart a million years ago was mistyped with her thumbs and wrote Ploy instead of Polly, and she held on to the idea that she absolutely meant to. And so, people call me Ploy all over the place. And...
Hold on, you mean to tell me that a woman couldn't admit that she got something wrong?
I know. Shocking, but true.
Love you, Pop-Tart.
Oh, Pop Tart.
hey, it
Pop Tart is fine. It's fine.
It led to the whole Floyd Jr. name. So,
It did. Yeah, that's why I'm Floyd Jr. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why
Kefki
it's
loves
called
it too.
Floyd Jr. Because Pop Tart. That's literally it. Plus, it
It
rolls
was
off the tongue a little quicker than Polly Jr., right? Ploy Jr.
Yeah. I've got it,
Yeah.
You're never supposed to point these things out on the internet. At least I've been informed by people that have been on the internet far longer than I, but who's going to listen to the Terminally Online? Am I right? Sure I am. I'm sick of the use of the word poly to mean, degeneracy. Let's just call it what it is. Fucking degeneracy. It's this person's living poly, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, no, you're not. I've never seen you before.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not rolling out of bed and getting wedged between the bed and the side table.
You have no idea about my life.
Living poly.
Yeah. Do you wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning with your shoes still on, not knowing how you got home?
Have you ever been to a Turkish bathhouse?
Yes, that sort of thing. That actually happened to me this week. It wasn't at all from drunkenness. I just woke up and I absolutely thought I was going to be waking up on the short couch in my office at campus, and I rolled over, and my first thought, I remember this now, was, "Wow, this pillow is more comfortable than I remember." And no, it was just that I was at home laying on my bed with the lights on, and that's I think it's because the lights are on in my bedroom that I.
It is less dangerous.
Yeah. No. Gamerly, okay, ploy is a great supercut with no context hot takes, and then there's the poly multiverse. Thanks, Far. That's great.
You're welcome.
The poly multiverse. Hold the fucking phone. I feel I must object.
What, Mr. Caddington exists in the poly multiverse? What?
Poly multiverse. Polyverse. It's right there.
It is, isn't it?
Are you saying that it's a little redundant?
Yes.
It's the polyverse.
Can I get a redundancy? A little redundancy?
Can I get some bad acting? Some terrible acting? Yeah, I did. That donation's right down there for anyone who's interested. Pitch it again. But the excuse me, I am dead sick of that. It's come up a lot lately, and for some reason, people not knowing what the word polymath means, I've just been using it like crazy over the last couple of weeks. It keeps coming up. I think it's odd circumstance, but it.
Why?
Mm-hmm.
How's polymath? How the fuck does polymath keep coming
Thank
up?
you. Because, Far, would you not agree that by its very nature, polymath shouldn't be applied to a lot of people?
Yeah.
It's rare by its very thing. Like what it is should not be common. Otherwise, you wouldn't be referencing it all. But yet, people I guess they're tired of using the word genius because they don't even mean genius. They just mean smart. When they think someone's smart, they say, "Oh man, she's pretty much a polymath." It's like, no.
Yeah. That's a very specific thing.
Damn right.
Right.
If somebody doesn't make you regret your life choices just by hearing what they've been up to, they're not a polymath.
Right. I was going to say, like, a genius is somebody with natural ability. A polymath is somebody that has studied fucking everything, right?
Yeah, they're so good at such an array of things that it's what you have to assume that they're terrible at other things in their life because how
I propose it figures you la bola más grande.
Man, it's been a week since I've seen senseless violence. I missed it. Sam, you want to read yours first?
Oh, yeah, sure. Thank you very much, Rotten Corpse, for the $5. He says, "You're trying to rhythm with the tism, Sam, but I guess that tism didn't get the joke." Yes. Yes, indeed.
The multi-polyverse.
I love that.
Thank you very much for the $4. Nah, don't worry about it, Sam. All us polys and our 78 United States made a hell of a lot of sense. One political party made a lot of sense. Thanks, George Washington Otter. Hold on.
I feel like there's one you could use there.
Yeah.
That would make way more sense. I don't know what it would be. But I feel like there's something that would work way better than that.
Okay, hold on. I'm just making a little side note here. That's gonna be a thing.
George Otterton?
George Otterington?
George Otterton?
Otterton. Yeah.
I think that would work a little better.
You didn't want to go with Paulie de Riviere? Come on.
I'm drunk. So drunk, I cannot get up.
Just rest assured, it's going to be a thing. Next 6 minutes, thank you for the $2.42. Hey, Six. Thanks for the advice last week. Valerian root has made it easier to relax and shut down at night. It smells odd, so there's this trade-off, but one I can live with. Good. I'm actually sincerely glad to hear that. If you got the natural stuff and made yourself a really strong tea out of it, yeah, boiling it, or putting it in boiling water, it's gonna. I like the way you said it. It smells odd. Yeah, it's not bad exactly. It's just odd. It's kind of got a mustiness to it. You know what I mean? It smells obviously herbaceous, but I don't know. It don't smell like no strawberries, that's for sure. But hey, it knocks you the fuck out. So what do you care? Am I right? Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, hello?
No, I was just trying to recall the smell of Valerian.
Don't recall?
No, it's been a minute. It has been a minute.
Yeah, and yeah, valerian root, you can, for those of you who weren't here last week, is somebody with clinical insomnia, I can speak to it, does actually work, regardless of the fun that they made of it in Fight Club. Actually gets referenced specifically in that movie. He's just dying yet.
But we don't talk about that.
Right? Hasn't slept in 4 days, and his doctor's like, choose a valerian root. I'm like, man, your doctor sucks, yo. Like, it's really bad. He could have given you any number of non-addictive options, but no, he said, fuck you, get out of my office. Cheshire Smurf, you can smoke valerian too. Never trust someone named Cheshire anything about what you should smoke, okay? It just...
Right? That seems like a bad idea.
You don't know what the hell that cat was smoking, man, but it was something. I mean, it wasn't no tobacco.
I like how cat in this context goes both ways, i.e. the animal and or a guy. You know, you got no idea what that cat was smoking.
I can't whistle. I'm trying to, and it's... Yeah. You tell him, Steve Day. Thanks for the $1.69. 78 states. What the fuck? If I could spit dipshits up for that as well, maybe they'd fix the damn ratio. Still, you didn't get your ratio dono this week. So here you go, George Oddington. I'll fix it. It's fine. It'll work.
Oddington. No, Oddington works.
I'm just used to saying General Washington, so it just kind of flows, man. I just George.
General Oddington.
You're not.
Do you think that there's a reality contained within the multi-polyverse whereby a young man called George Washington touches a very expensive painting of Polly?
Oh, we can
And
only
exclaims,
dream.
Good heavens, is that veritably true?
Good heavens, is that real?
I'm so offended. You don't understand. What the fuck? What did I do? I mean, I was just here.
Well, touch the painting, Polly, by the sounds of it.
You touched art.
Right.
He touched all our arts really far.
Should art not touch you? I thought it should.
Yeah, but typically you don't reach out and touch the art.
You don't.
Nope.
Is this going to function or no? God damn it!
Whiskey and a whiskey.
Son of a bitch.
Yes! Yeah! It finally happened. Really quick, Alan, thank you very much for the $5. It says Polly. Alan, he promised earlier that he would be here, and look, he is. And more on time than I was. And Gamer Valine, thank you very much for the $5.50. Okay, I fixed my cylinder head without disassembly. Had I not, I would have made the polyverse seem child safe. Fuck you, Germany. I engineered my solution. Well, that got really dark at the end. I expecting that.
Sometimes I have to chop down Valerian's comments into sort of like line by line.
You know, I'll write people, you know, some text apps have limited character count. You know what I mean? So per message, you can send as many messages as you want, but you got a limited character count. I got to get like Valerian, man. She can manage to fit like 3 topics in, you know, 2 sentences. I don't know how it happens, but it does. It's a skill, man. What is this? Oh, yeah. Wait, hold on. What? See, Sam, we got to fix this, man. This.
Yeah.
Fuck, this pisses me off. Because, you know, we're talking about this. What is this? Application error. A client-side exception has occurred. See the browser console for more information. I don't know what that means. Any of it. I don't know what a client-side exception is. I guess I know what an application is. You're referring to this application specifically or another application in the back supporting this one that's the problem? I don't know. See the browser console for more information. Is that the 3 dots, the setting thing? Is that what that is? I don't know.
Yeah. It's the, you know, the what do you call it? What does Chrome call them? Not administrator tools, but developer tools. There we go. Yeah,
that's the browser console?
At any rate, that is what we're going to try to do.
Okay. Gamer Valine, thanks for the 350. My solution. Okay, it's fine. My solution did involve gas and fumes. That's fair. Wow. You didn't even know what joke you were telling. My God. Okay, so I decided that, so I think I am going to go ahead with the Shure 7B upgrade. Not immediately because it's extremely pricey, but I'm gonna save my shekels and eventually get around to doing it.
That's a term I haven't heard in a while.
Shekels?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it's
Shocking.
very insensitive, you know, considering current goings on in the world, Far. That's why you haven't heard it.
Is it now?
This is 1942. What the hell are you talking about?
Oh yeah, that hasn't happened yet.
Not for
6 years.
The Israeli national state hasn't happened yet. It's 1942. What?
Yeah.
I'm talking about ancient Israel's mode of currency. What's the problem?
Coins are back, bitches!
Now that's timing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, if only Streamlabs would actually fucking work. Come on.
Heaven forfend.
I can. Oh my god. Thank you, Doug, for the $1. He doesn't say anything, but you know he's continuing
Said
to
it all,
jump
man.
scare us.
Doc doesn't need to. He's just hitting people out with money. He's fine. He's fine.
Yeah.
See, there's something I wanted to do here, but my there. See, is that so hard? Do that. That's what I want you to fucking hell. See what I'd like to do. Oops. Is find this piece of art that I'm thinking of. Look how creepy this painting is.
Hey. Oh.
Well, here, let's zoom out and see the whole thing. Gets even creepier.
Yeah, what?
I zoom out a little.
What is happening?
It's a little bothersome, isn't it? Now, Far, you remember when we were looking at
Just a bit?
people in the Middle Ages had no idea how to paint babies not looking ripped,
Yeah.
right? Why does young George Washington have old man George Washington head?
So you know it's George Washington?
Yeah,
What?
I guess that is
that's
the
more than a
idea.
guess, right?
I guess that is the idea.
Like, you must know this is George Washington because it really looks like George Washington,
Yeah.
for better or for worse.
There's something. Okay, there's a long story behind this painting, but basically it comes down to, I don't know if everyone has heard, but you know, you got the classic Americana myth of George Washington not being able to tell a lie that he chopped down his father's cherry tree. No?
No, I was not aware of that.
I mean, I've only vaguely heard of it through, like, a specific game, but that's it.
It came up in a
I
game.
didn't take much
Yeah.
of that seriously. Yeah.
La bola más grande.
We have more Americana here than violence, you know. Violence is just a standby favorite.
But most of it is violence.
That's right. Doc, thank you very much for the $4. Speaking of ripped, what did we think of the sexy Poly edit from last Noir Bar?
Oh Jesus.
What we thought is that we don't want to talk about it.
I must have completely suppressed that from my memory.
Wood doesn't work like that.
I was here, damn it.
I am drunk. So drunk. I cannot get up.
Gamerly, thanks for the $2. It's not a skill to cover a lot of limited characters. It's called Adderall. Now, okay, I see the point you're making, but I would have thought that Adderall, or fill me in, you would have started talking about one subject, meaning to talk about three, and then an hour later, you're still talking about the first subject in one long, ongoing sentence with no break or hook.
Right.
I don't
See, what you
know.
must have taken there, Valerian, is subtractorol.
Wow. Yeah, that calls.
You have to use subtract there. Minus or all just doesn't make sense.
You deserve a Judgy Pacino. There you go. That was a terrible pun beneath you.
And you know what? The people will love me for it.
I love when just desserts come home to roost. That's okay. I'm mixing my metaphors, but you get the point.
You see? You see? I am vindicated. Thank you, Doc, for the $4. It says Vivance is greater than Adderall.
Personally, I thought it was great. Don't encourage them. That's the problem. When I was trying to figure out the Judgy Pacino and how it was going to work as a pop-up on screen, I said to Sam in a voice chat, I don't really know the sound to go along with it. I haven't really made up my mind, and I played the one that I had used, but it was for something else. I didn't want to double it up. And Sam was the one who recommended the sound you now hear, and I love that I get to visit it upon him. That's just he knew on an unconscious level what he deserved, judgment, and provided the best possible sound for it. And yeah, it works like a charm. It depends on whether you snort it or ingest it. Far, what happens when you snort Adderall?
I don't know, and I don't want to know.
Your nose runs really quickly.
Right? Now that's funny. That's a funny pun. See? Sam Wilkins.
You see-
the day of the tentacle. I don't watch anime.
You see, Polly,
Oh
what I
no,
didn't
that is the
realize-
game. He actually did fucking single out the game I was
That's
referring to.
You need to trick him
That is
into
the actual.
chopping a kumquat tree by planting it.
Yeah,
What do you mean to unlock that?
by painting it red, so so he thinks it's cherries. To unlock the third and final character.
No
Like,
shit.
it's a time travel game. It does not sound. It sounds really dodgy by the title, by today's standards.
Right.
But it's a LucasArts game.
It's an old point and click game?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's an old point and click game.
Cool.
It just has a really modern day dodgy sounding title.
Right. No,
Wasn't it the
that's understandable.
Psychonauts guy that made that one?
Ah.
No, who was it that made the Return to Monkey Island?
That was LucasArts.
LucasArts?
Yep.
Yeah,
It was LucasArts, but the guy that headed up that, because he
I
split from
don't actually
LucasArts.
remember. I don't actually remember, but this was also a LucasArts.
Yeah, it's gonna bug me now. But yeah, see, Polly, what it does when it comes to puns is right. What you got to realize is that life is an exercise in duality. There must be great pain in order to appreciate pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
I like to think I provide both sides of that wonderful, wonderful coin.
Uh-huh.
I am the yin and the yang, the alpha and the omega.
I am full of myself to the point of bursting. Don't read into it. Okay. Accept that, I guess. I love that was in the game, and it. I mean, it's easy. Let me see how I can explain this. It's easy as an American to think that everybody knows all of the pieces of Americana, because people that aren't from America do know so many of them. You know what I mean? Like it does lend itself to assuming that everybody knows all of it. If that makes sense, it's like every American knows about George Washington chopping down a cherry tree, not being able to tell a lie. His father came up to him and asked him, like, "You chopped down my cherry tree, George?" And he was like, you know, he wanted to try out his new hatchet and just couldn't resist. Like, what the hell is that? I don't know. It's just a really folksy, old school tale. And the origin of it is well known. Somebody who wrote a hagiography on George Washington included that story. And it was, you know, included, as he claimed, out of oral history, but it made up. It just doesn't pan out as being anything, and there's no reference to it prior to that man's hagiographical account. So whatever. But this guy chose to paint it in the creepiest manner possible, because one of the weirdest things is the guy pulling back the curtain going, look what I have to show you. See what he did? It's weird, man.
I'm kind of focused on the cherries on the tree that are hanging off of it. If you look at the bottom of the tree, I can't look away.
Not the slaves picking cherries in the background?
No, but like why? I didn't even realize that was what was going on there. But look at the tree. Look at how all the cherries are hanging off of it at the very bottom.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Why?
Yeah, that is an odd choice. It looks not unlike the tassels along the curtain.
Yeah.
That's a good point. I thought all the cherries are hanging straight down. What? And then you said at the bottom, and I was like, oh, right.
Yeah, like, it's so distracting.
You know what distracts me? Is the painful level of non-straight lines. It's like, this is the curviest thing I have ever seen. Everything is curved.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I'm looking at
apart from the windows.
I'm looking at the window frames. I was just about to say it. It's like, do those have a slight curve to them? Did he like refuse to abandon the idea of curves and everything?
You know, I mean, I can tell you, if you didn't already know, cherry trees do not grow like that. Not at all.
And big, wonderful balls of cherries? No?
It's like
No,
an
they
acid
don't.
trip, man. It's like the cherries on the cherry tree. And they are here upon the curtain. For my perusal.
That's what he's doing. He's not saying, look at this scene. He's going, yo, look at my curtain cherries. They're just like those ones. That's it.
Look
Now
at
the
my
king.
curtain cherries.
That sounds wrong, but it's not. It's fine. It's.
And the keen eye will note that the cherries upon the curtain do not continue beyond mine hand.
Wait, don't they? No, they kind of do. They kind of do. They're just not hanging in the same way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like they're just more dot.
Amongst yourselves, I'm looking for something.
Oh, okay.
I'm reading chat.
What?
Polly
Talk
goes
to
to
chat.
the band,
That's
says
fine.
no.
Yeah, I see the.
Well, now I'm
polyglot
not going to. Patty finishes says, "Click, Polly, touch it."
Right.
You know what? It's
this is another one you have
Oh
to
my
touch.
God! What are the odds that I came across at the fucking moment that you just read that out? Look what I just found the moment you said that. What are the
Oh, have
odds?
you checked your DMs for
I'm telling you,
your
Polly.
Otoverse version?
I'm the alpha and the omega. I am here, but also there.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, this is the Lansdowne portrait. That's what it's called, named after the painter himself. And yes, this is the larger than life, literally, painting that I accidentally touched. It's fine. No damage was done. Everything's fine with it.
You got your human oils on it, Polly.
Human oils? You mean his otter oils?
I don't know what form he was in at the time.
Excuse me. Apologies for coughing into the mic there. I'm going to be doing that all night long. But I'm going to mute as quickly and often as I can. Again, my mistake.
But we do have a otter version of that Lansdale, kind of, now. Kind of.
Right? Okay, so what are you talking about? Oh.
Yeah, what can you do?
See,
we do have, yeah.
we do. We do. It's
Yeah, this is my interpretation.
Coins are back, bitches!
It's my interpretation of events.
that works. Works awesome.
Yeah, thank you, CTP, for the $2. Can I get an alphabetti? Just a little spaghetti? Nice.
That depends. Are your knees weak and are your arms heavy?
And does the spaghetti have to be mum's?
Always. Look, it's not very often I get to recite rap lyrics, all right?
You did?
It's not very often. Yeah, in a
You
spanner of making.
realize?
About what? Oh, you're
In spanner of
the
making.
Eminem track. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I clued in just now.
Well, that's a wrap, folks.
Thank you, Rotten Courts, for the
Terrible.
$5. That is a weird angle for an arm to be at, to hold a curtain. Yeah, that certainly is. But yeah.
This is everything I imagined it would be.
Yes.
I kind of want to make an actual version.
I love his hair so very much. You have no idea.
That is a glorious, glorious wig.
I mean, it can't be a wig because Washington's wasn't. That was his actual hair. He never wore a powdered wig in his life. His hair just looked.
Really?
Yeah, his hair just looked like that. Now his teeth were fake
His
as
head just
fuck,
did
but the
that.
hair was real.
Yeah, just like JFK's head just did that. Washington's hair was just like that.
I love
Since he was a child.
I love everything about it. He's even got the tall collar and the poofy cuffs. It's perfect. I love it. It's just
It's actually really quite good, yeah. Thank you, Game of Arlene, for the $5. You left right as we roped Weebo into the fat guy in a little coat conversation and how she can cheat at sit-ups and push-ups. Well, see, push-ups I can understand, but sit-ups, I would have thought she'd have a harder time. Anyway, moving on.
yeah. I don't get that either. You think there'd be like extra weight in the situation, so to speak?
Right.
Yeah. I don't know.
Unless some like sort of like elastic band MacGyver contraption, I don't know.
Yeah, now that it was pointed out, the arm being kind of weird. Yeah, what the fuck is going on with his arm that's holding the curtain?
So you think
his
if you were
thumb
like
should be on
draw
the-
his arm behind his back, it would be all cockeyed and fucked up?
Yeah, I think it would be.
Yeah, there was
His-
there really wasn't a need to draw his own or paint his own hand. He could have just like had the curtain pulled back and his other arm behind his back, and that would have illustrated, I think, that he was holding it back.
Yeah, like okay, I'm trying to like awkwardly get my arm into that angle, right? Like
His-
try it.
oh,
Actually,
come
try this, chat.
There we go.
That's
you
what it is.
can't. You fucking
His-
can't. Not like this. Not
His
not in
hands
that
on
position.
backwards.
It is.
Is it?
His thumb should be behind the curtain.
Oh my god, you're right. Yeah. So not only is this arm impossible, the hand is backwards.
He could be triple jointed.
Holy shit. Oh shit.
Ah,
Oh fucking shit.
take some guesses. I don't know. Fuck.
Like, this is really awkward. Oh my god. Like, seriously, try it. Actually try and, like, put your arm in that exact position. He has it to open the curtain.
I did, and it
can't.
hurt.
Yeah, it fucking hurts,
Yeah,
right? Like,
it
you
did.
can't.
Yeah.
It is physically impossible to do that.
It fucking hurted
What?
here.
Okay. Okay.
Come on, that was clever.
I'm gonna kick you as well whenever I see you.
You have to get at me while I'm shaking you, so you got a long fucking battle ahead. Fuck, I just give up on that, I guess. It sucks. Oh, here's something I did want to show you guys. I came across this picture, and it's like, this isn't a Zillow home, but it is like the most delightful home that I think I've ever seen. Look at it.
Is it made
Okay.
of gingerbread and
Look at it.
dreams?
Oh.
Oh, better.
Isn't that delightful?
It's certainly a get the fuck off my property home.
Damn right. Look at all the chairs that you could sit in out front with a shotgun. Anybody who rose up, yeah, open fire.
Good luck, IRS.
It certainly gives a new meaning to get off my lawn, you damn kids.
Have a good night, Brian. Good luck at the range tomorrow.
Good night.
I love the amount of work that's been put into that little home. Like, it's clearly well upkept. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just nothing is falling apart, whatever. And you gotta love the little tree that they have. Look at it growing out there over the water like it is.
Oh, that's the kind of tree that you jump off of into the water as a kid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Have your parents ever let
Hope
you
it's
go out
Assuming
too
to
that
fucking
the house
shallow.
island. Yeah.
This is the kind of place that you build and you fill the wall with bulletproofing, and then you just claim sovereignty.
Who
Yeah,
dares
like Island
trespass
Nation?
on Fortress Ocelot Otter?
And what's funny about it is this is in the so-called Thousand Island region of the Great Lakes, in between Canada and the United States. So it kind of exists near. Well, okay, it does exist near a national border between Canada and the United States, but it's not on a border, if you know what I mean. It's thoroughly within the United States, but not by far, if you know what I mean. The other side of the water, I believe, like the other coastline, becomes Canada, I think.
Huh.
And yes, this is what Thousand Island dressing is named after. I found out only after reading about this house.
Really?
Mm-hmm. So if you've ever wondered what that stuff is on your Big Mac, it's named after this place. Not specifically,
Huh.
but I guess there's a
Ketchup and ranch mixed with little bits of chopped up shallot in it.
Yeah. I think that's Thousand Island dressing, isn't it?
I think so. It's pinkish and slightly spicy, right?
Yes.
It's very.
Dish?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
I always thought of
Thought
it
it
as
was
like
yellow.
it's like. Wait a minute. What? Oh, okay, Russian dressing is the one that's kind of red, right? That's one consistent material. I don't know what to call it. Like, there's no chunkers in it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that sounds right. Yeah.
What the hell does it taste like? That red dressing? Is it sweet?
I've never actually had it. I've seen it. I've served it. I've never eaten it.
Did you serve it Russian style?
Well, you'd imagine so.
I would have.
Everybody does.
Islam.
Yeah, I wouldn't look at that and think pink. I think yellow.
Thousand
Oh
Island
god, this is like the
dressing.
fucking dress all over again. It was blue and black.
It's an American salad dressing and condiment based on mayonnaise, ketchup, tomato puree, and chopped pickles. That's it?
Oh, chopped pickles.
Okay, hold on. Orange juice,
Really?
vinegar, chili sauce. Okay, I'm sorry, because I'm like, man, and Tabasco sauce. Okay, I'm like, it's got a mild kick to it, though, and I didn't think it would come from any of those things. But then looking at the other ingredients, the paprika, the Worcestershire, the mustard, the vinegar, the Tabasco, there's your spice.
Mhm.
And that's the stuff. Wait a minute.
Yeah, whenever I've had it, it's always been more pinkish because that is quite distinctly more orange there.
Yeah,
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like,
Yes.
I always thought it was orange. I never thought it was pink.
well, that's not pink, that's orange.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's it right there. Thousand Island dressing, see?
Yeah, I know. I'm saying, like, I've never thought of it as pink. And look at it there, it's orange.
Where's this pink thing coming from? Did you think it was pink?
Motherfuckers.
I'm lost. I don't know what you guys are talking about anymore. I thought I
Yeah,
knew.
me
but-
either, man.
Oh my god.
I think Far's having a moment.
Right? What's going on over there? You all right? Let's move on to the Russian dressing. Far's having a moment. Let's just
Oh my
all the same
fucking
pictures.
God.
What the fuck? Tell me that those didn't look like the same fucking pictures. Look at this. Does this not look like some Thousand Island dressing right there?
You know, that is close to being pink, Far.
It's the same
If you said the
colors
Russian
what we were
dressing was
looking at.
pink-
What are you two talking about?
No, see, that's much lighter. It's much closer to being pink than it is to orange.
I feel like I'm being gaslit.
This is like that Arthur
On a
clip
massive
over and
scale.
over again. Where Arthur's back in colonial days and he yells out when they've got him up at the town stockade that it's pink, and he yells out, "No, it's fuchsia!" And it's like, "We got him, the knitter," and you know.
The what? I
The
don't
knitter.
know what this clip is.
You never heard of this before? I didn't make that up.
Okay, so far what happened is they dragged him into a room, right? And there were 4 lights.
All right. I don't like when Far reacts like that because it's like I feel gaslit. Like I'm the one who made something up and I'm reporting something from my sick dreamscape and I'm thinking it was reality. It's not true.
No, I've totally been gaslighting him for the past 5 minutes. It's been hysterical for anyone that's keeping track.
Knitter clip. Knitter. Okay, it's just, you listen clearly to the words I'm saying. There we go. He's a knitter. Like this game. What? Let's watch.
That's a censored meme.
Well, yeah, because it's been a meme thing forever. Okay, hold on.
I've never seen this in my life.
Did you hear the sound come on there for a second, guys? Let's.
Well, I had it muted because of donations, but play it again.
And with mine own eyes.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay. Here, let's just watch. Okay, so this is Arthur from back in the day. I don't even know when. I didn't watch it. I just know of it through memes. But here we go. Almost.
There we go.
Oh, hell yeah. Funk of the Lord. Hell yeah.
Get it, father.
That was an interesting combination. Thank you, Game of Valine, for the $5. Just think of happy things like rockets and a flap surviving the re-entry.
Okay, autism cake for Valine.
Outsan, thank you very much for the 1050 and the Funky Priest. Greatly appreciate it. I heard a mantra recently that helped me get through last week. Shika Noko Noko Ko Shi Tan Tan.
Oh.
What am I reading for? What did I just do?
I don't know, but my chair is levitating.
Is it? That's not the anime girl dancing with the deer on stage meme, is it?
That tracks actually. That does track.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's not nearly as degenerate as what I thought I might have read. So yeah, that's okay.
It could have been worse. It could have been Nico Nico Ni.
Take your word on that.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I got a vivid mental image now of an otter doing Nico Nico Ni.
There are 4 lights, Simon. 4! And you won't convince me other 4! Okay, why is there an Arthur image on screen? Because I was about to play a video. So let's just watch.
Oh my god.
See, these images move. Far likes to refer to it as animation. Oh, here we go.
I saw him with mine own eyes depart, ye old yarn yurt with a pink woolen thread, most shameful.
It's not pink! It's fuchsia! Oh. He's a knitter! 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 No, I'm not a... What the heck? No!
I'm not a knitter, no! So there you go. I didn't make it up, Far. It exists.
They knew what they were fucking doing.
They knew. They had to have known.
Sargon knew. I mean, they knew what they were doing.
All right. I'm going to...
He's a knitter.
No, I'm not. I don't get my tell her.
Oh, see, look. That one there.
Yeah.
With the letters. Next to the one you just clicked on.
The one with the... Oh, yeah, this one.
That's
now that's
pink.
pink.
Mm-hmm.
And whiskey.
Yeah, ew.
Son of a bitch.
A double bass drop. That's so good.
A bass drop
Slight
of disgust. Yes. Kimberly, thank you for the 550. Seriously, no one gives a shit about the overall success in spaceflight this week. Everyone focused on this one flap that hung on for dear life. Even Elon retweeted memes about it.
Well, it didn't massively impact the landing, did it? That was the thing. Like, it was very, very clearly quite badly damaged, and yet, I did. I'll save that for later because that's space news.
Oh right, we do have space news, and that's where my mind went to, because we love doing the astronomicalisms here, and that's what I was thinking about when I was reading Valine's donation there, that I'm not even aware what happened this week that she's referring to, flaps notwithstanding. That's how the fuck out of it that I've been all week, doing work and being sick and sleeping, because that's been my life all week. And it's been terrible. So I take she just ran it down. There was a monumental spaceflight advancement of technology.
Yeah. SpaceX did their test launch of the Starship rocket design.
Okay.
Thing weighs 5 kilotons and is like 40 stories tall. It's the single biggest launch vehicle yet.
Really? Not private, public, government, ever, you mean?
I believe it is the largest ever, yes.
Fuck, that is something. That's cool. 5 kilotons, you say?
Mm-hmm.
That's, so we talking like 1,000 pounds or 1,200 pounds?
I'm talking metric.
You can metricize different figures. It's fine.
Yeah. I'm fairly sure it was 5,000 tons.
Huh. Mr. Motherfucker, thank you for the $1. Did you say GIF or GIF? Because I gotta know. If you say, wow, Nidger or Nidge? Well, which is it? You damn knitter.
I'll be back in a Giphy.
Yeah. Donation was dancing all around problems, wasn't it? Holy shit. And wait for it. Wait for it. Hold on. There it is. Excuse me. You tell them, Cotton Dave. Thanks for the $1. Them cotton picking knitters are just dying to get in the field, making all that cotton fuchsia. There was nothing wrong with what he just said. Cotton wool is fine. I prefer alpaca myself, but cotton is a fine thing to start with. It's very easy for giving wool or yarn to work with. What's the problem?
It's not cotton, it's gossypium.
Got it for Dingle. Thank you very much for the $20. You're awesome. It's greatly appreciated. Polly, I finally made it to the bar. So, how are you doing, Otter? Recovering, man. It's been a rough week, as I've been telling people. Also, what version of Harlem Nocturne do you have play at the end of Noir Bar? I was sick and working all week. Fucking sucked. You too. That's exactly sick, working, and sleeping all week. That was my week. It is. I think I know the answer to that, but I'm going to double check for you right now. It's only a few clicks away here.
Sorry, Anal in chat says, use megagrams, you polyword.
Megagrams?
Okay, well.
No one uses. All right.
A megagram. It's a kiloton by a rose by any other name.
I feel duped. Duped.
Oh no, that's good. Megagram. Far, can I interest you in a mega pint of tepid water?
It's Sam Taylor.
No.
The Harlem Nocturne I have playing at the end of Noir Bar is played by Sam Taylor. I have a whole number of them because I'm a big fan of Harlem Nocturne. It's really epic. But it's also got me claimed more than any other single track because of a countryman of ours who played a cover of it and keeps claiming me as if it's his. You are not black, sir, and you did not live in New York, nor are you dead. All three of which Sam Taylor is.
I'm not going to say it. You can think it. I'm thinking it, but I'm not going to say it.
What?
Isn't he dead?
I didn't even think about that. Yes, Sam Taylor is indeed dead. Claiming his songs. I mean, what are you? Some heartless fucking lawyer-filled corporation trying to make money off of dead people? You leave Disney out of this. It's fine. I I too don't live in New York. Good. It's overrated. Okay, now let's talk about this for a second because I want to just complain. Sam, do you get salad at restaurants like this a lot? Cut out like a piece of pie?
No, I eat proper food. What the fuck?
Yeah, Far, have you ever had that? A salad come to you like
No.
this? A salad wedge, it's called?
No.
Oh, it's just
a quarter of a lettuce.
That's exactly. I mean, you could see where the head is, and you could see where the leaves are steadily getting greener as it goes to the outside. Yes, they have literally cut a pie-shaped wedge out of a head of lettuce.
I would punch the salad chef if they did that to me. I would walk into the kitchen carrying that thing, throw it down in front of them, say, "What the fuck is that?" and then punch him square in the eye. And then I'd prepare my own salad.
What it is trends run amok. It is you're making it yourself, right, Peter? That's how it feels. It's
what dish?
This is
That's all.
It's not a deconstructed salad. It's
exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Ingredients salad that have yet
required.
to even be dismantled and be made ready for purpose.
Exactly. They've given up on deconstructed meals.
An implement salad.
They're now,
I don't even know what to call it. It was a
Some
trend. Like,
assembly required.
restaurants can be trendy as hell, unfortunately. And when you are operating on the restaurant motif of no restaurant should last more than 5 years at an absolute maximum, which a number of them do. A number of restaurant chains, I should say, do. Always the same chefs, always the same designers. They'll bring in, the same designer groups, but they hire different artists piecemeal to come in and decorate according to a given theme and then pay the artist shit. Well, the person who contracted them collects all the money. Well, why doesn't the artist go directly to the restaurateur and the investor? Well, because they don't know them. And like a lot of businesses, the main purpose in the contractors is to keep the artists from doing precisely that. Yeah, I know somebody who's in that business is an artist, and you can tell they're pretty bent out of shape over it because you don't have to work in that field for very long and discover that you're being wildly taken advantage of by middle manager motherfuckers who have no skills in and of themselves, except for the fact that they happen to be friends and connected with the restaurateurs to begin with. And these are the kind of things that come out of those restaurants. I don't know if anybody remembers, but about 4 years ago, every fucking thing had to have the what the hell is that flower that appeared on Hawaiian shirts for the longest time? The
hibiscus?
Shit.
Yeah,
I just
not
called it a
hibiscus, is it?
persimmon, but that's not it at all.
Is he
Help me out
hearing me?
here. It was in mixed drinks
Is
forever.
he fucking hearing me?
I think his headset.
Oh, my headset did
Oh,
die.
my
I just
fuck.
heard far in the distance. I was like, hold on, let me yank my headphone cord there. Sorry about that.
Oh my god.
Chrysanthemums?
Hibiscus.
No, that's I've had mixed drinks with chrysanthemum in it, but not that.
Like, no,
Damn
It's
it.
happened again.
fucking Christ.
See, the thing is, far as we shouldn't shout too loud because he might not be able to hear us, but chat
I
can.
can.
I can
Oh my
I can
God.
hear you now. It's fine. Everything's working great.
Hibiscus.
Thank you.
Hibiscus.
It is hibiscus. Thank
Fucking
you.
Christ.
Holy shit. The chat must be just like comedy of errors over there at Noir Bar. Yeah, it is. Okay. I wasn't expecting my headphones to die right when Far was about to say the critical word I couldn't think of. Well, I'm just fix your headset, Polly. I am Bleen. Fuck. It's fine. It went fine. I just see,
I'm gonna laugh or cry.
you guys are relentless. Holy shit. Anyway, yeah, hibiscus in everything. And that's a fucking restaurant trend, man. One of the worst. And it's going away. So why are you drinking flowers? Because they're not going to be here in a short minute, and you probably shouldn't be drinking them to begin with.
Yeah, it's one of the it's the notion that this stupid insistence that everything be not simply a meal, but an experience.
Yeah.
It's like these fucking hack video game and movie designers and producers and directors and all that kind of thing. It's not just a movie; it's a cinematographic experience. Fuck off. Make a movie and fuck off.
I remember after I after I did the first level certification, the sommelier thing, the place where I worked at the time sent me to go to. I didn't even know what it was. It was called a pairing seminar, and I know about food wine pairing, and I assumed that it was along those lines. You know what I mean? And it was going to be all. It was going. Somebody was going to be promoting their wine portfolio by describing that this particular wine that we happen to represent, the company that paid for all of this, is perfect for a pairing with whatever, right? You know, poached salmon or whatever the fuck they're gonna. And it was all a slim attempt to promote their wine portfolio to. My assumption. I got there and it wasn't. Now, Sam, no offense, but I'm gonna just lean in hard on the French here. The worst fucking Frenchman, second worst Frenchman that I had ever encountered at that job was there. I remember there was someone worse.
Still number one, baby.
No, at that job, I don't know what is with the, and I love this title so much, brand ambassador. Oh, fuck off. You're a product shill.
Salesperson.
Yeah, you're an advertiser. It's fine. I don't consider that insulting. You don't need to ennoble your fucking job in this way. But anyway, that guy stood up in a room full of fucking people, and I went there with somebody that I worked with who was, no one I worked with directly, didn't have much to do with him. So I was just talking to him on the way there, and it's like, do you know what to expect from this? I'm like, no, but you know, hell, we're not at work, right? And I'm like, yeah, I like that attitude. Good, let's do this. And so we're there, and it was 5 minutes into this guy talking that he got up and walked away. He didn't even look at me and like say, I'm out of here, or fuck this, man, let's go, or anything like that. He just got up on his own and walked out. And I thought I was going to the bathroom until I saw him walking straight to the front door. And I was like, this guy's like one of the junior managers. That means if he leaves, I can fucking leave. This is great. So I got up and left too. And I agreed with him, by the way. Yeah, this was, if anything, my temper had been shot a few minutes before his. You know, at 3 minutes, his took all the way to 5 minutes. This fucking guy stood at the front of the room, okay? He had the most stereotypical European comb-over hair you had ever seen. It was heavily greased, so it looked like it had been painted on the top of his bald skull. The hairs coming over the top of his head.
Oh, God.
It was
yeah.
Awful. And you have to know how you look. He had the Inspector Clouseau mustache perfectly. He was a walking, talking stereotype, this guy. And his suit was rumpled. It's like, buy an iron, you filthy bastard. He looked awful. And he looked like
his name Victor by any chance?
No, I forget his name. It was something extremely Francais, and I couldn't remember it, you know. And he starts talking, he goes, the difference is that, he goes, Americans, you see, are just learning how to eat. See, in France, really all of Europe, and he goes into this thing, okay, loving is an art. Eating is an art.
Oh my God.
And he listed off like every human endeavor that you can engage in, following it with is an art. He did say funerals are an art.
Wait, did he actually say funerals are not?
Yes, he did.
Oh my fucking God.
And then he did some, like all the way at the end, finally summarized, and eating indeed is an art. Because you can't just eat the food. The Americans is how much food you have on the plate, not how good it is, and so on. And it was, that guy just got up and fucking left and all that. Thank God, I'm out of here. Let's go get a Big Mac.
I'm going to be real with you right there. Based on the description of the man's appearance and his presentation, he sounds like a northern faggot.
Wow.
Damn Parisians.
I can say it.
Trolling is an art. Indeed, it is. And
it is.
Yeah, and there are few artists online, tragically, because those who do it well are easily recognizable. You know? Taking a dump is an art. That's what he missed out on. He didn't say that. I wonder if anybody got
Eating is an art.
Knowing how to not offend your audience is an art. Fucking hell.
The Americans, you know, they take a shit, but back in France, we defecate.
Americans are just learning how to eat. Shocking that we survived until now.
Oh my God.
I mean, look, don't get me wrong. When I heard that, like, you know, fried chicken was being sold by the bucket in the States for the first time, I was like, oh yes. Oh, certainly, yes. Let's eat from a bucket. Fuck it, let's skip it over. Let's just go out and purchase the family trough. You know?
No, it's Sam. It's Southern fried chicken, and the idea is that it's picnic food. And yeah, a container to take it to the picnic with you is, yes, indeed, an ice bucket, that sort of, or any bucket that you have. Yeah, you pack all your chicken in there to keep it at least somewhat warm. That's the origin of it. I get the idea of a paper bucket or a cardboard bucket doesn't fulfill that. I understand, but you got to remember it's supposed to be Southern picnic food is the idea. Hence all of the sides that come with it: potatoes, corn on the cob, biscuits, right?
Right.
Popcorn chicken. Yeah.
Popcorn chicken is delicious. It is.
It is.
Just in defense of America, like, yeah, okay, listen, fast food is a tragically fast and disgusting thing, and it's all really junk food. So yeah, but there are some things where it's like, all right, let's not lose our mind.
Yeah, I mean, he has a point. The only thing he had a point in with was like, oh yeah, the amount of food you put in there, but the deliciousness of the food, kind of. But it's like, dude, anyone can make that observation though, of Americans putting a shit ton of food on their plate.
I gotta say, to be honest with you,
okay.
When it comes to when it comes to American food, frankly, like this notion that like you all eat just shit, it's not really the case. Like you'll go a little bit too extra when it comes to flavor, frankly, to the point where you will put all kinds of stuff in the food, right, to make it taste really, really good, even though it is horrendously bad for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Flavor is not the problem with American
art.
food. American food has got plenty of flavor. There's no problem there. It's what it does to your insides.
Exactly. It's more the health of it, which is in and of itself, fucking with food is an art. Take that, random French guy.
Random French. I mean, there are things that come out of French cuisine that are and have been accomplished in French cuisine that are really amazing. A bisque is an amazing way to make a soup. It's incredible. And I really, you got to credit the French, man. Nobody was going to do that. You use the lobster shells to make this? Yes. And it takes hours and hours and hours to do it correctly. That's amazing. It's like bone marrow broth. When done right, it takes hours and hours, and there's nothing like it. It's amazing. I don't know. There's things to give credit for, but it's important to remember there's a commodification of food that's happened in the United States, and much more than, it's horrendously bad for you. Yes, as a side effect of the most important thing that made it like that to begin with, shelf stability.
Yes,
very much. The problem lay, and that really is it, where it's like you have to be willing to have your food spoil more often, and you have to be willing to not get exactly what you want when you want it. And that's a byproduct of the commodification of food. Oh, you want to be able to have this right now? Like, a cake. Well, I can just buy like a Little Debbie cake. Well, what the hell is that? Well, it's this little plastic wrapped snack cake that you can buy at any fast food store or, like a 7-Eleven or even grocery stores and shit. It's because I don't want to have to bake a cake. Because if I do, I have to eat it all within 3 days or it's turned into like a doorstop.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, that's what you have to live with. But a Little Debbie is full of all sort of artificial shit to keep it shelf stable, that it won't go bad. It remains soft and moist and etc.
That's counterpoint though. Woolworths cakes. That shit just stays moist.
And it's all natural?
I don't know if it's all natural, but it's fine. I've never seen anything like really wrong with it. It's just a good ass mud cake.
I do, yeah. Mud cake is good. It's true.
It's always been a sort of a kind of a like a weird point of confusion, I suppose. I mean, and logistics is probably the best explanation why. It's like, I don't know a single American that doesn't swing by the store at least 2 to 3 times. Not necessarily the store, but a store.
Yeah.
An outlet, a coffee shop, or something like that, to go pick up, I don't know, a snack or some lunch or coffee
100%,
or whatever
yeah,
the fuck.
Absolutely.
Right? So it's sort of like it's a weird confluence. Like you've got that kind of purchasing habit, and yet stuff with ridiculously long shelf life.
Yeah, it's like it's not like you don't go by the market consistent. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Yeah.
It's weird to me. It's really weird to me. The logistics is the only thing that really sort of explains it in my mind. Like if you're in bumfuck nowhere, Alabama, like okay, yeah, fine, fair enough. You're not gonna have a fresh delivery of whatever the fuck every single day. It's just not gonna happen. But yeah, no, strange idea to me.
Cheshire Smurf. Xanthan gum.
You know what I think? I think you can probably like summarize it thusly: Americans don't eat stale bread.
Nope.
Like ever.
Yeah. And the idea that you would eat bread that has how can I say it? Like it's what's wild is that if you buy bread from the bakery section of a grocery store or indeed a bakery simply, that shit's gonna go. It's gonna spoil on you. Or stalize on you, whatever, and become crusty and hard. But I mean, that's what the plastic bag is for. I know, cutting edge technology, but
right, controlled atmosphere. What?
Yeah. I mean, that is the whole point. Don't let oxygen add as well as new air that's going to continue to drain the moisture from and the oxygen to change it. And anyway, I don't. That is true, but at the same time, you can go to a McDonald's and then the borderline confections that are on the top and bottom of your cheeseburger, borderline confections because they're so chock full of sugar. That is again, that's shelf stability. Those buns will last well into Armageddon, man.
Yeah, the thing that gets me there is like. Just, I'm going to marry Antoinette. This bullshit. Why not just use brioche?
That's a fair question.
Put butter in it.
Yeah,
it's stable.
Yeah, and
it's very stable.
Big Joe makes a good point. He's like, I use stale bread to make garlic bread. Yeah, you could totally do that too.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen.
That's good thinking.
It's better when it's made with stale bread.
Yeah, but what are you going to do? You going to do it yourself? No, because you live in America, right? People like look at like the international hours of a work week. Americans have higher work weeks than fucking anybody. It's kind of ridiculous.
That is true. That is true.
I've known a couple of my friends that didn't know each other. They're two different friends, and they both went to Spain. They both came back and told the same story. And it's like, man, you have no idea how lackadaisical the whole society is. Like people get to work and the first thing, like nobody has their coffee and biscuit at home. They have it when they get to work because they don't start work for like an hour after they get there. And then they go for an hour and a half lunch, a siesta in the afternoon, they leave early. And I'm like, when do they work? To which both of them laugh.
Oh, well, the Spanish, they don't. This is the thing. It's one of those things. Like I've seen the French get criticized because we have our standard work week in terms of hours is 36, right, as opposed to 40 or 44, where it is other parts of the world. And it's like, yeah, we do have a 36-hour work week as standard. A lot of people do work 2 jobs. And here's the thing. Here's the secret. Here's the little secret. When we're at work, we work really fucking hard. And then when we're not at work, we don't work. You know what I mean? We have a very, very good. We've got a very good work ethic when we're at work, but once we're off the clock, that's it. The only exception is cashiers, the women that sit at the fucking kiosks and the conveyor belts in supermarkets. They will literally spend 10 minutes talking to their colleague rather than processing your fucking groceries.
Really?
It's yeah. And if you attempt to interrupt them in any which way, they will stare fucking daggers at you and then turn around and continue talking to their colleague.
Honestly, that sounds about fucking right.
That would just piss me off.
And that's where they
man.
pay
What
minimum
the hell?
wage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure the people that work those cashier jobs would say the same thing. What do you think? I'm not being paid minimum wage here? What do you want from me?
We've got really high minimum wage as well.
Socialism, man. It's for the best. Everybody wins that way, I guess.
$12.32 an hour at the moment.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Works out being about $14.50.
All right.
That's one thing that's actually made me laugh. Not to dive too much into the politics of it, because this is actually really, strictly speaking, this is more economics. But it's all $20 minimum wage, $20 a living wage, blah 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 blah. That's like they say that in the same breath as we should be more like Europe. Yeah, okay.
When
Yeah, I don't
when they
think
say
we
we
really
should
wanna
be
be
more
more
like
like
Europe,
Europe.
99 times out of 100. Yeah, I think that's fair. They're referencing the mixed economies of Nordic nations in terms of
Yeah.
like healthcare provisos for healthcare in terms of like tax expenditure and so on. It's yeah, 99 times out of 100 when an American references Europe and the way that they function, they're referencing Norway pretty much, but mostly Nordic countries in general. But they love them some Norway.
The thing with the Nordic countries is, though, and this is where it falls apart for those people over in the United States. In the Nordic countries, you get taxed on your income, and it's about a 60% tax. But that's it. No sales tax, no road tax, no healthcare contributions, none of that bullshit. I pay more tax here on in total, including all stealth taxes and all that kind of shit, than anybody does up in fucking Norway.
Okay, and Switzerland is a fascinating thing to look into when it comes to their taxes and how it works out on at the ground level. Where you have people that, okay, you're taxed up the ass. It's like, but then you don't have to pay for anything. Oh, isn't that but the official story, though? What happens on an hour-to-hour basis with that? It's like, well, I love the Switzerland idea that, we want to encourage competition because they realized in relatively short order that if you have government-mandated taxation, it creates an intolerable and unavoidable system of cronyism.
Yep.
Where certain certain healthcare providers for those tax dollars are going to rise to the top naturally, much like scum will rise to the top of a pond, and they're going to pay off or eliminate their competition in such a way that they're the only choice. And then the government contracting those billions of dollars for a healthcare provider goes to them, and they're just going to subcontract everybody else. So you end up with a private healthcare system, beside the fact with a blood-sucking leech in between you and the actual people that are providing the healthcare. It's like, okay, well, let's approach it a different way then. It's like, well, everybody needs to change up their healthcare very often with tax paid for through the government vouchers that you are mandated that you can have no healthcare provider. And this is the way it works in Switzerland for more than a year. You can't have the same healthcare provider for more than a year. You're forced to take your voucher somewhere else. Wait a minute. You're trying to force mandate the thing that already exists in other countries of a competitive marketplace for the consumer dollar? What the fuck is wrong with you? You've created the United States market system with extra steps.
Gosh, it's almost like, top-down managed economies don't fucking work.
Yeah, that bugs me. And it's like, well, that's an oversimplification. Yeah, so is how people talk about the U.S. healthcare system. Then I don't care who you are. In any country, you can find multiple people that can tell you a nightmare story that their country basically killed their grandma because of healthcare provider, whichever country it is, whether it be the United States, they couldn't afford healthcare, or in a socialistic state where some government body would decided that healthcare wasn't necessary and the person died because of whatever ailed them. That's not, neither one is good. So there's a reason I stayed away from public policy in that way in political science, because it's like, wow, I'm not interested in reading endless charts to decide which is best and make a fucking purely emotion-based claim on it while pretending that I'm being statistical. Right, Far?
Sure.
Nah.
Now, speaking of things that have died.
Yeah. Let's, oh, one thing I want to touch on first before we got too far away from this? My hopes and dreams, we're not talking about that yet. We'll talk about things that died in a second.
Jeez.
No. Where the fuck is it? Oh, wait, wrong browser. That's my fault. It's okay. Boom. Okay.
He's finding the things.
Yeah.
Takoyaki?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of these things, Far?
I've had these multiple times. This is quite a common thing in Japan.
Okay, listen, smart ass. I've never heard of these things before, okay? And I was delighted.
They're delicious. I can confirm they're delicious.
I am delighted by these
Savory
things.
profiteroles.
I've never tried them, but
they're like okay, they're like a dough. Like think pancake dough, right? Like that same kind of thing, okay? Like just basic bitch, right?
Yes, pancake dough is very common here. I've had it many, many times.
Yes, I know. Okay, but like it has octopus in it,
See,
and you have it covered in like sauce.
that's why I was really surprised you liked it. I didn't think it would be up your alley, but it's like learn how to make a takoyaki. Sorry, I'm still having problems.
Yeah, takoyaki.
Takoyaki. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, takoyaki.
Everything in it except for the green onion sounds delightful, but even if it's chopped up small, it's still workable because
you don't even have to have the green onion in it.
no.
I think I've had it more times without the green onion than with like the basic ones, right? It's just the bowl with the octopus in it. Yeah. You cover it with mayo and barbecue sauce, and then some fish flakes.
Oh man, the bonito flakes were what sold me at the end because I
Yes.
love them. They're so just they make everything better, man. And it's so Sam, and those who don't know, it's made of wheat flour or wheat flour based batter, cooked in a special molded pan. It's typically filled with diced or minced octopus, tempura scraps, and then the green onion, the seasoning, and then the toppings that Far mentioned, the sauce and the mayo. And the result is just like, man, these warm and fresh little badasses, man. I really want to try these. Look at them.
Yeah, no, they are so good.
So it's basically an octopus donut?
Kind of.
How sweet is the
not opposed
batter,
to
I
it.
guess,
You
is
eat
what
it
we're
with a
coming
stick.
down to. Yeah.
It's not sweet.
No, okay, good. It's all savory.
It's not
right
really.
through.
It's all savory. Yeah. Like when I said pancake batter, I just meant like as a basis, right? Of like, okay, you understand batter, right? Like it's that basic kind of thing. I don't think there's actually sugar in it though.
Gotcha.
And usually when it's cooked, it's not actually cooked all the way through. It's still a little bit soft on the inside.
Nice. That's even better.
Mm-hmm.
A
Yeah.
little crispy on the outside,
Yeah,
or
so-
a little bit. Oh.
Yeah, crispy, a little crispy on the outside, but not really crispy. Like
Crispy?
but
A little crispy?
Yeah.
I think most of the crispiness is actually the bonito flakes.
You know what? Gorak
But,
has the best description. Octopus hush puppies. Well done, sir. That's exactly what they are.
Yeah.
And I like the other description here. Savory donut holes, Cheshire Smurf. That's great. And Play's like, yeah, they're very savory. And I didn't think you would dig these, but I am all about trying these, man.
No,
I gotta
I
go
do.
get a small takeout order from one of the Japanese joints around here just to try them, man.
The only problem is every time I've had them outside of Japan, unless like it's a specific stall at some like food festival, it's never the same.
Really?
It never quite lives up to it. Yeah, if you have these, you're better off like getting them from someone that's like making them at a food truck or something.
Mm. So the way that this happened was kind of funny. I thought it was funny anyway. Sinatra earlier on the AAA brought up this video that was split between two screens. Now, what he wanted to show us was what was going on the left-hand side of the screen. Inexplicably, somebody was making takoyaki on the right-hand side of the screen. And I was watching what was going on the right-hand side of the screen. What's that man making? Or that lady, actually. What's she making? You know what I mean? It's like the pastry bag and then the squeezing into the little, like the mini muffin pan, as I would think of it. This kind of pan back there, y'all. Like the little,
Yeah.
right? And the way there was with the little sticks to flip them when they're cooked on one side, like the little way that she was doing it, it was fascinating. And I'm like, what's going on back there? What are they making? And so, and Carol Soldiers in chat now said, oh, it's takoyaki or takoyaki. I'm like, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
So I Googled it. It's like with octopus inside. Now I love me some octopus and squid. I love them both. So I was like, I've got to try these, man. This is like, it looks great. Sounds awesome. Yeah, I got to be about this. And
Yeah, now that's one of the parts that's a bit hit or miss with the takoyaki. It's the quality of the octopus, which again
Sure.
is why you're better off going to a food truck that, like, if you're outside of Japan, you're better off going to a food truck that is specializing in making these. Because they're going to have actual top quality ingredients.
the best thing when it
This
got to
kinda
the end of what
strikes
Sinatra was there to have me watch, I was like, the fart video? That's what I was supposed to be watching? The fart video? Man, I was watching those delightful balls of whatever they are going on the right-hand side. And that's when Carol Soldier came up with the description. I was like, oh, man, I wasn't even looking at your fart joke. I was...
These strike me as being something that I like to call kitchen shavings. It's a meal, a dish, whatever the fuck that's made up of all of the shit that you've got left over when you prepared like a big meal kind of thing.
Oh, absolutely.
Like English bubble and squeak, for example, which is just
At any rate, that is what we're going to try to do.
potatoes and green vegetables, usually cabbage or spinach, that sort of thing, that's fried in pork fat. or bacon fat.
Okay, yeah.
That's another example of it. That's really fucking good, by the way. If you've ever got some like leftover collard greens and fucking boiled potatoes, smash up the potatoes with the collard greens, cut it nice and fine, get some bacon fat in the frying pan, and then just saute the shit out of it to form like little cakes. Fucking fantastic. Little bit of ketchup, a little bit of cheese.
That does sound
Amazing.
good, actually. Not ketchup. I was with you all the way up to the ketchup, and I do love me some ketchup, but that...
It works with A1 steak sauce too.
Okay, now that could be a win. Steak sauce goes with more things than people would think. It's like...
Absolutely. It goes with cheese.
Yeah, I think it's I think of it as American Worcestershire, sure.
It's brown sauce. It's identical to brown sauce, like HP.
I've been told otherwise, Sam.
Well,
It's
they're wrong.
quite strenuously. Like when I called, Far with her tomato sauce, and I'm like, well, so it's ketchup, and she's like, no, it's not. Oh, okay, and I found out, no, it's really
I
not.
mean, yeah, those are different things though.
Yeah.
Those are different things though. Like even slightly.
Carefully, thank you for the 350. Wait until you discover how customizable yakisoba are. Also, the Mister's mom liked the A10 shirt and laughed at it. Well, that's a good sense of humor sign right there. I wore it in front of his whole family. Oh, what a delight you must be. I love that A10 shirt. This looks great close up. These look like they're a little bit more cooked than the others. Like they might be a little bit more crispy on the outside, which I'm okay with. That's fine. I didn't.
I don't know how you would even get it that crispy, to be quite honest.
Yeah, some of them look
Double
white
fried
brown,
being-
like these ones do as well.
That might be the sauce though, because if you actually look underneath it a little bit.
Oh, good call.
Because
Yeah,
they're not really supposed to be that brown. Like that means it's burnt. So I don't think they actually crisp up that well.
Oh, here's a good picture of it. Yeah, I remember seeing her dashing in the green onions before they baked, and then flipping them over and whatnot. And it was
Yeah.
little, very particular Oh man, they look great here. Look at that. I don't even know what they taste like, but my mouth is watering because it's just bonito flakes. And oh man, look at all the bonito on those. Love it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm
Fun fact: if you pour the bonito flakes on these while it's hot, it kind of makes it dance.
I know. Isn't that the best thing? How they dance with the heat?
It just kind of
Yeah.
dance. Yeah. It freaked my mum out when she bought these once and she didn't eat them, which is such a waste.
Mhm.
It's such a fucking waste. But like, it freaked her the fuck out. She's like, are these things alive? It's like, no, they're not.
Have you ever taken octopus tentacles and then taken a little bit of salt and a little bit of vodka, mix the salt
No.
in with the vodka, and then sprayed that over the top of octopus tentacles? Yeah, it makes them
No.
squirm around on the plate.
I'm not surprised, but no, I've never
Really?
done that.
That's horrifying.
Yeah. It's one of my Halloween specials.
Well, it's certainly appropriate for Halloween.
Because you can eat octopus tentacles basically raw, right?
Mhm.
They require very, very little cooking, and yeah, a little bit of salt, and a little bit of vodka, grain vodka, not potato vodka in this instance. The taste is a little bit better, but yes, it makes them wiggle. Something to do with the electron exchange, nervous tissue. I don't know, something like that. But yeah, it makes them wiggle about, and yeah, the salt and the vodka kind of it cooks them enough.
Hi guys. I told you guys the story of when I went to buy bonito flakes at the Asian market for the first time, and I suddenly knew what it was like to be Godzilla.
Yeah.
I was so much taller than all the people, and they were all Asian, and they all seemed to be running, and I was like, whoa!
Rutiga!
I don't think that was racist at all. I told one of my friends that story, and they were like, that is the most racist thing I've ever heard from you. I'm like, no, it wasn't racist at all. What do you want from
Racist?
How is that being racist?
It was-
You're just making an observation of height.
Like with everyone
It's
was so
Asian.
ridiculously short, and they were just in a rush. It was the time of day that I was there. What do you want from me? I turned a corner. It was a dark aisle that was very long, and I walked down, and I was surrounded by tiny little Asian people running around in circles. Yeah, I felt like Godzilla. What do you want? I just
Maybe it's the Godzilla comment, but like, okay, that's very racist of you for thinking of that. Really?
yeah.
Yeah, I think your friend was telling on themselves a little bit there.
Just a bit.
That was the. So, do you remember Gremlins when the main character's father is like looking for the last minute Christmas present because he hasn't done the shopping yet or whatever? I forget why he was looking for the last minute Christmas present, but he was, and he ended in that strange little shop in Chinatown where he got the Mogwai, where he got Gizmo from. And he walked down into it, and it looked just like the one that they presented in The Simpsons far with, the, get a free Frogurt, but it's the toppings are cursed. That strange old man behind the counter. Everybody there is buying stuff out of baskets, and it's all weird spices and mushrooms and powdered items from all over the globe. And what?
Yeah. An Asian market.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. But it was only one aisle. This is what happened. The bonito flakes. He said, I asked somebody, I'm looking for bonito flakes. And he goes, something in Asian language, number 3. And I was like, oh, aisle number 3. Good. It's clearly labeled in English. Okay. So I walked in and I turned left into aisle number 3, and I felt like I walked into the Mogwai shop. All of a sudden, everything was darker. Everyone, normally it was just like a regular market, like any other market, except all the products were, Korean or Japanese, what have you. Except that aisle, man, it was dark. I swear I heard a howler monkey in the background. It was crazy. And I walked there, and everything I looked at was no longer like stuff in a market. It looked like, the Mogwai shop. Everything was in baskets, and you had to get the bulk product and decide how much you wanted, and they would weigh it out later. I couldn't read the labels on nothing. The handwritten labels were all like, kung fu written with a marker. Like I didn't know what it said.
Yeah. That is. I've been in a lot of Asian shops like that, right? Where it's just legit. It's the local Asian shop, where they just have literally everything. They're usually hole in the wall places, right?
Right.
That is exactly what every single one of them is like. You go in there, you suddenly... It's bright going in, but for whatever fucking reason, they block out, like, a lot of the windows, or it's just not properly lit, or, like, they have the handwritten stuff on some of the shelves, and you just kind of, like... There's, like, at least one dark aisle every time, except for, like, the specific Japanese one that I found. Well, no, I didn't find that. My sister found that one. But, like, besides the one that's specifically Japanese, that's all brightly lit and everything's well labeled. Every other one that's just a generic, Asian shop. Yeah, it is exactly that experience. You go down the aisle, it's suddenly dark, people scuttle away from you real quick.
Because they're selling human horn, and you don't want,
As I stumbled into aisle 3, it felt like the very shadows themselves were weighing in around me. A strange bird call from at the end of the aisle floated to my ears. I was overcome by a peculiar humor. Items stacked up to the rafters, beyond the reach of my sight.
I figured why it was so far away from the outside windows and also dark was because of all the exposed product. Do you know what I mean? It was...
No, there's probably a reason for it. Don't get me wrong. It's just, it looks so fucking dodgy every time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I think besides that one Japanese store, right? That's specifically Japanese products. Like, I cannot begin to stress that, right? Probably run by actual Japanese people too, thinking about it. Besides that one place, they're all like that. They all feel like when you enter there, I'm not supposed to be here. I don't think I'm supposed to be here. In danger, basically, yeah, every time.
Server 21, thank you very much for the $3. The whiskey, little whiskey, contains potassium benzoate. That's bad. George Clooney is also cursed. Nice. I like it.
Indeed, he has received the curse of Bobblehead.
Excuse me. The, what? Oh, you was still up. Cheshire Smurf mentioned earlier. The old school mushroom ketchup based ketchup. Oh, let me tell you about mushroom ketchup, my friend. This is my recipe for mushroom ketchup, written in old-timey font, because...
I've got to make some more of this. I very recently ran out.
Isn't it delightful?
It is. It's good stuff.
It's so good. This is, not my recipe per se. This is the recipe that I put together going through a number of old-school colonial cookbooks that I had gathered. It's largely Amelia Simmons, America's Orphan, who wrote this one. And
oh, man,
it is a delightful recipe. The only thing that changed in it is the number of peppercorns, because I like it with extra kick. The addition of anchovies, and I'm going to use anchovy paste, is a little bit more simple. And the addition of molasses really makes a difference, which she didn't include in her recipe, which I do in mine. That's why they're listed down at the bottom as optional. But yeah, this is my recipe of it. And oh yeah, I've made it a whole bunch of times, and I love it. I'm a big fan. So anybody wants to grab a screenshot, there you go. That's how you make mushroom ketchup. Well, that's okay. That's the ingredients. There.
Yeah, there's more.
Yeah, boom. And boom.
The history of mushroom ketchup starts in 1649. I fucking hate that on website. I really do.
Right.
So yeah, anybody who wants to pause, it can. Yeah, there you go. There's my full recipe for you guys if you want to see it. Will yield about 1 pint of finished ketchup.
He made himself a mega pint of mushroom ketchup.
Right? I was really surprised how well it works at just
fucking lot.
chopping up mushrooms and then salting them in the way that it describes, like layer upon layer. And it's like, this is really going to pull that much moisture out of it. Yeah, wait just 15 minutes. I don't have a lot of experience at salting foods, fish or any other damn thing. It's like in 15 minutes, make sure to turn it over and then leave it in a dark, cool place overnight. And just in 15 minutes, it was already like soaking, like somebody had put a half a cup of water in the bowl. When I came back the next day, oh man, it was like the mushrooms had been macerated and there was very little left of them. And it was just all the moisture had been extracted from them. It was fantastic.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you know, one of the things that gets me about mushrooms, and this was relatively early on when I was, learning how to cook properly. When it comes to making a beef Wellington, the shit that you do with the mushrooms, like you basically make mushroom soil to go around the outside of the Wellington. I remember looking at that and smelling that and thinking, there is no way this is going to taste good.
Right.
And I have tried making a Wellington with and without that. It needs it. It absolutely needs it. There is no replacement. I don't care what other kinds of fucking stuffing you want to come up with. Nothing works as well as the mushroom soil that you put around a beef Wellington. Nothing. It's something to do with the way it takes on moisture and fat and salt, whatever the fuck. I don't know. That's what you have to use that. There's nothing better. If you don't like mushroom, I'm sorry, but you are a genetic dead end. No, I'm just kidding.
Holy shit.
Wow. I didn't think that was going to go there, but okay.
Well, I'm continental. Every so often.
Probably midnight. Is hot take, cooking, baking, or making for is ridiculously easy. It only takes time, patents, and patience. Patience, yeah. And following instructions. Like, how hard is that? I'm not going to talk about some of my baking failures. You're right. It's easy.
All it takes is time and sage advice.
Right. Cooking is easy. Baking, not so much. Baking is it's an art. No, it's not at all. It's following instructions in a very particular way and knowing if you remove one thing, you have to add something else, being very precise with your, there's chemistry, obviously, involved in it. And I don't know why what I cooked was so fucked up, but it was.
Honestly, when it comes to any kind of cooking, allow me to get a little French here. Mise en place, right? Setup. Observe the fucking rules of mise en place. It's all you got to do. You would take out so much of the work out of it. Oh, and also when it comes to like prepping vegetables or anything really, have a fucking I call it a compost bowl. It's just a bowl that you put all of the fucking odds and sods that you cut off into, just so that they're not, trailing around all over your food prep surface.
Right.
It makes your life so much easier.
Why? Because you don't end up like mixing something with that which it shouldn't be?
Yeah, I mean, obviously this won't be one. Oh, sorry. Well, this won't be one for you, Polly, but like fucking when people are peeling onions and they're like peeling them and then just leaving the skins on the same surface that they're about to cut an onion on. It's like, why do it to yourself? Peel it over your compost bowl. It goes straight into the compost bowl. Then go chop your onion. Now you've not got little hard bits of onion skin with your finely diced onions. You know what I mean?
When I ordered the pizza one time and it smelled and tasted like onions, I knew what had happened. They had cut that fucking pizza on a surface that they had cut up onions on.
Oh, that's That's
That's a no-no.
that's a big no-no. Yeah.
It had happened. And I mean, it was pretty easy to detect because I'm like, there's onions on this pie. I mean, it smelled like it in the sense that I couldn't smell it driving home. When I opened the box and the steam came out, yes, smelled it right away. I'm like, but I can. It doesn't look like there's onions. I'm gonna have to be very careful here. The smell was clearly coming from the crust, the bottom of the pie. Just picking up a slice, it was very clear where the smell was coming from. But this thing must have been cut up or laid upon a surface that had onions diced on it.
And it was the raw onion smell as opposed to the cooking
all the way,
onion smell as well.
What a fucking piss off, man. You've ruined my pie. Okay. We're only
You all good, Phil?
2 hours and 11 minutes in. What do you say we look at some content?
Oh, yeah.
Now, we've been looking at pictures of stuff and things and talking about food and stuff. And we were talking about dying things, I believe. Bar.
Did you want to go with this one or with the other article?
I'm going to go with this one for the specificity of the headline and then switch to the other one for the actual details.
Okay.
So both. Zombie Star Diaries, the life and death of IPF14 HLS. Dun, dun, dun.
I prefer to read it as I pity the fool 14 HLS.
Yeah, that works. How do you think they remembered it? Probably just like that. So let's find out what happened with I Pity the Fool 14 HLS, the zombie star that wouldn't die. Man, that's a cool pitch. And every time, artist's conception of a supernova explosion. Fuck, damn it. Artists ruin astronomy.
They really
Hey. Hey.
You don't do stars, Far. You do moons. It's moononomy.
Moononomy. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Powerful star explosions known as supernovae.
Lunomy.
Usually mark the death of stars, but astronomers today, November 8th, 2017, announced a supernova that exploded multiple times over a period of more than 50 years. It might be the explosion of a star more massive than any seen to explode before. That's a very funny sounding sentence. It might be the explosion of a more massive than any star that is seen to explode before. It might be an explosion caused by the meeting of matter and antimatter in a massive star's core. I'd like to hear the explanation for that one. Whatever the true explanation, it doesn't stop us from randomly speculating. The astronomers said the finding, which published in the peer-reviewed journal Nature, yeah, I might have heard of literally the top journal in the entire field, that Neil deGrasse Tyson has been published in 5 times, though contributing nothing to the field of knowledge whatsoever.
What does he know about knowledge?
If you're not conducting an experiment, you have nothing to contribute. You're just going to be yakking about some bullshit. Science with the sciencey sense of science. I'm a scientician. And you're published in literally the foremost journal in the field, taking up space that could actually be used for people that are really contributing, not just contributing to the own exaltation of their ego. The Palomar Transient Factory. It's funny. I don't know why that's funny, but that's
good, isn't it? It's really good.
Yeah, the Palomar Transient Factory, an astronomical survey led by Caltech, designed to find transient and variable sources of such variable stars, supernovae, asteroids, and comets, noticed this supernova in September of 2014. The supernova was designated, I Pity the Fool 14 HLS. Analysis of its light indicated it was called a Type 2 P supernova. It expected the supernova began to fade again. Everything about the discovery seemed normal until a few months later. That's when astronomers, led by at the Las Cumbres Observatory,
Las Cumbres,
a worldwide network of robotic telescopes directed out of Goleta, California. That's got to be the most unattractive name I've heard in a while. Goleta.
Goleta.
Yeah, I got to stay home for a week. My feet got the Goleta. I do.
You good for nothing whore. You gave me the Goleta.
Yeah, so you get it. A normal supernova rises in peak brightness and fades for approximately 100 days. A supernova at I Pity the Fool 14 HLS, on the other hand, grew brighter and dimmer at least 5 times over 2 years. Then the astronomers went back and realized they just hadn't cleaned their lens.
It was a speck of grit on the lens.
And they looked at the archival data showing this part of the sky. They were astonished to find evidence of an explosion in 1954 at the exact same location as the sky's dome. Near the firmament?
We'll get to that.
Oh, okay. Apparently, IPF 1480, whatever, had somehow survived an earlier explosion and exploded again in 2014. Now, let's pretend that all of our equipment was as accurately calibrated in 1954 as it is today, and they were talking about the same item in the sky. Astronomers are now saying that IP Freely 14 HLS may be an explosion of a star more massive than any seen to explode before. The study, led by an astronomer, Lair?
Yar Arkavi, I think.
That can't be a that's a L.
Is it an L?
Well, yeah. Look
Oh,
what his mother named him. It's totally an L. Isn't it though? Like, isn't that actually? No, I guess it would be if it's a capital I. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm used to serifs, and I
Capital I,
apologize
right?
for nothing. Okay.
Well, the rest of us have to deal with cherubim.
I just.
Now that's a pun.
Lair Ackervey of Las Cumbres Observatory said the University of California, Santa Barbara calculated that the star was to explode at least 50 times more massive than our sun and probably much larger than any jihadi. The size of this explosion could be the reason that our conventional understanding of the death of stars failed to explain this event. According to these astronomers, Ackervey commented, the supernova breaks everything we thought we knew about how supernovae work. Science will tell science when science is wrong.
I knew this would excite you.
I did. The Las Cumbres astronomer's statement also explained a possible bizarre mechanism for the explosion of IP Freely 14. Supernova IP Freely 14 may be the first example of a pulsational pair instability supernovae, and now I have a career. Fuck yeah! I love.
Or for short, a peepus.
Oh yeah, PPIS, a peepus. This theory holds.
Have you been missold PPIs?
This Peepus theory holds that massive stars become so hot in their cores that energy is converted into matter and antimatter. This could cause an explosion that blows off the outer layers of the star and leaves the core intact. This process can repeat over decades before the large final explosion and collapse into a black hole. Yeah, but you're just assuming that the black hole even occurs at the end. That's not proven yet either. I mean, black holes are proven, but to originate from a collapsing star, a particular kind of star at that, that's well-formed theory. Very little evidence to support it. But again, well-formed, internally consistent. That's fine. Andy Howell, leader of the LCO Supernova Group and co-author of the study, said, there's assholes on the internet who try and make fun of us, but they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, so don't listen to them. He means me. This is like finding a dinosaur still alive today. If you found one, you would question whether it was truly a dinosaur. It's true.
No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
Sharks and crocodiles exist. You know,
Well, if you want to be,
they're around at the same time.
you want to be like that about it. I meant something, like those little Japanese men felt when I walked into aisle 3. Like, we have no question it's a dinosaur. Yeah. But the astronomers warn this theory can't explain all the observations and might not, after all, be the answer to the riddle of this star. Instead, they say the supernova might be something completely new. That's why the supernova group at Las Cumbres Observatory is still monitoring IP Freely 14, which remains bright 3 years after it was discovered. Wait. Okay, repeat over decades. Okay. I guess they do have to explain. Like, the observations would hold that they have to explain how it can explode repeatedly but still remain intact over a long period of time, and at least as long as their observations indicate, right? And if it hasn't, like, blown the fuck out yet, We better come up with something, y'all. Huh.
You know, my immediate guess on it, and this really is a guess, not even really an educated guess. Binary, massive star, and black hole. Black hole passes between us and the star on a relatively slow orbit. Stops as much light getting through.
Right.
And then once it rotates away, we get the full light again. That was my guess.
I see what you're saying. What the lensing effect? I forget what that's called. The gravity warp of traveling light, that it can bend space, and the light that travels through it is deflected accordingly. Thus has become dark from our perspective.
Yeah, well, gravitational lensing, basically. Yeah. I don't know if there's another name for it than that.
Yeah, but that's not proposing a new theory. That's not going to get you published in Nature, Sam. What don't you understand about the university funding process? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to show you how the sausage was
university
cooked.
funding process this dick is what they can do, Polly.
They've got a graph. What do you have? Nothing. That's what I just...
The common sense approach to the mysteries of the universe, Polly.
Gamer Bellini, thank you for the 350. The Starship launch was left in Discord. I tagged Far with it yesterday. Oh, that's why I didn't hear about it. Little drive-by swipe.
Okay, hold on. I'm having an autism moment. I'm trying to decide whether or not that was a subtle jab.
The answer is yes.
So, I thought it might have been.
Moving over.
If I was trying to decide how to sketch a black hole, Polly, leave her alone.
Is that what's happening?
No. No, I'm doing something infinitely dumber.
Dumber than trying to draw something that allows no light to be emitted.
Artists have done for
impress
decades.
me.
Honestly, it's trying to figure out how to write Rajing.
How to do what? What do you get? What?
He's trying to write Rataja. Rataja!
Oh, I get you. Okay.
In katakana. I think I got it. I think I did it.
There we go. Okay. Went over there and I'm like...
It required a lot of brain power.
I think there was more explanations on the Northrop Grumman article for what it could potentially be, but like I say, the one you just read though, Polly, that was a little more sensational, shall we say?
Right. Yeah. Hold on. Really?
You know what I might do?
That works.
What I'll do, chat, if you're interested in reading a slightly less, ridiculous version of all of that, I will grab the link to it and I will put that in chat, and you can read that at your own time. In your own time, if that appeals to you. I found it fascinating personally.
Hey, this is cool.
Then,
Far. Look at this. Something we actually give a damn about. Who would have guessed?
Yeah.
Creating precise lunar map when sciences collide. Man, okay. I'm digging your approach to topography here. This is really interesting. I like the look of that. That's sweet.
Did I not send you that?
Did you send me that?
No,
it was at the bottom of the article that you did send me, though.
I was going to send it and completely spaced.
I see what you did there.
I'm glad somebody appreciates me.
As NASA ramps up its preparations for Project Artemis to return astronauts to the moon, or for the first time, one of the most technical challenges it faces is providing an ultra-precise lunar map to use when astronauts are exploring the surface, which they totally didn't need last time, but somehow do now. I'm being an ass. I'm just kidding.
An astronaut?
Yeah. Right. We went to the moon. Get over it. It happened, okay? Even small but unexpected surface obstructions could spell disaster for a landing spacecraft or a rover driving across the lunar surface. When Apollo astronauts went to the moon more than 50 years ago, allegedly, their landing sites were carefully chosen for relative blandness. Bland was safer. Northrop Grumman shouldn't be writing articles that require exclamation marks. Don't you agree?
I do.
It just has no place.
American astronauts don't season their landing zones.
Right? There's no spice in the food we gave them. We can't have them having... Those toilets are designed for a specific purpose. Not a range of possibilities.
The rest of the moon is made from pepper jack. It's like...
No, I cannot get over the
Moving
moon.
swiftly
That's
on.
terrible. Jesus. See, you're encouraging them, Sam. Look at this, 2 in chat right in a row. What the fuck? Over the decades since Apollo, scientists have imaged, yeah. I'm like, is that imagined? Or I just read it too fast? No, imaged the moon's surface features in enormous detail. So, the Artemis lunar map team has a far better information to work with than their predecessors had in the 1960s. As Space.com reports, oh my God, they're relying on Space.com for information at Northrop Grumman.
Oh my God. Why would you do that?
This is like when the White House reports on what was said on Twitter. Like, you got to be fucking kidding me, right?
Yeah, no shit. Of all the places, Space.com?
And for those of you who don't know, Far and I've had a lot
Space.com.
of experience with it. Like, that is the trashiest website. Good luck without a fucking ad block there and no script running. And they'll overtake your computer with advertising. Most of the articles, if I remember, are not written by people who have anything to do with space astronomy or anything of the kind. They're all communication students that just need a credit for writing somewhere. And obviously Space.com doesn't pay shit because they'll hire fucking anybody who's just looking for a credit. And obviously those people can write, but they're writing with it's very clear after just reading a few articles, these people have no idea what they're writing about. They're just trying to be general and get the point across of what they've been handed.
Real quick, Polly.
Mm-hmm.
You see that Space.com link? Is that a link to the exact article? If you hover over it.
Oh, is it?
See if
It
it's
is.
written by Rick Robinson.
You think he cited his own article over there?
I think he might have cited his own fucking article.
That would be hilarious. Let's see.
That would be amazing.
No.
Oh
No.
It's his brother-in-law, Andrew Jones.
All right. It's a pseudonym.
Let's see if this, they're doing what some of my former professors have done when they put each other's book on their required reading list. So they don't look bad, but they're ensuring their own book gets on someone's. So if you tickle my clit, I'll tickle yours. We'll put each other on each other's, that's frustrating. I remember when I found that out, it was like, who the fuck ever, we're using one chapter out of this book and you want us to buy it. And it's a $75 soft cover book. What the hell is going on? Why is it so expensive? And I looked, that was because of its limited print run. Well, what, is this the only person in the field researching this subject or something? So I looked it up and it's like, has involved with many research, including often having partnered with my very professor. Yeah. Motherfucker. It didn't take very long to click on that professor's name because everything's hyperlinked. This was not deep research. That's why I can't believe they had the audacity to try this. But what are you going to do? Call them on it? Are you involved in okay, you know what? They've got a word for this. Do you know what it is in criminal courts? It's called racketeering. Literally, what you were doing is called racketeering.
Yep.
You are recommending a book that isn't necessary, that people are put in a forced position to come up with money under threat that something bad will happen to them if they don't. And you are receiving a direct financial benefit off of that situation that you yourself orchestrated. Yeah, that's racketeering, whether it's protection money or recommending books that have nothing to do with the course material. It's just you could put it...
Okay, so what happens if the students all decide to pool together their money, right? Buy the book, photocopy the shit out of that one chapter, and yeah, we have to recommend reading.
Intellectual property violation.
If anybody finds out, I mean, I'll tell you the truth. What
if they found out, like, it's not a crime if you don't get caught.
I did exactly what Far suggested, but in a privatized manner. I bought the book and kept it very clean and didn't split the spine photocopying. Photocopied the one chapter because I already had the course syllabus that listed the readings out of it, and then went back precisely the next day. I didn't wait the 3 minimum days. There's a reason the return time is so short. Because it's right up to the day where you can drop the course and not receive a penalty. And so, yeah, I went back and I said, oh, I'm sorry, I dropped the course. I switched to something else because I had a course conflict. They were both scheduled at the same time, the lectures. So I couldn't. Because here's your book back. I'll take a refund, thanks.
Yar har fiddle dee dee.
At school, Polly. Yeah. I was, I'm surprised that with the degree of fuckery that they're involved in there, that it didn't occur to them to monitor purchases of the book. If I've got 14 students in this class and there hasn't been 14 purchase copies, something's wrong. It didn't occur to them to do that. I don't know how many people purchased the books or not. I hope not many, because you didn't need it for the course. You could have absolutely gotten by without it.
I'm just throwing it out there. If they were monitoring the purchases of the books and all that kind of thing, and they could, and it was provable that you were doing that, I think it would be much easier to make the case of racketeering.
Yeah, probably why they're doing exactly not that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
we're already involved in something that's pretty damn shady. Why don't we be happy with whatever we can get along with? I've written a trash book that no one's going to want to read ever because it's in my little pet area of a subtopic that only I care about.
It's one of those things. It's like, you know, if you're going to do a crime, don't draw attention to yourself.
You hearing that? People committing crimes on Instagram and Facebook Live? Stop it. It's called dry snitching.
Yeah.
Are you retarded?
Are you retarded?
Polly, they're recording it. They're recording it and putting it on Facebook. Yeah.
Yeah, the answer is yeah.
And only do one crime at a time. I can't believe how many times I've had to say this in my life. The amount of people that do some dumb shit and then end up getting caught, not because, you know, they were caught in the act of doing some dumb shit necessarily, but they had a tail light out. Or something like that, you know?
Yeah, I mean...
not that I want people to get away with doing dumb shit that's illegal, obviously.
Remember the serial killer that... who was it? It wasn't Dennis Rader. That was the BTK killer. It was Gary Ridgway. He got busted because... Listen, Sam, you want a good piece of advice to take through life? Don't transport a dead hooker's body when you don't have a license plate at all.
This is exactly what I'm saying.
That's how he got fucking pulled over. You got to be kidding me.
License and registration.
The cop walked up to the car. She had been in the car in the garage for 3 days during the summer, rotting away.
Oh,
so when the
bro, that'd be stanking.
Yeah, and when the state trooper walked up, he said, "I immediately smelled the smell of decaying flesh."
There's nothing quite like it.
Yeah, he said, "I didn't have." I remember him talk. He said, "I didn't immediately recognize the smell. I hadn't encountered it a lot, but I have gone hunting." And I know the smell of decaying flesh at least a little bit. And if you even have a hint of it, you know it immediately. I'm like, yeah, you do. Yes, sir. It is. You should not go anywhere near carrion, like, for your health. And you can tell by the smell. It tells you to stay away. You know what I mean? It's repulsive in a very unique way.
It's rancid and slightly sweet.
Oh, that's a disgusting smell, man, and good. You know what I mean? It's
God. It's almost like we're biologically programmed to not want to be near dead things for very long.
Okay, they've mapping the complex surface of a world like the moon. You mean Luna? Is detailed and resolution is challenging because of laser altimeters, which measure changes in altitudes. Right.
With lasers.
Apparently. They operate at much lower resolutions than cameras. That's interesting. I would have thought they had operated very high degrees of resolution.
It's like a mouse. It's like 5400 DPI.
And although photographers offer a sense of surface features, it's difficult to translate those images into specific heights and depths. That's amazing to me because you can predict the distance of the moon with mirrors that were left on the moon with ridiculously high degrees of accuracy because of the transport time of the laser to the moon and back. And you're trying to tell me that a laser altimeter doesn't match the resolution? I mean, the resolution of the cameras must be ridiculously fucking high for that.
Well, if you consider that the moon's got variable albedo rating, like all over it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the different materia that make up the moon, it's going to moderately alter the.
I see your point. Yeah, I just said the problem myself, didn't I? It was reflecting off of a perfectly reflective surface.
Yep.
Right. and not everything.
It wasn't until you said it that it occurred to me that that's what the problem would be.
While you're in the middle of saying it, I'm like, it's like laser rangefinders. Yeah, depending on what kind of animal you might be reflecting them off of, you might get an inaccurate reading because of the hollow nature of their hair on their body.
Mm-hmm.
That's
But obviously, on Earth, the difference is going to be microscopically small. At those kind of distances, what it's going to be, a foot, something like that. You'd imagine.
This seems overly complex. Just send up a satellite with LiDAR. We already launch a fuck ton of satellites, and LiDAR is in phones now, says Gamer Valine. I don't know if it's that simple. I have no idea. That's an interesting suggestion, though. I mean, I hear what you're saying. It makes sense.
Right? I would have thought cost effectiveness would be the thing.
Yeah.
And that's where SpaceX comes in.
No, this is where China comes in. It's like, you guys want to do something that's like, you can be part of our international astronomical experiment? It's going to be great, man. Just exploring the universe together. And meanwhile, you're just giggling over it. It's like, they could spend all their money on this, like, ridiculously rudimentary thing that, like, yeah, okay, we know how to do it. We just don't want to spend the money on it. So get the Chinese to do it.
Get the Nigerians involved with their space program.
So, I mean, this is some space.
Throw them a bone.
This is space.com perfectly. Now I understand what people were talking about in chat with Midnight Sun. Midnight Sun, what it is and how to see it. And it's like,
yeah. Step 1, go to either the North or the South Pole.
Mm-hmm.
Step 2, be there in the summer. Step 3, profit.
And no steps in the middle missing. Amazing far. That's
right.
Question mark, profit.
But there are no question marks. You just profit.
But I love
you have succeeded in your goal of seeing the midnight sun.
I do love articles 3 and 4. Star Wars, The Acolyte, episodes 1 and 2. Who's really behind the Jedi murder mystery? And number 4, terrifying new Alien Romulus trailer unleashes the new facehuggers. Space.com.
Oh man.
Here for all your astronomy needs.
Just as an aside, I think that we should come up with a new name for like the grammatical mark of 3 question marks one after another. We've got ellipsis, which is three periods.
The tard.
The what? Sorry.
The tard.
Uh-huh.
It's got plausible deniability. Come up with another thing that it might mean when everybody knows only retards do 3 question marks in a row. Do you think that means you're really questioning?
The interrotard.
I feel called out. What the fuck?
Glad he doesn't in chat.
The fuck? I feel so called out. Why would you do that?
Why would you do that? Question mark.
It's a pet peeve of mine. The 3 exclamation marks. Is like, listen, like the question mark exclamation mark has an absolute purpose. Totally does. The triple or 4 anything has no purpose. Doing the same emoji 4 times in a row. I don't believe that you were crying and laughing at the same time to begin with, much less 5 times over, asshole.
I just like things in 3s. It's not that deep.
I just like triplicate. Oh man.
I just like 3s. It's not that fucking deep.
Okay. Excuse me.
Oh. We got a little midnight sun for a second there.
Right? What's up with that?
Okay, okay.
I only found out that this Alien Romulus thing existed less than a month ago. I was watching Alien Prometheus. No. Prometheus and then Aliens something Greek. The fuck is it? I've totally blanked on it, and I just watched it. I've never had trouble remembering this before. Oh well. Alien
Odyssey,
Olympus. Doesn't matter.
Oh.
Covenant. Thank you, Toby Midnight. Yeah, Alien Covenant. That's the guy with the inexplicable dialogue. Remember when I was bitching about that, Sam? Like, who the fuck talks like this? Nobody talks like this. With clear thinking, reason, faith, and preparedness, we will map the plan. We will map the future as it unfolds before us. Like, who the fuck says anything like that ever? What the fuck was that?
Mirror Universe Heisenberg.
I mean, old man Scott has really got to stop hiring the same shitty script writers. He hasn't. People talk about it was like, oh well, you know, he was the one who directed. Yes, directed. He hasn't written a script since the fucking 70s, and there's not. Fuck, that's 100% not a problem. That's fine if you're a director who doesn't write scripts. I don't care. The guy could put together beautiful shots. His cinematographers are top of the fucking game, and he is an excellent fucking director. But the man does not understand a confusing bullshit script when he reads one. And it's not like he hasn't made movies that are fucking great. So he does. I think he's just. I don't know. He's gotten older, stopped giving a fuck. One or the other. Combination of the two, perhaps. But that Covenant script is fucking trash. The Prometheus script at least makes sense. And I don't mean actually made sense. It made sense that it was trash. It was written by the same guy who wrote Lost. You mean the guy who was famous for starting storylines that ultimately ended up nowhere and then wrapped them all up in the end with something that seemed like it was just tagged on? Oh, just like Prometheus. Oh, okay, situation normal. Got it.
Oh, he could get a job at Konami.
But the alien design, though, yeah, I don't. Is it just me, or do you think like human alien right away?
Yeah, it's got a kind of.
Maybe it's because I just rewatched Alien 4 Resurrection recently, and there was a human alien in it. For God's sake.
Yeah.
Nightmarish fucking thing that was. I was just watching it because Winona Ryder was in it. What do you want from me?
Oh, there's a terrifying thought. A xenomorph baboon. They're already terrifying.
Yeah.
It's just all teeth.
And it looks like it has like the mouth in the mouth thing going on.
Ah. That's about right.
All right, let's cut out the sound and we can at least so yeah, here's this person and they're doing some things and we're going to just pause it and talk over it now because I don't need a fucking strike. Man, remember how hard I worked to get movies I barely remember to not get content claimed, and they still got content claimed?
Yeah.
I took the trailer, cut it out of order, flipped it backwards, made it black and white, so it completely desaturated the image, flipped it horizontally, and distorted it on a screen so it was being projected at a bizarre angle. Like I was sitting in the movie theater watching it. And I still got fucking content claimed. Fuck! All right, so no matter what, imbigonate it. You spell imbigonate with an E, man. An E! Okay, I will.
This surely will not get claimed.
No, certainly not. Oh, look. The president of Earth.
Okay. Oh. Hello, Mr. President.
Okay. You know, it's funny this comes up. They're good for nothing. Am I the only one that realizes that the diaphragm door doesn't do shit? It just looks cool on camera.
The iris.
Yeah, the twisty iris anus does not, like, no. Nobody needs the anus door. It's not necessary. It doesn't accomplish anything. It can't completely seal in the middle. And no, I see what they've done. They've created like the buzzsaw effect here so they can actually cross over each other and create a seal, because everyone knew that when it was round edged, you would ultimately get to a point where the overlapping material would stop it from closing any further, like it did in the original Alien film. You don't think I realize what you're doing here? You're trying to do a callback to Alien, but you're trying to fix the stupid fuck up. Oh, it's been sealed and no one will be able to, we're going to expose it to space. What about that giant hole in the middle of your anus door? No, I don't think it was a fuck up. I think they've got it on film because it looks cool to have this thing open and close. And it did. It felt like the captain when he went down there to go after the alien and that door closed behind him. It was like, oh shit. It was good for that film, but stop using it. I mean, Scott already got there in 1970, what, 8, 9? 1979. All right, I'm going to stop complaining now. Sphincter doors. No good. And you put the triple... Son of a bitch, Cheshire Smurf.
You know who gets like round door opening type things right?
Hobbits.
Sorry?
Hobbits.
Well, those, yeah, but also Fallout. They got the giant kind of cogwheel kind of fucking thing, right? Slides into the aperture and then slides out and then rolls away. That's the way to do it. That's cool. I know Valerian agrees with me.
Okay. I mean, you know what round doors actually are cool? The round vault doors where the door moves out and over because of the hinges that are on it.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. That is actually a really intense way to secure a vault, man. Holy shit. But it's not about the door. It's the hinges is what make it work. And considering that it's a fucking vault door, those are some very, very serious hinges. You know what I mean? It's I don't even want to know how much that door weighs. Okay, I think we have to act long enough. Here we go. The anus is exposed. From Fede Alvarez. Oh, yeah. The man who's never directed anything of this scope or magnitude before. What is it with that? I'm not saying you got to bring in a named director, but how about somebody you can guarantee they know what they're doing? Director of Evil Dead. Like the original?
I thought that was a video.
Can't be. That's too long ago. Isn't he dead?
They put him into cryogenic stasis, Polly. That's what it was.
Is it the new one? Yeah. I don't know. Is there a new Dead Evil one? I mean, if you reorganize the words that I put out there, it makes a sensible question. I
was going to say, there was some Evil Dead games, so maybe he was the director of those instead. And they're just, doing that lovable thing that, Hollywood journalists like to do. Lie.
All right, I'll look for the link. I remember this is actually, there's a lot of callbacks to the fucking 79 Aliens in this when, Bert, I can't remember that actor's first name, the palest man to ever be in cinema, went down there to explore the alien ship. There was this. In 1979, they discovered that when you shoot a laser into a room full of smoke, you get this cool sheet effect. And man, did they ever use the shit out of that. And there's this thin layer protecting the facehugger eggs. And naturally, not knowing what they were, and this pulsating, leathery, sweating giant egg the size of a 50-gallon drum, he stuck his face into it. And it hugged him. His face, I mean. New BlackRock funded. Nice. There's old man Scott. If we could see that right through your chest, like, get this lady a sandwich. What the hell? You put a light to your back, and this is what shows through your front.
That's gotta be some amount of lumens right there.
Right? Like, how are you not on fire? Okay, you know what? I will give them credit, though. This is less stupid than what happened in Prometheus. We're 1979 Aliens, the palest man on screen, did have a chest burster. He was the first man to have a chest burster burst out in the middle of their meal scene. It's horrific. That scene still works really well. And then lots of chest bursters have been seen since then. So naturally they had to do something different. So what'd they have? Well, a back burster, of course. Really? It popped out of his back? Wasn't the spine in his way? No. It was fine. The man was spineless.
Something Italians.
It's a horrifying imagery. I think it would be less shitty if they did. Okay, they love their medical tech in alien films, right? Like they had the med pod in Prometheus, and the horrifying scene, by the way. What the entire movie was based around. That was the first idea they had, was that med pod scene. And you can tell that they did construct the entire movie around it. But regardless, since they love their med tech and medical examination, why not have like a screen that you can walk up to that's a instant MRI imager?
Mm-hmm.
And then
like a X-ray screen in a cartoon.
That reveals like in only
real time.
Yeah, only futuristic technology could reveal in this resolution what's going on inside you. And the image ends up looking something like this. Let your graphic artist take over and like, guys, come up with a nightmarish image for us to reveal the alien in this person when she steps in front of the screen. We'll show the screen earlier when someone's examining a broken arm, let's say. And then she'll like, oh my God, there's something like in my chest. And this time it's not from the burritos. And she runs in front of the, the screen and... Oh.
How it feels to chew 5 gum.
Oh my God, did you see its adorable little legs? Look, it's got little chicken legs. It's got...
Wow.
It's a little...
I'm so scared, guys.
Well, you know what I'm seeing now that I'm looking at? Here's the bird's head, right? Here's its tail, here's its legs, and here its wings up in the air. It looks like it's about to land.
Yeah.
It's a freedom buster.
Yeah, it's just a bird from the side. What's the problem? But, I see it's a giant alien head with just little chicken feet. Run for your lives! Mini Baba Yaga. Ugh. Whatever that was disgusting. Well done. I'm thoroughly grossed. Oh shit! But oh God! Oh, no one wants to see that. That was very anime-esque. Whew. Shit, that look on her face is like, I ran an hour ago. What's wrong with those white people? Don't they know when their lives are in danger? Real quick. I want to check to make sure the stream is still going well. Is it? Let's see.
Yeah, it looks a bit.
Yeah, no warnings or, I don't know why there's 76 people listening to us fuck around, but you're welcome to be here. Okay. Whoa, shit! Whoa! The action shots.
In space.
I
They
blinked
actually
and I
had
missed it.
Oh my God, are they really in space? No one can hear you scream. They're doing that.
Yeah, well, it's been the tagline since day one, whatever that was.
Is this Lost?
That was about the same part. Look, hold on. There you go. Your triple exclamation mark just for you.
Is this Lost?
Stop it.
No.
Okay, so
I will not stop until my question is answered.
chat kids see it.
Is this Lost?
There you go. We got the 3. Like, no, it's not Lost. You never seen that effect before? And oh yeah, I guess you haven't seen the Alien films. They always do this at the beginning of the Alien films. The strokes of the letters for Alien start coming up at piece by piece. So they always do their title card intros. Oh, that was weird. That looked shitty.
This old doesn't really look the greatest. Not gonna lie.
No, do we get one last? Oh shit. Well, okay. They've used that shot a lot before, especially famously in Alien 3, the underrated one. The person's like up against the wall, and the second alien mouth comes out after Ripley. She's up against the wall, going, "What the fuck?" You need the sound for that part, Polly. Oh, what the blackout screen?
Well, we're not doing it.
I'm willing to.
Oh, you're risking it. I see.
Fuck them faggots. Oh, wait a minute. I guess actually I have to turn. I thought I did. Okay, there we go. No, God, did. There.
Are you sure you want to do this?
No, I'm not. Based on what I'm seeing, the answer is no.
That sounded like the exact same noise that they use for when Venom screams in the Venom films, starring Venom.
Okay, but I mean, I can tell you what I liked and because there was shit I saw. I liked the idea of an alien film where they're used to really good effect in a lot of submarine movies and underwater facility movies where they're up to their waist in water. Very frightening environment to have a horror slasher movie scene happen in. Was not used to good effect in Alien 4. with the underwater parts of it. No, those weren't done very well. It's just let's have our really crappy CGI xenomorphs, doing choreographed swim routines. It looked like at times. It wasn't very good, but nonetheless, that was cool. That's a great set piece to have an alien hunting scene, or hunting them, or hunting the aliens, whatever the fuck. That's cool. The facehugger scenes looked awesome. The facehuggers like jumping across the room at them. No, that's never really been done before with aliens. They don't really focus on the facehuggers at all. The facehuggers are just a means to the end with the xenomorph, right? They kind of jump over that stage a lot. So yeah, that I really liked, the alien attack faces, the pulse rifle and shooting at the ground. That looked like some plug-in gun effects that I myself have used for crappy donations and shit.
Many moons ago, before he figured out how to do them properly.
That's right. Right. The puppeteers for the practical effects aliens were, in the first three, very well done. With the animal movement, yes, agreed they were. Practical effects for a moving creature, I don't know. Get back to me in 100 years, because right now it doesn't look real. It's uncanny valley. And I'm not trying to dismiss how good it does look. It looks good for a video game. It doesn't look real to convince anybody that this is actually happening. A dude in a suit will always look more organic than pixels on a screen. In my opinion. I
would say that, mediocre practical effects always look better than mediocre digital effects, to my eye. So if you're going to be mediocre about things, go with the practical.
Yeah, go with the suit.
Yeah. I love the Red Letter Media commentary over Alien is really good. It's one of their better commentary tracks that they've done. And Jay has this continual statement. He's like, see, use real goo. Over and over again, he keeps saying that.
With the oysters and
exactly.
Yeah.
With the face hugger, when the doctor, who's actually an artificial Ash, is like examining the face hugger when it falls off of the palest man in film history. I'm gonna look that guy's name up. It's really bugging me. I can't remember it. Something Hurt. Not William Hurt. That's a totally different actor. Anyway,
John Hurt.
Is it John Hurt? Is that his first name?
Possibly. It's been a lot of things. He was in the Confession, I think it was.
He was, yes. He was the priest. Yeah.
Yep, John Hurt.
Is it? Okay, nice. Nice. There's Mort right away with John Hurt. There we go. John Hurt is an alien, Gamer of Lenses. There we go. Yeah, oddly, you know who I remember him from the most? Until you mentioned the Confession. It's like, oh yeah, he played the fucking priest, of course, and he did a fucking amazing job. But I think of him as one of the guys in Heaven's Gate. No, not them far. Heaven's Gate? Aren't they dead?
God.
It's one thing when the whole stream's running on. Excuse me, inside jokes, but when we're telling inside jokes that no one else gets, we're really got off the deep end, guys. I gotta say.
What are you telling us for, Polly? Although I'm doing it.
I know. It's just.
Get a load of this guy.
Aren't they ascended? Right? Yeah, they've long since gone with their cute little Nikes. Now. Yeah. Let's see. Photos. A man's necklace stops bullet that could have killed him, police say. The bullet could have killed him.
Oh, the necklace? The necklace could have killed him, or the bullet?
The bullet.
Oh.
I'm assuming. Maybe the necklace was made of like highly toxic metals. I don't know. Let's find out. Police in Colorado recently shared photos of a potentially life-saving necklace. The silver-colored chain necklace was exactly in the right place at the right time when a man was shot during an altercation earlier this week. We'd say he really dodged a bullet, but in reality, he lodged a bullet. The Commerce City Police Department said. They said on a Facebook post.
20 on his blog.
Right? Natural 20 every time. There it is.
Wow, that
Holy
is
crap.
fucking. Wow. Yeah, dude is lucky.
Yeah. No one showed his
really
face,
isn't
so they
that
won't know
20.
that he's
What the
rocking
fuck?
Cuban link chains in fucking 2024, poor bastard.
Why you gotta do him like that, Polly? It's just been shot. Come on, man.
How weak was that bullet? Well, that's a good question, Random American, because I just noticed as you were asking right beneath, the 22 caliber bullet reportedly caused only a puncture wound rather than something worse. He got hit with a 22. But yeah, that can absolutely be lethal, but that explains how it was able to be. It's not so much stopped. It was have enough energy removed from it that the ongoing bullet still wouldn't cause enough damage. People have been killed when hit with rounds through a bullet-resistant vest because of the rear signature of the vest. It's still pushed enough that it ruptured internal organs, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
But
Hydrostatic shock takes place, right?
Well, never with handgun rounds unless you're talking about really high-power magnums. But with a rifle round, yes, but then you have to go into like plates before ballistic vests are even going to be reasonably effective. And their rear signatures are usually pretty damn good. You know, but that's just, this isn't what we're talking about, Sam. The suspect in the shooting has been arrested, police said, and now is facing attempted homicide charges. Police said they weren't clear on what kind of metal the necklace was, but that they didn't think it was 100% silver, which is quite soft. Oh, Jesus. God damn it, Valine. I didn't even need to look and I knew.
That is appropriate.
It is.
Damn it, motherfucker.
Yeah.
That was loud.
And as the saying goes, she knew what she was doing. I picture her somewhere giggling with delight. Gamer Valine, thank you very much for the $18 and the coronaries accompanying. Surprise! Yeah, you fuck. She knew what she was doing. Surprise! Okay. So you saw the chain in your DMs from 3 days ago, but you avoid the link I told you I was sending 20 minutes ago. No, I got this link from Far.
No, I didn't.
Oh, yeah, you're
see
right. This
this.
isn't Gamer Valine's. Okay, well, I meant to click on Far's. Okay, so it just... Hold on. I'm looking now. Lucy leaves Vault 33 to find her father? Oh, yeah, this is what the vault doors in Fallout. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's see the vault doors in Fallout.
I think you'll like these.
Let's take a look. Oh, YouTube content always works well with a VPN. Oh, it did. Holy shit. Ooh, in Denmark, I think.
DE, Germany.
Germany. All right, straight out of Germany.
Denmark is DK. Straight out of Hamburg.
Go. Show us how the door works, Lucy Loose.
Look at that.
That's a serious fucking door.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hey, cool. It comes out, then rotates. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, and it's on.
That's how you do.
I get it. It's on a conveyor belt along the bottom, and it's like turning it like a sprocket. That's clever as fuck. Okay, I like this. You're right. I see why you guys want me to see it. That's very cool. Yeah, nice. Nice.
Yeah.
Vault designers around the world
blast.
going, Gary, why didn't we think of this? You know,
Could you imagine if you went to go put something in a safety deposit box? You go into you're underground, you're a couple of floors underground. You're going down an elevator. You're just faced with this behemoth of a door. This machine comes down and and bolts it and all that kind of bullshit, and then it swings away, and then man, I feel safe as fucking houses. Yeah, all the vault doors in Fallout, I guess.
Really? Huh. Okay. Very cool. No, not the Gary Vault. That was an actual thing from Fallout 3. Really? The Gary Vault?
Oh God!
I just randomly picked the name Gary. What are the odds? That's pretty strange.
How long you got? So, without spoiling too much, some of the vaults were not simply places for people to survive the nuclear war, right? sometimes, a lot of the time, little experiments were run, and one of them, the Gary Vault, was a vault full of clones of one guy called Gary. And they didn't, because of the way that the experiment went down, they didn't ever learn to speak English.
Okay.
They kind of do the Pokemon thing.
Oh, God.
Every word is Gary.
Well, that makes Cheshire Smurf what he said make more sense, but it's just Gary. Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
Wow, I really picked the right name. Fuck.
Gary. Yeah, it was traumatizing.
Okay. What? Now, this is funny that you picked this far because we've got something that relates to this for you for later. Blueberry prices skyrocket to $20 a punnet
Holy crap.
as harvest wraps up in southern growing areas.
Okay. Oh,
Welcome back.
I see. We're looking at the blueberries, right?
Yeah, I mean, blueberries are my favorite berry of all time. You guys know that. And
Yeah.
it's just, I've never heard it called a punnet. It's always by weight here. So,
Really?
yeah.
Like, it's a punnet. Yeah, like, they're all punnets. Like a punnet of blueberries, punnet of strawberries.
No,
Yeah, it's,
maybe they are sold as that here, and I was just never paying attention. I've never heard that before,
Like,
to my knowledge.
Yeah,
like a
it's
12th
just,
of a bushel or something?
I don't
Really?
know. I just know that's the container it comes in.
4 picks of a
Just
gill,
punnet.
that kind of jazz.
That kind of shit,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so $20 a punnet. What are they usually going for?
Not $20.
Thanks. I mean, the skyrocketing part told me that.
Yeah, honestly, probably around $10. Like, still expensive for fucking blueberries.
Right. What?
But that's like like $20. Like, holy shit.
I'm gonna be real. If there were $10 before and the $20 now, I don't really think that's skyrocketing. You know?
Just that's off the top of my head, though. I could be completely wrong.
Well,
on
let's
that.
find out. It probably says in the story here.
I don't often go buy blueberries. I'm not gonna lie.
Let's see. The family favorite has been surging in prices around the nation, including Fitzroy Crossing in Western Australia, where a single punnet costs 20 frickin' dollary dues. ABC Landline knows of blueberry punnets selling for 16 in some independent stores in Sydney, 15 in Karratha, and 13 at Mount Gambler, which were missing from major supermarket shelves in Darwin all this week. Poor Darwin. In Alice Springs, where Starfleet conducts survival exercises, blueberries were selling in Woolworths for $9.50 a punnet, with a supermarket attaching an explainer on why the berries were so expensive at half the price they're selling for in Western Australia. Oh my God. No, seriously, Alice Springs is where Starfleet conducts survival training. That's canon. It's true.
That's amazing.
Isn't it?
And very appropriate for Alice Springs.
Is it the harshest of all environments, or?
It's literally the center of Australia.
Oh, no
Look
shit.
up Alice
Okay.
Springs on a map right now. Right the fuck now.
Oh,
Look
that
at it.
explains it. The commander was complaining about going there, and he says, man, I'm not looking forward. Nothing but snake meat the whole week. That explains a
Yes.
lot.
Snakes. Nature's sausage.
There it is, Alice.
Yeah, you also have to survive all the crime, just like Cynic says. That's not a joke. I'm pretty sure that's the place where they had the actual curfews on teens not that long ago.
Okay, I was about to say, Cheshire Smurf, wow, your nerd credit went from like peak bonus points to nothing in 2 comments, man. What the hell happened? Archer and Trip, the Clancy Brown episode. What was it called? The Crossing? Okay, yes, and yes. And then the next comment, wait, was that even Star Trek? Yeah, yes.
Yes.
How could you have gotten all those details right? Not sure what series you're even talking about.
I think he's having a moment. It's like, have you ever walked into a room and forgotten why you went in there? Yes. Have you ever walked into a room and forgotten why you've gone in there? Yes. Amnesia Weekly might be the right magazine for you.
I was just, and it's, you're right. Like that's the first time it comes up, and yeah, the episode's called The Crossing, but Alice Springs does come up several more times when they're talking about where their survival training was in the episode with, what's the guy who was in Kung Fu that died of autoerotic asphyxiation?
David Carradine.
David Carradine. His brother, who's a really quality actor, I can never remember his name. He plays Captain Archer's rival for who will be the pilot and ultimate captain of the first Warp 5 vessel that ends up being the Enterprise NX-01. It's a great flashback episode where it just, how does Archer ever get command? Well,
Bob Carradine.
Robert Carradine, that's right. And he was in, he played the FBI detective really well in a whole season of Dexter. It's, like I said, a quality actor. He doesn't really get his credit other than being the brother of that guy who offed himself while jerking it, you know?
I mean, to be fair, they don't look very similar.
No, they don't, which is all the more reason to not constantly describe him as I just did, the poor man. Like, he's a quality actor in his own right, you know? And why constantly disrespecting his acting talents that way? I mean, nobody keeps describing Nicolas Cage as being a Coppola who completely got his career because of who he's related to.
You don't say.
I do. Yeah. Okay, let's check out Alice Springs. I really want to see where it is, located at the center of the Earth. Oh, not that.
I suppose it piques you. La bola más grande.
You know, when you're like, man, I think I went a little too far in the detail on that one. I mean, I regret nothing. Don't get me wrong, but still.
Yeah, it don't pass the China test, that one. There is very visibly blood there.
Okay, it's very visibly what?
Turn it wide, it'll be fine.
Blood.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's very, very visibly blood, no question. But, you know.
A spot of claret, if you will.
Yeah, we're not in China, so it's fine. Sorry, I got like 5 different things open on top of each other. Gamer Valine, thank you very much for the 450. I do love Fallout 3 since we know the real area, but Vault 108, Gary Vault, is terrifying. I could see a politician volunteering to be cloned repeatedly. I don't want to hear Pelosi in the dark. That's a horrifying thought.
Nancy.
That is
on a belt-fed shotgun.
The people who just Alice Maps, AUS map, Alice Springs. I say Alice Maps.
Well, you've got maps right there.
Yeah,
you can click on maps right up there.
No, I won't.
You aren't?
No, I'm doing it the hard way. There it is. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're not kidding. Like, it really is dead freaking fucking center, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And in case you're ever wondering how to drive there from Perth far, there you go.
Oh, great. I'm never going to do that, but great.
Why would you ever go this way?
Because driving through the fucking desert is not exactly a desirable.
Right. Yeah. Good point. Good point.
Yeah, that's also a main way of driving across the country. Actually, I'm pretty sure going that way is actually that's an actual main road, if I remember correctly.
All the big the road trains run along the south coast, don't they?
I think, but there's like a specific road through there. I think that everyone that travels for like East Coast to West Coast, if they're driving, they go through that way usually. I think that's what that road is part of the way.
Because you basically got a series of roads that basically pretty much orbit all the way around the outside of Oz, right? And then
pretty
a handful
much
of major inroads, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure where the dotted line probably starts, that's probably not really well maintained.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not exactly road, but you can see where other off-road vehicles have driven before. So it's kind of one.
It's probably more dirt roads.
Mm-hmm.
So you're trying
It's
to
a
tell me
way
that they
more so
started
than a
paving
road.
again right here near the center of hell?
Probably because it's an actual, like, city, town, place, right? So that would have pavement, right? Because Alice Springs is an actual, livable place if you really want to go there.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I just
I
never
remember that
thought so.
time when they were worried for my safety. Polly might be suicidal. How do you know? We found this map in his room.
Sorry, I'm just seeing like the place names around Alice Springs, and it's like, I'm not sure I can say that one out loud on stream. Ewaninga.
Cabaret Rock. Ooh, they got an airport. I'm sure it's delightfully complex.
Yeah, no, a lot of places like this usually have a little airport. The flying doctors are a thing.
Right, yeah, they totally are. Okay.
Well, presumably, Alice Springs is not named Alice Springs because it's, completely and totally, dry.
Yeah,
I actually
Presumably,
don't know.
yeah, I have no idea. Right. That's a good point.
What should be
Simpsons
like a
Gap. We
bitumen
always
pit?
wonder what the Simpsons Gorge was based on right outside Springfield. Now we know.
Oh yeah, here we go.
There's an oil refinery. Very nice place for it. The Pine Gap, Owens Springs, a delightfully named place. And the Stanley Chasm. I'd love to have a chasm named after me.
It's where all my hopes and dreams are stored.
Exactly.
A fucking 600-foot drop.
We're going to do it. We're going to do it. A punnet is a broad, shallow basket for displaying fruit or flowers. It's not a system of measurement at all.
Is it not based on a system of measurement?
Well, we can keep going here. This is the GNU version of the Collaborative International Dictionary of English. Okay, that's a terrible source. Jesus, let's pick something a little less shitty.
Well, we got
small square rectangular box, in particular where fruits are sold.
Yeah, I really don't think punnet is an actual size. It's just a thing.
So they're selling you punnets that could be like, oh yeah, it's $20 a punnet, but it's half the size of the one we bought last week. So it's really $40 a punnet, if you will.
No, I think there are like set sizes to them. Like there's like a set amount of weight that goes into a punnet, but like it's not the same as what would go into a punnet of strawberries, right?
try a form of punnet. In the late 18th century, strawberries and some soft fruit were sold in pottles, conical wood chip baskets, see illustration, the tapering shape being thought to reduce damage to fruit at the bottom. The pottle used in England and Scotland at that time contained nominally 1 Scottish pint. They were stacked, 50 or 60 together, into square hampers for transport to the market, placed upon a woman's head, on a small cushion, and over longer distances in a light carriage of framework hung on springs. That appears to be where the name at punnet has come from. Pottle basket.
And you know what?
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense to me. Because if we were to take a look at the descending size, clearly a smaller amount of fruit on the bottom being compressed by a larger amount of fruit on the top will result in less bruised fruit on the bottom. How could it not? I mean, this isn't contrary to our very effort at all. This just looks like a fail.
Yeah, I've never seen what
Nectarine,
exactly
I
are
think
those?
those are.
Like nectarines? Like I've never seen nectarines in a punnet.
And now we know
Those
why.
are yeah, like usually nectarines are just singles, for lack of a better term, right? Like they're just kind of in their little.
You
we
pick
buy
them up,
them
put them in a bag,
you know,
and
next to the
yeah,
apples.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they're next to the apples, the oranges, all that sort of shit.
Mhm. Ooh, punnet squares are
will
apparently a logic game or some fucking thing. Oh, Mendel. Let's find out how we get wrinkled bean pods through pairings.
Did I tell you guys about the cult of the feared bean?
I mean, literally, that's what Mendel was working with, man. That's why we got pea pods right here. That was the recessive gene he was working with. Oh, that's a recessive trait that the pods are wrinkly versus not. All right.
I'm trying to think back on last week's show now, whether I brought up the cult of the feared bean.
The cult of the feared bean.
Yeah, a bunch of Greek philosophers and mathematicians and such, like Pythagoras and a bunch of they had this what do you call it, folklore, I suppose, that when people died, parts of their soul or even their soul in its entirety could be contained within one part of the body, rather than passing on to an afterlife or what have you. And that certain vegetables or certain foodstuffs or something like that, or edible things, were representations of body parts. So people that died in particularly horrific ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they parts of their body weren't left over for the souls to go into, rather than passing on to the afterlife, that they could pass over into these other things. And the cult of the feared bean arises out of the correlation between beans, think like haricot beans, and testicles.
Oh my god.
All right.
And so
I see what your giggles are at, but okay.
I shit you not. The thought was that if one were to ingest lots of beans, it would be akin to ingesting lots and lots and lots of testicles with the people's damned souls inside them. And then when one would inevitably fart, or as a result of consuming lots of beans,
And whiskey.
the fart was literally the screams of the souls of the damned.
Well, that's some useful information you got there, Sam. That's great.
No, but it gets better.
Oh.
I can't remember which Greek it was, but he was being persecuted for some reason or other, and he's being chased to be arrested and all that kind of thing. And he had the opportunity to escape by passing through a field of beans.
Okay.
And he refused to pass through the field of beans, and as such was caught and executed. They had an irrational fear of beans. And they formed a literal cult.
Oh my god.
The cult of the feared bean.
That's something, all right.
Yeah.
So, I know it sounds like a load of bollocks, but
I don't even know what to say to anything you just told me. I actually don't. Far, go ahead. It's all you.
What?
I don't know. I don't know how to respond to anything Sam just told us. I have no idea.
Well, you could read your donation.
I could. Gamer Valine, thank you very much for the 550. You would think Alice Springs has a lake or river, but it's in Australia. Welcome to the dry season, which is actually this time of year. Darwin was tolerable on crutches because of dry season.
It shouldn't be dry season though. It's the middle of the year.
Is it ever not the dry season? I mean, that's frightening to think of a place in Central Australia that has a dry season. Fuck.
There you go. There's an article.
And the bean hater.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah, it was Pythagoras. Okay.
Meet Pythagoras, mathematician, philosopher, and bean hater. Son of a bitch, Sam.
You could probably skip the intro.
Are you suggesting I actually
just skip the whole thing?
I was about to say, are you actually suggesting I read this?
Sure. Not his father bean. I know it sounds like a load of bollocks, Teehee, but I'm not making it up.
No, I didn't say I didn't believe you. I just said I have nothing to respond to it with. That's all.
Polly, of all the things I have ever told you, why would you believe me on this unquestioningly?
It sounded way too fucked up to be fake, man. Do you really want to own having imagined what you just told us? I wouldn't.
I'm amazed that you're not questioning me on this. Like, don't ask me why I know this, because I have got no answer to that question. But thank you, Young Fu, for the $5. More Cattington. I don't know as I can after the things that I have said tonight. I don't know if I can summon the Cattington energy. I will see. I will do my best.
I'm just disturbed and amazed, and all right, I am going to I actually got to run go get a drink. My throat is killing me because of hay fever and whatnot, and I've been trying to drink the last little bit of my soda for like the last 20 minutes, and it's just not working anymore. I pretty much, it's gone. So I will.
Hello.
All
Okay.
right.
All right, I'll be. So
You run and grab your drink, Paul.
all right, I'll be right back.
Oh, let's have a quick look at chat here. See? I'm full of useless information, sure, but you learned something today.
We certainly did.
Random American says, come again. Cheshire Smurf said, taste the penis. That's my favourite so far. Kefki says, I'm slightly concerned, Sam.
Slightly.
It's true. Ostan says, wow, Sam, should have said that story in Mr. Cattington's voice. Honestly, I don't know if I'd been able to contain myself. It's just so ridiculous, right? Oh, but yeah, no, it was Pythagoras that was chased down and killed because he refused to run through a field of fava beans. Or so goes the legend. Oh yes. Real quick, Far.
Yeah.
What have you been up to this week, streaming wise?
A lot of shit, actually, because I've had the week off. So, a lot of things happened. Culminating in me figuring out how to cheese several boss fights in Hollow Knight. I still cannot believe that hiding in the corner for one of those fights was a legitimate strategy that actually fucking worked. Like, genuinely. Another one, I just crystal dashed on the very top of the wall, like, just held onto it and just had, like, you know, summoned things fighting for me instead. It took forever, but it also fucking worked. That had no business working.
The Elden Ring strat, yep.
Yeah, basically.
Stay out of the way, let the summons take care of it.
Yeah.
Mort is asking in chat, what was he being hunted for? Well, I can tell you.
Crimes.
I mean, kind of, yes. Let me see. So, unfortunately, Pythagoras' aversion to fava beans might have been the reason for his death. When the son of a wealthy nobleman was denied the chance to join Pythagoreanism, apparently being rich did not give you the right to bypass the rigorous training and deep contemplation required to be allowed to join, he turned the townspeople against Pythagoras, leading to a massacre from which only a few were able to escape. Pythagoras was one of the lucky ones, but only for a brief moment. As he was running from a burning building, he came upon a fava bean field. His only chance to escape was to trample through said field, stepping on and crushing the beans on his way to safety. So yeah, basically, some dickweed wasn't allowed into the cool kids club, and as such, yeah, he incited a revolution against the Pythagoreans.
Huh.
Wonder where we've seen that before. Somebody wealthy who can't get whatever it is that they want, that they want, despite their apparent wealth, due to their own ineptitude, lack of rigor, and dedication to, you know, the thing that they're pursuing, incites a bunch of, you know, lesser educated individuals to engage in an act of bloody murder. No, can't think of any examples of that. Maud said, oh, I just thought he did triangles. Pythagoras was actually a fantastically interesting person, as we have learned today.
Yeah, he feared the bean.
He was, in fact, a homosexual. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean, would you be shocked?
Honestly, no. No, I wouldn't. Cheshire Smith says Greek history should be spoken as Cathington with the attendant pederasty. No, I can't see collating Cathington with pederasty. Frankly, it's nor anything else of that nature before anybody else extrapolates on that. Don't make it weird. Besides, Faz the furry, not me.
Hey! Why would you do that?
Because I told him to.
You suck. You fucking suck.
So you've been up to the Hollow Knight stuff. Oh, and you did some maintenance on the flesh shoot. So
I did. It was a little well, hit or miss in terms of maintenance. The mouth moves a bit more.
Excellent.
So that's great.
Excellent.
That's great.
I remember you were having some issues with some of the tracking not working. Have you managed to work the kinks out of that?
It wasn't necessarily the tracking not work. It's literally just my mouth. It does weird things with the program. I don't really. I can only guess it's teeth.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can only fucking guess that that's what it is.
Eve's had been having similar problems with hers. I've been trying to get familiar with the software myself. Just not really because I want to do anything with it necessarily, but just to kind of get an extra kind of brain on the problem. Because sometimes it really is a case of two heads better than one. Unless it's a flesh shoot, that complicates matters drastically. Don't do that.
Oh yes, but you're welcome to inspect my flesh for technical problems. But no, it's literally the only way I've managed to figure it out is like you have to set the parameters in the original the Live 2D Cubism program, right? To be very specific. Like Spondy, the one I usually use is okay for it, but that's because I specifically kind of fucked around with it. Right? I'm probably gonna have to fuck around with it a little bit more on the other one.
Mm-hmm.
Just to get it to the same. But yeah, you have to really mess with it more
tweaking
so
upon
than
tweaking upon tweaking, right?
Yeah, more so than what people usually tell you to do.
Exactly.
If it's not
if we play this
that.
right, we can milk the same.
Which makes it a little harder, if you're following a guide and they tell you to do a specific thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Fun times.
Fun times.
Hello.
Real quick though, right as Polly gets back, if you are listening in the future and you did not get a chance to take part in chat, don't worry about it. Leave a little comment down below, and if it's a context-based comment, a question, something like that, make sure to leave a timestamp so we know what the heck you're talking about. Because, I think I speak for me when I say this, but I forget these things within like 5 minutes after having finished them. So make sure you include that in your comment.
People will ask that. They'll ask questions and like, okay, you know what? I don't know what you're talking about. I'd like to answer that, but I what did you mean when you said this? I don't even remember saying that, brother. Sorry. What happened? Yeah.
But yeah, Polly does get notification when those comments come through. So yeah, he reads them all and gets a chance to respond to most. Ain't that right, Polly?
Well, indeed. What I am doing right now is looking for... Oh, wait, that's not right. Who cares about my subtitles? Do you guys play the video with subtitles on? Oh my god, can you imagine them watching?
Sometimes. When I want to see how badly...
Well, that's what I mean. I don't... that might be a source of comedy, man. Them trying to fucking figure out what Far's talking about. That'd be hilarious.
Why me specifically?
I don't know. Do you think they're able to pick your fucking accent correctly? I don't know.
I mean, probably.
This is looking for a comment that maybe I can't remember it. I didn't write it down. See, I made the same mistake that so many people make watching the show. They don't write the things down that they want to talk about. Okay, boom. All right, on to this. Now, so I was telling you guys earlier on about some shows I've been watching, having a lot of fun doing it, et cetera, and I could never get the emojis to go away once I brought them up underneath the chat. Fuck! Right? That's how I feel. Anyway. We were talking earlier about a show that I've become pretty enamored with over the past week and really been enjoying it. And there's puppets on this show. And did you want to watch one of the puppet shows?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Puppets.
Not just puppets. Muppet puppets.
Yeah. Saucy puppets at that. This has something to do with something that I started talking about earlier and then ADHD'd my way right off the subject. I have decided to start saving my shekels towards getting a new microphone. And it was in watching the puppet show that I realized that I need the microphone. You know why? Puppets can't use microphones.
Dogs can't use laptops.
They can't.
No, indeed, they cannot.
The puppet was talking into a Shure 7B. And I was like, that puppet has a better microphone than I do. And puppets can't even use microphones.
Because the sound doesn't come out of the mouth.
That's what I do.
Outrage.
Yeah, it's gonna be months before I can afford one, but that's okay. That's okay. I'll get myself there eventually. Like I said, save my shekels. In the meantime, so for those of you who don't know, we're big fans of Razor Fist here, or at least I am, and this puppet show features him hilariously. And if you don't know, Razor Fist is famous for his rants. Very famous. And so they do him through, and all the various other people through AI to great effect. And the whole context of this is selling comics online. That's the whole thing. And one guy has become very famous for doing it and tragically has fallen out of favor as being as honest of a broker as a lot of people, including myself, thought he was. I think that'd be the nice way to put it. So this puppeteer does a great job of busting balls and shit posting about all kinds of stuff, including this. And this Razor Fist himself has a great comic, like a horror western that's going on. His first one, Night Vale, which I do have a copy of, is really, really good. It's like a medieval detective noir. Like imagine Lord of the Rings meets Raymond Chandler. Interesting.
Oh, kind of like the medieval Batman comic.
Yes, along those lines, generally, yeah. But it's Razor Fist, and the guy's got no shortage of imagination, so it takes on like, well, I've got a world build. You know, that's why I thought of Lord of the Rings right away, where it's like this, you know, the city of Night Vale and all this stuff that happens there in the particular language that his protagonist speaks that doesn't exist and blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, intense amounts of world building. Otters can use microphones. Listen to me speak now with a stentorian tone.
Bear witness.
Now, so Cheap Mafia merch, puppets. Let's do this.
Subscribers as Eric and make a ton of money. You see what I'm saying?
Hell yeah, I know what you're saying. Look, the guy is thicker than a slice of fucking whale pie. All you gotta do is just make out that he's the... Okay, he's here, he's
okay,
here.
Nobody mentioned money, okay? We can totally do this.
Hey, y'all, what's up? What it is?
Hey, Eric.
Hey, Eric, what's up, man?
Yeah, I appreciate y'all, yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, man, love the book, the Yira thing.
Y'all excited about Yaira?
Right, yeah. Yaira.
But I've not finished it yet.
Oh, I know. I meant it looks like it's going to be good, or something.
Yeah, Kanan had to redraw it because the artwork was bullshit. I know y'all
really
love
did.
ISOM. What was your favorite part?
Oh, shit. My favorite part? Well, I have so many favorite parts, you know, so many. Lots of parts.
Yeah, great work, really. There's things in it. Lots of things.
Really great book.
Can we catch that now?
Sure, go ahead. I paused it.
Okay. Thank you, Game of Lean, for the $10. She says, so I remember a while ago you said this one half at work would be great for sliding in socks. Well, they just put in reinforced panels, for heavy equipment. It is super polished stainless. I sent a pic in DMs. I will check that out presently.
Nice. Do you know the detail I appreciate the most? He's got a Hot Topic bag down here. They do add the extra flair. You're right, Platty. I mean, this is a wildly good recreation of Razor Fist's background, with the exception of the I love girls half my age thing on the wall. Moving on.
With so many great parts to it.
I love it when Isom hits the person in the thing.
Yeah,
and...
that part. That's the one. That's my favorite. Yeah, the thing that he just said. Gary?
Huh? Right, yeah. So, Eric, I was thinking today that you're probably the best comic book creator of all time, really, if you think about it, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, your business knowledge is so inspiring and so unique to only you. It's like you're the fucking superhero of business. Oh, God.
And obviously, I'll never reach your Jesus level of storytelling skill, of course. But I've written a book, too. I have a book ready to go.
And me, I've also written a book that's ready to go. I've got a book.
Well, I'm happy I can inspire y'all. I do try to teach and educate people with my natural talents.
Damn.
Shit.
Okay, so like I said, I have a book that's ready to go, and with someone like you as a shining fucking beacon of revolution and inspiration, I'm positive, nay, I'm goddamn convinced people are going to see your influence and want to buy it.
Holy crap, well done.
Okay.
Yeah, well, go be great, go be great.
Eric, my book was inspired by your genius and greatness, and it would do really well for
The running joke is put us on, publish our book. Because we want you to promote our book to your giant, stupid audience that'll buy anything you say. That's the joke.
everyone involved if it made a big chunk of money, regardless of it was good or trash. You know, you get that?
Yeah, of course. That's why I'm moving differently, y'all. I'm changing the game.
Right, so if there was a way of using an existing model to harvest money from the same audience, then everyone can win, right?
Yeah, we will win. We will win. Buy some, y'all.
You've got to be fucking
Oh my
kidding
God,
me.
this is unreal.
Listen, you stupid fucking low IQ bastard. Gary, me, and Wank3PO have all seen that it's possible to milk the same shared audience of dumb fucking subscribers of cash by evangelizing about a bullshit non-existent culture war, and how if you buy this bullshit merch, you're somehow a hero winning a war! So, together with our zero literary talent and artistic abilities, have thrown together dog piss fucking awful books simply so we can desperately try and ride your same snake oil train like suckling fucking remora fish and see how much money we can make for ourselves too. So what you need to do, you completely insane retard, is to print and distribute our garbage books to the same gullible assholes on our behalf, make us a ton of cash from the same stable of pay pigs, loudly pretend that the sales are down to your amazing business genius, and take the credit. So between us all, what we've done is scam the same crowd of idiots out of their pocket money under a nasty little parasocial heist just in time before your stupid Egoverse company finally dies from all the money it's been bleeding, your obvious lack of competent business management, and its hilariously bad attempts at making comics that don't look like they've been written by a fucking 8-year-old child with learning difficulties and cataracts. Simply slap together another page on your shitty website, give it a stupid snappy name. Hey, name it after yourself like every fucking thing else you do. Make a cringe as fuck announcement video with stock footage of warehouses, and boom, we'll all make more money than a fucking OnlyFans girl with 5 tits. I'm Anal Fist. I'm a fucking weed.
Holy fuck.
Hey, I've had an idea. Why don't I print and publish your books?
Yes, you got it.
Finally.
That's it.
And I can name it after myself and get
that's
the
it.
same people to give you guys money.
You have the
People will
best
think I'm
ideas,
even
Derek.
more of a successful businessman.
You have the best ideas.
Wait, don't forget me.
I want.
This guy he includes in everything. He's a ridiculous person. And his name online is actually, Heel meets Babyface.
Yeah, I know Heel.
Yeah, okay.
Holy
Heel
crap.
he's yeah. On this, he squeals from my baby's face.
This is a scorching indictment.
Yeah,
No shit.
for the record, it's like, did the actual people voice them? No, but tell me that doesn't sound exactly like Razor Fist. Holy shit. No, it's AI. But it's very, very well done. Not just, the puppeteer was able to write. It's not just the puppets that are fun. It's the dialogue is really well written. And it's all him doing it. That's the funnious part about it. And yeah, Razor Fist saw it and he laughed his ass off. He said, "This is really funny," because he was never published by Eric July. He doesn't care. He self-published. It was never his intention to get published by Eric July. I never even asked him. The joke is like, all these guys have comic books now and you have no talent. It's like, well, discover that for yourself. Do you really think that, whether it be Nerdrotic, the one guy with the glasses, the puppet with the glasses there, Gary Nerdrotic, that he has no talent? Yeah, he has no talent. Not for creating comic books. Razor Fist, I think it's a different story. I wouldn't have bought the second book if the first one had been trash, and it wasn't. There's people out there with talent and people that aren't. But I mean, oh my God, like you said, it's the scathingness of it. Holy shit! You could put out a comic that doesn't look like it was made by a drunk 8-year-old with cataracts. Holy shit!
This exists within a hot universe, okay? There is zero chill available.
Yes,
sir. You oh, shit. Sorry. Oh God, the Miss Piggy thing in every one. That's where it all started. He puts a Miss Piggy picture up next to somebody and they got all bent out of shape. That's where it all started. But look at his imagery from Ripoff first. Yeah, and credit where credit's due. Entirely by the Ripoff first. If you want to go watch all the puppet shows, they're simply available at Ripaverse, the YouTube channel. By all means, check them out. They're hilarious. And I love that their theme song is, or his theme song, because there's one guy's Mama Said Knock You Out. Love it. I'm going to take this itty bitty world by storm, and I'm just getting warm, is always the line that he drops it on.
Look, I could take my shit being smeared, like my content being smeared on Twitter. I could take my stuff being smeared on fucking, I don't know, Kiwi Farms or something. I do not want to end up on this.
Whiskey.
Son
of a bitch.
Yeah, when
my ego's fairly resilient, but I don't think it's that resilient.
The one thing is, like, it's one thing to have like AI doing it, right? And if it's badly written dialogue, even if it sounds like the person, you're not going to think it's the person. But it does sound like the person. That's part of the guy's talent. And that's part of what Razorfist was laughing. I mean, I watched watching it. Yeah, he definitely found it legitimately funny. Again, why not? It's like, it's written and it sounds just like him. And is it really making him look bad? I mean,
no, it goes beyond parody to the point of almost like self-parody.
Kimberly, thank you for the 550. The sad part is that I think Adobe's colossal fuck up in their latest TOS just did damage to AI creation like this. I sent the details to Sam and Weebo. Really? In what way?
Oh, yeah. They've changed their TOS so that now anything that ends up on the Adobe, cloud saves and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
They've granted themselves unreserved access to go into it and check it for quote unquote content moderation, and also incorporate any work saved on the Adobe Cloud for their AI systems.
Huh.
They own your shit basically if it's saved. Also,
yeah, that's not cool.
Yeah. Also, anytime that you utilize their AI tools in any of your projects, automatically the entire thing under terms of service becomes becomes available for them to incorporate into their intellectual property. I.e., you use like content aware AI, AI powered content aware find and replace or fill. Yeah. Now your entire work is free for them to use. Epic Game Store or Epic Store style.
I mean, I have been fond for years of saying, fuck the cloud. And yeah, there you go. But you can say that and it easier to say than accomplish. Like, I just don't use the cloud. No, I don't save anything in the cloud except for stuff that I was required to by Google Drive sharing, to be able to share documents between people, and they were the ones who set it up. So is that content? I don't care about that kind of content, if you know what I mean. But you got to think about it in a different way. Anything you've uploaded to Twitter is saved to a cloud. Just think it over for a sec. And look at Twitter's TOS or X's TOS. That part hasn't been changed under Elon. It still is their content once you've uploaded it there. And that's part of their we're a platform, not a publisher aspect. How else are they trading in material on their own servers? Well, by their terms of service, it's ours once you've uploaded it. So you've saved it to a cloud once you've sent your art to somebody, for example. That's not really your art should they want to claim ownership of it. Now, I don't understand the circumstances under which that would happen. The point is it can, legally happen right away. Should they want it to? Shadowclaw, you asked, and I'm sure some other people didn't really hear what I said, but the ripoff first. There's the name. If you guys want to look up the other puppet shows, because all credit is due where it belongs. I don't say this very often. I don't think I've ever said this outside of Jim Henson. What a talented puppeteer!
Yeah, good enough. Certainly good enough.
Oh wait, Frank Oz. Frank Oz was a fucking genius. The man who brought Yoda to life.
I had a certain appreciation. Have you heard of Dr. Random McCann?
Sure, yeah, I know, and his puppet work, sure.
Yeah. I appreciate his puppet work. I actually kind of appreciate his writing as well. I
liked his writing more than his puppet work, but only for this reason. It strays that very treacherous line in between puppetry and ventriloquism, and ventriloquism, it creeps me out, man. Especially the old school, Pinocchio-looking ventriloquist puppets. I wouldn't be able to sleep in a house if one of them things was in it. I've seen that Twilight Zone episode. It got me when I was a kid, man. The old school one, the black and white ones from the 60s or whatever. That little puppet comes to life, or that little Muppet, whatever the fuck, comes to life and starts running around after him. I mean, I was already afraid of them to begin with. I understand people's clown fear because I just assume it's very much like my ventriloquism puppet fear. And I was like, I get you, man.
Well, it's the uncanny valley thing, right? It's that whole principle of something that looks ostensibly, distantly, vaguely human, but is most certainly not. Where does that fear come from? What is the evolutionary explanation for that?
Yeah.
Get myself chills there. Hold on.
And I loved that entire puppet show, the one we just watched. It was like funded sight unseen by Van Sciver. So yeah, here you go. And he comes back with it. Yeah, here you go. It's uploads it, privated video, sends him the link so he has first access to it because he paid for it, right? And he's like, no, I didn't want you to make fun of my friends. But to Van Sciver's credit, he showed it anyway because he's cool like that. So
yeah, that honestly, this is one of those things that if this was done of you, you laugh at it, even if you don't find it funny, laugh.
Oh Lord, yes. Have you just arrived on the internet? Laugh, stupid. Like, I don't care if you gotta prick yourself with a pin to remind yourself. Fucking laugh, stupid. The main target of that, do you think he laughed? No, he didn't. How do you think that went for him? Just like you think it did.
Poorly.
Yeah.
You have chosen poorly.
Yeah. Are you going to end before the sun comes up? Yeah, Far won't let us get away with anything else. Is my guesstimation. So Far. I will. You sound like you're half asleep already. You all right over there?
Yeah, okay.
All right. So I'm going to give you a choice. Would you like to do an article on? Oh, would you like me to give you the art pitch that I talked about before? Not a pitch, but the art thing that I wanted to talk about before, which is going to be a little more interactive. So if you're not feeling terribly energetic, that might not be the right one. One of our aforementioned yet undone top 10 lists, and we really need to put those on a spinning wheel of the worst of our own to be able to come up with the next one. We can certainly do one of those top 10 list previously mentioned, or a new thing that I have, a top 25 list of the worst interior decoration designs ever captured, according to the person who curated the list.
What's the odd thing?
It's a discussion that we had before about a certain style of art and whether or not it counts as art. And if you're, interested in being talky, it would.
Okay.
I was interested in bringing that conversation to the bar patrons. Remember when we were talking one?
I mean, I don't mind.
No. okay.
I mean, I really don't mind.
We can certainly do that. The interior decoration thing I thought was going to be particularly funny because it has stuff in there that I know you guys are going to recognize. Like you, Far and Sam, and you guys in the bar are going to recognize that we've already done that house. You motherfuckers, we got to it first. And here you are taking pictures from Zillow homes and Realtor.com homes, and we've already fucking explored. And yeah, I remember that room very well. It comes up on occasion.
It's burned into my brain, if you will.
All hail the pioneers, eh?
So there you go. What do you think?
What's the art discussion?
Whether or not the art of, it's not a long one. I don't know if you remember an artist by the name of Bradstreet that I mentioned one time. I wanted to go over that discussion in more detail and whether or not his art counts as art because it involves something that's extremely contentious in the comic book world, tracing.
Oh, okay.
You remember this at all?
Not really.
No? Okay, that's
really.
fine because it was a good while ago and it came up again because I was watching somebody talking about why do comic book artists care so much about tracing. Yeah, in certain circles, some things don't matter at all. And in other circles, they're the worst kinds of transgression you can imagine. I'm sure a bunch of different things came to people's mind when I said that. Like inside of hip hop, it is an extremely bad look to find out you had a ghostwriter. You didn't write your own lyrics, and that's credibility destroying in a lot of cases. Not always. Sometimes you can get away with it.
You're a fraud.
Yeah, you are a fraud.
Drink.
But no one would ever say that in pop music. No, most pop musicians don't write their own music. It's odd if they co-wrote it. Sometimes they do, but not a lot. They will give themselves a co-writing credit because they want some of the publication and distribution rights that are associated with that. But they actually didn't write the song. Someone else did. Most of Michael Jackson's songs were written by other people. It does nothing to detract from the man's artistry, if you know what I mean. So why would that matter? It just does. There's not, tracing in comic books is verboten. They call it swiping. Like you swipe somebody else's art.
That's not exactly uncommon with just comic stuff. That's like a lot of art stuff, to be honest. Of the tracing specifically. Because that's some dodgy territory.
Yeah, it depends on what you're doing with it. And there is an artist that I really dig named Bradstreet who does a style that at its very basis involves tracing. And he has come under fire for doing it. It's like, why are we judging other people, but we're not judging this guy? What's up with that? And it's like, I don't think that man counts. And for somebody who doesn't, whoa, stop. You're just gonna keep going, are you? Okay. Well, we'll just sit here and take my hand off my mouse and wait for it to.
Okay.
Yeah. There we go. Okay. No. Okay. It's still going. All right. Never mind. Okay, there. Scrolled right to the end. Okay. My comic book reader app kind of blows, guys.
Yeah, wow. This is just
what
the it just keeps going and going.
Yeah, my comic book reader app just blows dogs, man. What the hell was that? It just closed it when I hit escape. So how do I get back to I'm glad chat can't see anyone I'm talking about. I'm glad it's just in sharing on screen. I was trying to do something behind the scenes here, guys, to get something ready for our discussion. And, it's on the screen that I'm sharing with Far and Sam so they can see my pain. There we go. This is the one that I wanted. All right. No, wait. Hold on. A little further up. No. Since someone else is talking, I'm just talking my way through it. Like playing a video game. I'm
trying to work out what the hell's going on. Is it still just doing its own thing?
No. It totally is. Just like, where do you gotta go to bring it? I went full screen once and I've never been able to get back. Come on, show me where the
F11.
F11. Okay. So boom. No. And,
no. The F key, as in the letter F.
No. That was weird.
What's that?
Chad heard it.
Okay.
You'd have to go listen to the stream, what just happened a couple of seconds ago. It was press the play button and you heard the music from the end of the puppet show start playing because my F11 is also the play key. It's also the media keys.
Right, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
There we go.
Oh.
So there's a good question. What the hell does the function key do on a keyboard when the F11 keys don't need the function button hit for the function to occur? What the hell does the function key do?
What, as in, what does F11 normally do?
No, I mean, what does the function key do absent of the function keys?
Oh, nothing. It's like using shift.
Oh.
Or control and alt, or alt grav.
All right. Well, in any case, so you don't want to do the art discussion far? We'll do that. Just go over here. Everybody loves listening to the behind the scenes crap that makes no sense to fill content time. Totally not trying to fill content time. If I could figure out a way to do this faster, I would. People, get off my back.
Man, that's like half my intro there, Polly. Is I start up a stream, I get into it like, hi, guys, hope everything's going well. I'm just playing around with my audio settings here. Tell me, does it sound good? No, nobody says anything, so I have to go and listen to the stream myself.
Yeah, never. That's one of the dangerous parts when we talked about that earlier, right? The how's my voice sound, chat? They're like, we can't hear you, Boomer. You're muted. And I actually believe them because it didn't clue in how the hell they even answer that if they didn't already know.
Ironically enough, you know who's been the most helpful in getting me to helping me to work out kinks with audio and all that kind of thing?
Platty?
BG.
No shit. That is weird.
Yeah. He's been genuinely helpful. Nobody was more surprised than I, except perhaps BG himself. Nah, he's been really good.
All right. Let's talk about some of the swiping that's gone on in comic books far.
Oh, wow.
So, this is how you develop a bad reputation as a comic book artist, by doing shit like this. Even tracing on this level is considered bad news because you didn't use a reference model, meaning, well, you know what a reference is. You've got I remember one time I sent you a picture of a gun that I thought was great, and you kept it just as a reference, but you don't draw that gun. It's for a reference of what one looks like. You know what I mean? That's not what does a woman sitting in a wheelchair look like? It's that, no, they just literally trace the woman. That's bad news. On it goes. This Iron Man just flipped. And they, recycling, they call it. Is it bad to use the same art over and over again? Especially when it's not yours.
I mean, if it's yours, then I think it's kind of a case of it's a bit stupid to not to, if you got the opportunity to, right, Val?
Sorry, I'm Platty messaging me.
See.
Sorry.
Not now, Platty. We're doing a show here.
You should have said nothing. I was counting. I was at 1,000, 2.
No, sorry.
It's all right.
Sorry.
No, it's all good.
Got two different things distracting me.
This is pretty epic when you got a bunch of demons and fighters and whatnot, and we're gonna take a football player who's face painted.
Crap.
Or a football fan who's face painted, for that matter. He just looks like a football player by the size of him, but that's probably all just padding.
There's one way to do it, yeah.
That doesn't even really look like it's been drawn, though. That just looks like they've thrown a filter on top of it and just gone, yeah!
Ah, right.
This is fine.
This is where this whole discussion started on, okay, so a message board that, well, I'm a member of, but it's not paid. Anyway, it doesn't matter. A message board I go to a lot for comics. It started with the discussion of, are 3D assets really bad? Like, are they actually a problem?
It depends on how they're used. If you go the Korean route of, oh my god, like, showing my own hand here of like what I've read, right? Just it's trash. It's trash. I don't recommend doing this. But like looking through like isekai bullshit, right?
Okay.
Like I cannot begin to not recommend doing this enough. It's not good. But it's just, you know, hey, let's have a look and see what they're actually doing. A lot of Korean I think manhwa is the correct term. I'm not really fucking sure. But Korean comics, right? They have a tendency of taking those 3D assets that are supposed to be like a guide, right?
Yeah.
Like say you are going to trace, right?
Right.
This is probably the one appropriate time of maybe you can do that.
Okay.
But it's there for the purpose of you have the base thing, like you have a chair, for example, right? Like the model of a chair. It's very obviously a model. You add to the chair to make it something that's not just basic chair model, right?
Right.
They just drop the 3D asset into the panel and draw on top of it. Like they don't actually change the 3D asset. You can tell it's a 3D asset.
Okay.
So it's so fucking bad. That's what they end up doing with them.
And in your opinion,
A
that's
lot
when
of the
it's
time.
like let's say that you've drawn the foreground characters and they're interacting, they're fighting, whatever it is they're doing, and the background is made up of a 3D asset that has been dropped in and filtered.
It's so distracting because that is exactly what they do.
Okay.
It is so distracting.
Is that a transgression or just ugly art?
Ugly.
Okay.
I mean, I personally, I think that's a bit of a transgression because it's lazy. You can absolutely fucking tell that is exactly what they've done. They've just taken a 3D asset that is in whatever program they're using to draw.
Right.
And not even bothered to change it. That's more where it comes from for me, right? It's the fact that you took something and you didn't even bother to change it in any way. That it is just the asset. You didn't even bother trying to make it blend into the scene. You didn't even bother really changing much, if anything, about it. It's just there.
No, so I want to hear like your full thought on that, and as it related to Korean comic works or manga, what have you, that because I didn't know about that, and it's like I wanted to hear it like separate from anything I was going to say. That is almost precisely the criticism that comes along in comic books, and people are doing exactly what you just described. The image itself, like whether it be a 3D model for a door or a hallway or a desk, is they haven't traced it. They're literally dropping it into the background and putting a filter on it so it somewhat matches the art that's in the foreground. So they haven't drawn anything from the background at all. It literally is just the 3D model. And for those who don't know, it's like the value in that is you can go to a whole bunch of different websites online that offer 3D asset services, and you'll look up the various models of desk and chairs and potted plants, whatever the fuck else that they have, and you can manipulate them in 3D space to be in whatever aspect you want them, looking down on them, up at them, through them, whatever. And like I said, people are just putting a filter on it to make it look like it's kind of like it's been drawn, if you will, a little bit, change its color temperature so it kind of matches the rest of the coloration in the image, and boom, there I drew that. And it's like, but you didn't though. There's whole portions of this that are just pre-existing 3D renders. It was like the purest argument right off the top for most people is no, that is not. You're selling me something that I could have bought in part. If you removed all the parts that you didn't get for free online, your art would be half of what it is, but yet you're asking me to buy it. And that's the problem that they see it. So there is a scam aspect to it that is not okay. Lots of artists will leave their backgrounds blank for the sake of effect, and if you can't be bothered to draw them, don't put them there. That's the all one side of the argument perspective on it. Go ahead.
Sorry. It strikes me as like they're not really drawing the backgrounds, they're staging them in the same way that we've seen, properties staged and all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Although you could argue,
a good way to put it.
Although you could argue that staging a property, a photograph of a property, like you are actually doing a degree of work there. It does take a degree of eye. But I think, from a layman perspective here, like the problem with doing that with the 3D art assets is kind of the same problem as tracing, in so much as when it comes to comics and manga and so on and so forth, line artist is a real job.
Sure is.
You know, it's part of the process, right? Background artist is a real job. It's part of the process. Character artist, background artist, and line artist are not necessarily all the same thing. In much the same way, like with comics, you know, you've got the color, you got the not colorizer, but the color artist, you got the line artist, you got the ink, you got the inking people, you know, all that kind of shit. These are all different roles in the process. So if you're staging a background using free assets and all that kind of thing, it's because you're not paying somebody to do background art, and you are not a background artist, or not capable of doing your own backgrounds yourself, or you're too lazy, you know. And then you're trying to sell a product.
And then, in all fairness, a fourth option that rarely ever gets mentioned. That's what I saw on the boards, and I typed in, and kind of got jumped on by it by most people because they're like, "Come on, are you trying to do apologetics for swipers?" Yeah, and a lot of the people that are on there are artists, so like I realize that they've got solid opinions on it, but it's like sometimes it's about turnaround, guys. If you're
that is a fair point.
If you're doing a comic book that's out every single month, there's no such thing as going past your deadline. Not in keeping your job. You have to finish on a given time, and some people can just do their style of art a lot faster than others can. Some people take a long time to do it because of the style of their penciling. And so but that has always been why. And I remember since I was a little kid looking at comic books, you got the writer, and it'll say penciler and ink. Sometimes they're the same person, sometimes they're not. Inker will be a separate person, and then backgrounds will always be there. That's why scriptwriter and plotter are different sometimes. Someone's handed them the main plots of the storyline and now fill it in. And hire a background artist. There's no shame in that at all. And if it's got something to do with a deadline of like, we got to crank this comic book out on time, you don't have the time to draw your intricate stuff in the foreground and the backgrounds, that's cool. We'll hook you up with a background artist. I don't see a problem with that in the slightest. Two artists working together on one thing, none.
I mean, you can see it in like anime, actual animated anime as well. Some of the backgrounds that you see are like, they're not like, you know, Rembrandt quality, but they're not far removed. There's some beautiful watercolor work that goes into it and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
The parts of the parts of the scenes that don't move.
Yeah.
And then you've got the characters who are obviously, very obviously, lower detail that have been, you know, posed in. Why? Because they're doing frame by frame animation at like 14 FPS or 18 FPS, whatever the heck it is, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's time.
Simon Wilkins asked an interesting question that came up on the boards as I was reading through them and commenting rarely, but here and there. What if you want to add objects to a photo that you took? That you took changes everything in the minds of the artists that I was reading. Everything. It's your photo. Photography's art. It's yours. Do whatever you want with it. That's 100% the way they see it. It's did you take it, or is it a public domain photo or whatever? That it's about going over to somebody else's stuff, and that's why the term swipe is so popular with them, is that you are stealing somebody else's work and claiming it as your own. That's the transgression. So you took, they would have no problem with what you just described. I'm sorry, Sam?
Even if you gave it away, even if they gave their art or whatever it is away for free, you're selling it.
Yeah.
And it's not yours to sell.
Yeah. I mean, which is why I've kind of, I don't know, the fuzzy boundaries between these things always interest me. That's why I bring these questions up with Far on occasion. Like, you look at the background here of this room, it's like I put it together and I consider nothing that I've done here art. And like, why? Because I didn't make that painting. That windowsill is that window isn't originally there. It's been cut into the wall and then placed in there and a long time in Photoshop to create it. I didn't film that fire, but that is a real fire that's there that I took from somewhere else and changed its temperature because it doesn't look like that at all. Put a fucking background. I mean, this real bar that I built brick by brick, but you get the point. There's all sorts of elements that have been put into this, but I didn't take the photo. So they would view this. I don't know. I think it also comes down to, I just don't like calling myself an artist because I don't know. I see people creating things from a blank page to be art, from a blank canvas. That's art. From unexposed film. I don't know. And people are like, yeah, but other people start with things, man. Like, you got to point your camera lens at something. You use stuff as referent objects. I'm like, not the degree that I'm doing by putting elements together and then altering them pixel by pixel as needed to fit into a space and match the decor or whatever the fuck. I just don't view it as artistic. It's more just graphic.
Well, Polly.
I don't know.
Well, one thing's for certain. The fireplace at location 2. That's definitely art.
Right. That is originally. Yeah. I mean, when you're taking swimsuit models from Sports Illustrated from 10 years prior, like this, how embarrassing it's got to be to claim that you're not doing this, and then for somebody to find the image that you swiped it from.
Yeah. Okay, but in this instance, like, is this actually tracing, or is it using it as a heavy reference?
You know what? I'm going to ask you.
I'm not going to lie. No, because I'm not going to lie. I've done something similar to this, like using things as a pose reference. This isn't that uncommon. You find a picture, you go, hey, I like the pose, and you use it as a pose reference. Now, usually you change it a little bit if you're actually going to be publishing it.
Right.
But that's not, I would not consider, because I can see like a couple of differences already. Like not not major differences, but like differences.
I'd have to
of, like,
overlay them in
are you
Photoshop
sure?
to see the.
Yeah, like it's obviously the same pose, but at the same time.
Oh yeah, that inhuman thigh gap is a giveaway. I did.
But at the same time, though, how many other models have done this exact same pose?
Sure.
You kind of can't own a pose. But the same goes for that, because that's such a basic pose, right? Like, you can't own a pose.
No.
Nose is different, mouth is different, the eyes are actually different
Yeah.
there as well. Hair
Like,
is
you
very
can't-
similar.
Yeah, but like besides that, you can't own a basic pose. Like maybe again they used it as a reference, but I wouldn't call this theft. It's just more okay. You found a similarity. You found probably the image that they were using as a reference, because artists do use references. If you do not use a reference as an artist, you're kind of, I don't even know what.
Yeah.
But you're kind of doing it wrong.
These are interesting when the same artist recycles art that has been alt is no, god dang it, shift no. Well, once you're dedicated. So it starts off with original Sandra Bullock photograph, and then these are recycled by the same artist, Greg Land, who's the focus of a lot of this because he's been accused of tracing for years. These are from 3 different comics that he drew, and he recycled the same facial features,
okay,
whatever the fuck.
Form,
yeah. Thank you. 3 times for supposedly 3 different characters. When is swiping yourself?
Again, like I don't. What you can once you've drawn one facial thing, once you've drawn one facial expression, you can never draw it again. Is that what we're really going with here?
I don't know.
Like, that's it's a bit of a weird take to me, not gonna lie. Like, regardless of if he's using the same thing, I don't know if he is or not.
The argument I would make on it would be
is,
this, like,
but...
let's say that it was this in isolation. No, these are the only 3 examples you could find in the person's career, let's say for argument, then no. When it's somebody on the level of Greg Land, where it's like half the stories out there about tracing in comic book art or about him, with, endless examples of it, that's when it starts to really be sus. Especially the same art over and over again. For God's sake, he copied it off the Spider-Man 3 poster.
Right.
There's one piece of art and then another piece. It's like, wow, that's rough, dude. That's the thing that when I was looking at this, the first thing that occurred to me is, you know what? Spider-Man leaning back in a chair and looking back over you. In the poster, he's up on a wall and looking up at the camera, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
But what stood out to me is like, man, you just didn't copy the pose. You copied the lighting too.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Yeah, like the lighting is falling in a very particular way, but I'm a huge fan of lighting and the way that it works. You guys heard about, you heard me talk about that, and there's something that Chester Smith brings up, the wooden dolls, the segmented wooden posable, right? Holy shit, everyone as an example, took a picture of their 3 sizes of wooden dolls that they have for images or poses that people can get into for the different because they can't be easily twisted into an inhuman shape. That's one of the values of them, if you know what I mean. They're not rubber. They're meant to have, they're segmented in such a way that joints are basically. And so you can pose them and just get an idea of form from different perspectives. Cool. And every one of the artists there, they seem to have posted their own 3 different sizes of wooden mannequin models and go, this is what it should be used. Rah! Like, you know, this is not form referencing. What I've done is form referencing. We're using this thing. And they're all...
Yeah, but that's kind of not a good take either, though. Like, I get what they're saying, right? But at the same time, like, I don't know, in a lot of cases, you're better off looking at an actual fucking person to tell, rather than the wooden doll. Like, personally, the wooden doll doesn't actually help me that much. I've tried. It personally speaking, those wooden dolls are shit to me. They're useless. Completely fucking useless. What I find more useful is seeing an actual person posing like that.
Okay.
And that's just because of the way my mind works, I guess, but that's just me, though. So hearing someone go, or even a bunch of people in this case, I guess, go, oh, but this is the right way to do it. Look, we got our wooden dolls and to do the pose. Like, that's really a bad take. That's a really shit take. Because I could instantly pull the other take of, it's better to see the person moving. Fuck your wooden dolls. But this is all subjective, though. Like, this is all just what people do and what works for them. I don't like that, though. I don't like instantly saying one is better than the other, though, to be honest. Yeah. Like, use your wooden dolls, that's cool. Just maybe don't look at people instead. Because that's what it's sounding like. Even if it's just pictures of people. That's what it's kind of fucking sounding like. You don't want to go there.
Yeah, okay, so, I mean, we would go through, like, all the Greg Land stuff, like, that goes on. I mean, there's whole published, like, segments of just, like, copied stuff that he has done. And this is all, you know, examples of that. I don't think we want to go through every single one, just to sort of make the case we've already laid out. So I'm going to move over to the guy that, I mean, I think he exists in this strange realm of, like, is he copying or not? My answer is, of course, no, but I also really dig his style. So this is Bradstreet. This is an example of some of his art.
All right.
He is really well known as a cover artist. He doesn't do interior art. He's a painter. That, like, first and foremost, he works with inks and acrylic paint and pencils for the sketch to begin with. But where he begins is everybody's problem. Who has a problem with him? I don't. I would say this is not. This is art full on. What he's done, he's hired a model who looks just like that guy right there. And he became really well known for doing The Punisher. So he took his own money that he was being like, okay, here's your page rate. And the cover rate is obviously higher than normally the interior page rate is for the whole comic book. Why? Because comics sell based on their cover. And that's how you promote and advertise and every other damn thing. So yeah, if you're a cover artist, you get a lot more money than a page rate for an interior artist. In any case, they're going to hire guys like this who are going to do really detailed covers. And they told me he was doing The Punisher. So he takes part of his cover rate money and hires a model, photographs him because he's a skilled photographer in certain lighting, and then projects the image onto the wall, and he sketches in half-life scale, pretty large for a comic book cover. His original arts are really big. And then traces the outline of the guy and then goes to town. The man is not wearing a Punisher shirt. He doesn't have a gun in his hand, et cetera, et cetera. He publishes his photos online. Like, here, you want to see what the original model looked like? It seems like he didn't really think anyone was going to have a problem with this. And I certainly don't, but lots of people do. They're like, this is not the highest form of art. It's not photo referencing. You're literally tracing a model and then going to town from there. I'm like, yeah, but when you see the original art, it doesn't look like, or the original photograph, it does not look like this. I mean, is not his skill in the lighting, in the textures and the tones and the painting the literal painting that he brings to life from a sketch, is my argument.
Right.
And then
that is definitely more of a gray area. I'm not going to lie. I don't really have an answer for you on that one. Like, on one hand, it's like, well, yeah, you're tracing it. On the other hand, you're not wrong in that he's adding to it by actually painting it and making changes. Like, it's a very gray area.
And then I also just wanted to look at some of Bradstreet's art because it's awesome. they always hire him to do badass people. So I'm not a really big fan of the Punisher, but you know, for some reason I thought Sam would like this. I'm not sure why. You can tell he really does hire the same model again and again. What a lot of people who did love it, liked about it, was this is a very good reimagining of Frank Castle as the Punisher. Instead of an overly muscular guy, he hired a fit guy that's a hell of a lot thinner and kind of different looking than Frank Castle usually is. Kind of a reimagining of the character. And people just dig it in a big way. I really don't know how you get that many laser sights on you at once. But, you know, hey, I'm not Frank Castle. So this one I really dug. Like, what did your original photograph look like? I've seen it once, but I wasn't unable to find it again. He had the guy sitting in a chair and then a separate photograph of a horse and then combined them. I mean, wow, is it getting confusing now? Like, you know, fuzzy boundaries, like I was talking about, between what's swiping and not.
That's getting into collage work, really.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which, honestly, I have a feeling if the guy was making a collage, then painting the collage, which is a thing some people do actually fucking do. All these quite frankly, polyword sounding artists would probably have way less of an issue with that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for those, it did take me a second to realize when I first saw this piece of art what was going on. Yeah, it's supposed to be that there's a fuck ton of police officers that have come to arrest him, like 7 or 8 SWAT teams. And so, yeah, there's like a few dozen rifles pointed at him. That's the intention of what's going on there. Again, his Punisher covers just keep going because he just kept getting hired again and again because people love the art. And yeah, so do I. I think it's great. It is not a big degree of the skill. And this is the question I asked myself, knowing what to draw and what not to. It was the old thing when inking comic books, when in doubt, black it out. Well, but which part? Well, you have to know. How? That's the artistry. What do I disappear and what do I not? Only allow the parts to come through that are going to, you know, make the outline happen and be dramatic and so on. In the original photograph, you can see the whole of the coat and everything. You can see all the interior details of it, but he blacked out all just the right parts. If you're a fan. If not, I don't know. The hack's at it again, I guess. Oh yeah.
I mean, I'll admit I'm not the biggest fan of the way it looks, but at the same time, that's just more taste.
Yeah.
Personal. Yeah. That's just a personal taste thing.
I don't know anybody who's a fan of G.I. Joe who wouldn't have fun seeing that. That's just pretty cool. I do like the idea. I've never seen a photograph for this one that he had a guy in a Cobra Commander mask. That just strikes me as funny for some reason. So I'm a big fan of the Shadow, and he's done a number of Shadow covers for the Dynamite series. And oh man, yeah. Like, can you hire me to be the Shadow model? I'd love to. I've got a pretty awesome profile, you know. That's where it starts to look like his art at times does spill over into what one might call photorealism. You know, people that draw to make like, you know, something like photorealistic. He shadowed it a little too perfect and it left the realm of cartoony and looks like he just dropped a photograph of somebody in there and put a filter on it. I was like, no, he painted that. He just did arguably too good of a job. Or not surreal enough of a job, I guess would be the way, you know. The lighting isn't ultra dramatic enough. I love that Shadow cover. That's great. Really let all of his leather coat shine in all the right places. And there's an interesting difference. We zoom in, like you see like the realism of his leather coat, but then he left his face very unrealistic. That was just his choice. But then again, there's a lot of individual taste involved there. I didn't think you were going to have as loose of an opinion on it as you did. That was interesting. I think about half the people there would have called you an apologist from what I saw.
I mean, probably, but at the same time, I'm the one that also goes, oh yeah, corporate art, that thing that a lot of people will go, yeah, that's not art, fuck you. I'm the one that goes, no, that's still art. It's just shit. So, you know, I tend to have not the most popular of opinions when it comes to art.
Yeah.
I have actually had that argument out before. Again, with the same lecturer that thought illustration wasn't art at all.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
I've had that argument before. So it's like, what I view as art is, I guess, what a lot of people would call me an apologist, I guess. But at the same time, I'm also not exactly the biggest fan of tracing.
Fair enough.
I'm not, but that's more just because I don't see it as something you should be relying on, right? Like, you should not, as an artist, right? Yeah, you may end up tracing some things occasionally. It happens. I'm not gonna deny it fucking doesn't happen. It fucking happens. Get over it. Don't be such pussies about it. However, like, as much as I will, you know, admit that does happen, people do that, for better or for worse. The problem is also when it becomes all that you can do. If all you are doing is tracing, that's a problem.
Yeah.
If you're only doing it as, like, this is the reference that I'm using, right? And you do it, like, maybe as a one-off, right? That's still a little bit, not the greatest, but it happens. Get over it. Just try not to lean too much into it. And maybe twist it into something that's not going to be, like, considered completely stealing, right? Like, again, that's the same issue I have with people. If you're looking at our little DM thing here, I've found some examples.
Okay.
Of what I was talking about, of, like, just dropping the asset in, right? And these ones, like, it's not as bad. Admittedly, the examples I found, but you can still tell, right? As long as you change it to an amount, it should be fine, right? It's the moment of it's just exactly 1 for 1, and you can tell. That's a problem.
Right. Okay, there, I got that up now. The second one that you sent me.
Yeah. Like, if you look at that, if you actually, like, zooming out, it's fine, right? But if you actually start to look at it for too long, you can tell that's a 3D asset. And I don't think much has been done to change that. The bookshelves ones that I sent you, enough has been done to kind of change that. Where you can still tell, but it's not as bad. But if it's just this, that's a problem. Stop relying on that.
Random American. Sorry, I didn't see you ask
Get
that
some
just a
help.
couple minutes ago. It's like, I'm back late. Is he using models he hires or others' photos? Models he hires. That's the point, is that he's hiring a particular model that he thought was great for the Punisher, for example, and then always the same model for the Shadow as well. But yeah, he hired him with his own money because it's part of his process of how Bradstreet, that's his name, last name, that's how he works. He considers himself an inker and a painter, that's just how he described himself. I'm an inker, I'm a painter. Is okay, fair enough. The other one that Far sent in terms of terrible use of 3D assets, or just use of 3D assets, I should say, is this one.
Yeah, these are just uses of 3D assets that I found. Like, from a very, like, I don't recommend looking at this comic at all. But, like, this is all from the same comic, though, right? This is just something I found real quickly because it was just, okay, I kind of know where to find this quickly. And so this is just one example out of many, all right? Yeah, if you look at the background here, enough is kind of be, like, it's the same as the Photoshop stuff that you do, right? Enough has been, like, it's in a scene, right? And you'd only really be able to tell completely that this is an asset by really looking at it for a long time. You can kind of tell something's off, right? But if you're just reading it, it's fine. Kind of,
right? I have to say, unless it was done, like, okay, unless the look was deliberately intentional to be this way, you could have filtered that asset a lot better to look like the foreground art. It's jarring, the difference between the foreground and the background.
And it is. But that's a lot of what they do, right? If the art style was a little different, it probably wouldn't be anywhere near as jarring. But it is. But at the same time, this background is not even the worst that I've seen.
I mean,
to be quite frank.
From this one
Like,
panel
this
of this
is
sort, I'm
possible.
like, did this person get pulled into an alternate universe where nothing is a cartoon? Like, do you know, that's just...
Yeah, like, it's... Like, this is downright passable compared to some stuff you will see. Honestly. But that's more my problem with doing this, right? You use the 3D assets, use all the tools to your disposal. Like, do it. Fucking do it. It's never been easier to do art than it has been in this day and age. Just don't do it like this. This is distracting. It distracts from whatever you're trying to get across. Because you are forced to look at the background and go, what is wrong here?
Yeah.
Like use them as a reference. Hell, trace over them even if you have to. I don't really like relying on tracing, but if you fucking have to, okay. But don't just do this.
No.
This is a bad move. This is a really bad move. These tools are here to help. Not to just dump in and go, yeah, I'm done.
That was interesting. Cheshire Smurf asked about like, what do you mean by apologist? What did Far say that was like an apologetics thing? Well, okay, when they use that word, they mean it in like the very classic sense of the word, in the sense of offering a defense for something of an accusation. It's a response to an accusation. An apologist is not somebody who expresses regret. There's no regret in a classical apology. It's a formal defense of a given position that has been accused of something. And so they mean when they say you're just an apologist, what they mean is you're offering a defense on behalf of somebody who's doing something that is a transgression. It's regrettable that they've done it, and you're explaining why it's okay on their behalf. And that's a bad position to find yourself in, because you're undermining actual artists' work, is the way they look at it. And I'm like, you guys are... I mean, not everyone there was saying that. It's just the people who are like hard-edged about it. They kind of catch your attention. Like, damn, man, you are really...
And you see a lot of that on artist Twitter as well. Like, I know a lot of you people don't really frequent that. I try not to.
What do you mean, you
anymore.
people?
Excuse me.
I was about to say, what do you mean, you people?
I mean you people as in, like, the non-artists, right?
Mm-hmm.
The people that don't, delve into some of this shit, right? That's more what I meant. Shut the fuck up.
Everybody is an artist, okay? Love
Shut the fuck up, Sam.
is an art.
Let me get to the point. Oh, God
you
damn
know
it.
that's not how we work around here.
I so regret
damn
telling
it.
that story. You don't know.
But the point being, right, so you go onto artist Twitter, right, you see a lot of those same arguments of people going tracing bad, art theft.
Yeah.
Like, all the same kinds of opinions that you saw on that thread. I would not be shocked if a lot of those people on that thread are the same people on Twitter saying all of that shit. Because, again, there's a reason why I try not to look too deeply at artist Twitter. There's a fucking reason for it. Like, one, it's a cesspit of, all kinds of things that you just kind of go, okay, you obviously went to a university and it shows.
Yeah.
Things
not
that
in the
make you
good
go,
way.
Ugh.
Yeah, not in the good way of going to university and it shows. Not like Polly here, right? No, in the other direction of
that hurt.
Oh Jesus fucking
Went to
Christ,
university,
you
but it
drank the
doesn't show.
Kool-Aid.
Ow.
No, like
I know what you meant.
No, but it does show, but in the different way of, like, you're actually educated. You actually are. You're actually interesting and know things. You're not telling me about the plight of the minorities or anything like that. Like, that sort of thing, right? So
which is kind of funny because, if you think about it, Polly is uniquely qualified to do exactly that.
Oh, absolutely. But yeah, you have that part of artist Twitter, and then you have the part where they're screaming about art theft and how AI is taking down gerbs, which I only partially agree on that one, but that's a whole other story, right? They had the same opinions from the sound of it. I would not be shocked if they were the same people.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, they do tend to be the louder of the bunch.
You know what?
Because some people are nice, some people are, you know, they're normal. They're fucking normal, but you would never know because people scream louder than them.
What I find interesting are the people that have been comic book professionals, whether it's with one of the majors, DC or Marvel, or one of the smallers, Dark Horse, Dynamite, Image, that have been working for years is the point. In years, whether it's in small indie comics or whatever, is if they've had a paying job for years and years and years, they never talk in terms of this person's swipes. Rarely, if that. It's up and coming artists and people on, if you forgive, Twitter artists basically that get steamed over it. They do talk about it, but it's always no, I don't like that very much. Here's something I really like. Like it's always a question of degree in which they like it and rank ordering stuff. That's something I've noticed. I like this artist, but I don't think he's very good. I like this more. This is kind of in that style. It's because it's a small universe of comic book artists, right? Of the sort that I just described, and they kind of all know each other. So I was wondering, it's like, if you hear one of these guys drunk, is it because they just don't want to rock the boat? You will very rarely find a professor who's willing to talk shit about another professor. It's because, I'm going to run into that fucker at a conference and I don't want him hearing that, yeah, I think his work is trash, but I'm not going to say that. Is that what's going on? Or is it just after years and years of working, it really is what you like and what you don't like. And if your work is purely recycled and not interesting, you're not going to do well anyway. So I'll just say that I don't like your art and move on. I have no idea because I don't really know a lot of professional comic artists. I don't know any there.
I remember it was a little while ago now. One of the game reviewers that I tend to value his opinion on things, largely because I've played a good few of the games that he's reviewed, and his take on things has matched up quite closely with my own in a lot of regards. It is Yahtzee Croshaw, of zero punctuation and now fully emblematic fame. He has been railing against John Romero for years. John Romero of the id Software worked on Doom and Quake and Hexen and all kinds of other things as well, right? I believe now works at NetherRealm.
Okay.
Worked on Mortal Kombat as well, I think. Railed against him for years. He went to his first GDC, which is the Game Developers Convention, and met John Romero for the first time, face to face, and it was recorded, and you could practically smell the tension.
Oh, jeez.
And then they sat down, and it was all perfectly chill and all that kind of thing. Because it's like he walks over to him, shakes his hand, it's like, "Hi, I'm Yahtzee Croshaw," and John Romero goes, "Oh, I know who you are. I've seen your videos." It's that same kind of thing, like, this is why professors don't talk shit about other professors.
I mean, what's on screen right now? Okay, try and tell me that's not art. Come on.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, do you recognize what he's typing for?
Yeah.
What the fuck did you just say about me, you little bitch?
It's the Navy SEALs coffee pasta, man. That's hilarious. Quiz just sent this to me just now. I mean, what are the odds? I was here talking about comic book art, and there's my former co-host of Comic Book Curation. He's sending me hilarious shit like this.
What the fuck did you just say about me, you little bitch?
I mean, that is really good use of that. I mean, people have made excellent use of the sauce of Kermit typing. I have. I'm like me in thesis mode, and I've sent that to people, and just and when you start typing nonsense just to get stuff on the page, and I'll edit it into a sensical thing later. I love the idea of Jim Henson going up and down with his little arms and the sticks that hold him, just smashing into the keys of the typewriter. I love that.
And the little bit of paper, like, reeling out the back, and all the engineering that had to go into making that look as frankly as realistic as it does.
Yeah, I know. I just
love the stuff shaking on the shelves. Look at this! Look at the shit shaking on the shelves when he's typing.
Just
like that's how much force is going into it.
Yeah, it's all the puppeteer under the table shaking as he's trying to make his arms just go.
This is what I mean about practical effects. Like, okay, clearly this is not a real thing. This is not a real frog typing on a real typewriter. Now, I'm sorry to disappoint you, everybody in the audience. This is not real.
I mean, just a piece of felt with golf ball eyes or ping pong ball eyes?
Right, exactly. Okay. But
childhood ruined.
This is what I mean when I say practical effects can often look so much better than digital effects, because you can suspend your disbelief. You know it's a puppet. You know it's Kermit the Frog, and there's a guy's hand up his ass, and fucking about with the sticks, and just somebody shaking the table. The logical part of your mind knows that, right? But the what would you put it? How would you call it?
The willing suspension of disbelief.
Willing suspension of disbelief takes over, and you can accept that this is Kermit the Frog smashing out some whatever the fuck on a typewriter.
Well, angry tirades and threats at a child. Yes.
Try now putting digital effects in a movie or even a short with real people, and tell me that it achieves the same thing.
100%.
I don't think it does.
100%. You can see that, in my opinion, you can see the difference between Frank Oz's mastery work with Yoda from Empire and Jedi Strikes Back. Or Jedi Strikes Back.
No, that's Mark Hamill on Twitter.
Okay, and Return of the Jedi, to the way he looked in the original CGI edition of Phantom Menace. Yeah, the CGI looks less real than the rubber puppet. How's that possible? Because Frank Oz is a genius. That's why. If you know what I mean. And in cooperation with your willing suspension of disbelief, it's magic. Yoda somehow comes alive, even though he's just a rubber puppet. That CGI there's a reason I said the original edition, they replaced him with a rubber puppet later on, because for God's sake, it was more realistic than Jar Jar ever was.
And they knew it. They could see it. They could see it themselves.
Yeah, Revenge of the Jedi. And Oatsan's got a point. Puppets can't use typewriters, can they? Fuck.
Now you're immediately pissed, aren't you? Because now puppets can't use typewriters.
I don't know, Paulo. There's an awful lot of puppets in DC that use typewriters.
One last thing that I wanted to bring up, just because this relates to something we were talking about previously, Far. I was showing you some of the artists that I really appreciate their work, and some of the unwrapped editions from DC Comics. And I sent you one by David Finch.
Yeah.
So the unwrapped editions are uninked. It's just their pencil line drawings. And DC Comics a lot of people have had the awesome idea of, maybe people want to buy the comics that are in the exact same form with all the, it's identical to the way you would buy it, except it hasn't been colored and it hasn't been inked. It's just the raw pencils with all the word balloons and everything else intact. And yes is the answer. A big, italicized in bold. Yes, absolutely, I do. If they're a really high quality artist that spends a lot of time on their pencil work, it is a fascinating thing to look at. And you realize where the fucking money went. And where the talent is. And so I sent Far a picture of one from one of my favorite artists, David Finch. Here's another one. It relates to something that came across accidentally. This is Jim Lee drawing a piece of cover art from issue 3 of The Dark Knight Returns, part 3, The Dark Knight Returns, The Master Race. And every artist wanted on board, because it's Frank motherfucking Miller's The Dark Knight Returns, and part 3 that Frank Miller co-authored after the original seminal work of 1986's The Dark Knight Returns, the greatest graphic novel ever written, in my humble opinion. And it influenced a hell of a lot of people, especially the way Batman was portrayed from that moment on. The dark, brooding detective was basically created by Frank Miller. Or imagined, I guess, would be the best way to say it, by Frank Miller. And this is the way he was. And so every artist offered a relatively low cover rate. Yes. And everybody in the industry who's anybody wanted a chance to do one of the variant covers. And this is Jim Lee's cover. And I just fucking love it so much. Is that Chick Robin? Yes, it is. That's Carrie Kelly. And my favorite Robin of all 5, technically Robins, my favorite one is Frank Miller's female Robin, Carrie Kelly, because she's the only one who wasn't recruited. She volunteered and forced herself to be Robin. I love that so much.
Quite literally.
Yeah.
She just kept showing up.
Exactly. The impetuousness of it. I love it. Bruce Wayne kept telling her to go away, and she wouldn't. She kept showing up and ultimately ends up saving his life. And it's like, yeah, okay. You probably need her, Bruce, once you wake up. I love that.
Can I just say though that speaks to me and so many on so many levels of like today's sort of like modern discourse on like quote unquote inclusive hiring and all that kind of thing. She just kept fucking showing up.
Yeah,
and she got the job.
It's actually a good analogy because it's like Bruce Wayne basically talent scouted everybody else that was Robin. Like when he got Jason Todd, it was somebody who was, a talented person at gymnastics and athletically inclined and so on, right? And recruited them into it, meaning, he introduced them to the whole thing. She showed up with a Robin costume that she made at home. He's like, I'm the new Robin. And he's like, get out of here, kid. You're going to get yourself killed. And it was like, no. I love the attitude, right? It works really great. And this is one of the moments, one of the famous.
Whiskey and whiskey.
Son of a bitch.
Carefully, thank you very much for the 550. Okay, let me circle back to the puppets. Team America and the multiple pairs of glasses for Kim Jong-un II. By the way, they are doing a 20th anniversary 4K release of that on Blu-ray. Oh, what a Blu-ray win that'll be. Because it doesn't matter that something like that shows through the puppet strings. Do you know what I mean? If anything, that'll make it more endearing.
Agreed.
If that makes sense. Sometimes things are Blu-ray losses where it's like, oh shit, we can see all the stuff you didn't mean for us to see. That's not good. But in the case of like a highly orchestrated puppet show like Team America, no, that would just make it all the more charming, in my opinion. That'd be great. Because you could totally see the sticks attached to Kermit's hands. It doesn't make it any less impressive.
Right. Again, you are willing to suspend your disbelief.
Yeah. Red Hood is the best version of Batman. Oh yeah, Red Hood was great. It blows my mind that somebody like Jim Lee, who drew this, he could see where the inks are going to happen because he just leaves that area shaded just with simple pencil. And I have pencils, and that impresses me all the more, the artistry of it. Like it's like
to be or not to be.
But yeah, damn, Sam. I have a stylus and I have my tablet right there. I can't do what Far does. And that's what impresses me about artistry. Right? It's like I can have all the tools that they have. It doesn't mean I can do what they do. And that's where the money and the laurels and all that comes in. I love the detail of it. He keeps what needs to be vague, like Batman's eyes are just a lot of wrinkles and crags, but that's what you want when Batman's in the cowl. Whereas with Carrie Kelly's eyes, he draws in all the detail necessary to make her face come to life. He knows what to detail and what not to. And it really sort of stands out when you see the inker and the colorist come in later, and boom, that's what the final cover looks like. You could kind of foresee what the inker was going to black out, so I'm just going to leave it like that. And then the colorist comes in and makes all the bottom water that they actually were standing in the original scene from the comic book. A panel that never happened, but within the story could have. And that's what most of the artists did. I'm going to draw the panel in between panels, so to speak, from the original Dark Knight Returns. And yeah, this is a scene from Dark Knight Returns. Fantastic.
I like to call these splashes.
Yeah. Pin-up pages, splash pages, they're all full page cover art.
Mm-hmm.
This is after he gets in his final fight with the Joker. Spoilers. And yeah, he's been repeatedly stabbed, and she's like, come on, boss, we got to get out of here. And once again, kind of saves his life.
Whiskey and whiskey.
Matt Damon.
Son of a bitch.
Evelyn, thank you for the 550. Also, there will be a theater sing-along release for the 25th anniversary of the South Park movie on July 23rd, ahead of the 4K Blu-ray release. I feel old remembering the Oscars and their dresses. Those theaters are going to be fucking chaos. I've seen the late night showings of The Room and Rocky Horror Picture Show. The people that show up for the viewings, and the intention is to, like, especially Rocky Horror Picture Shows, to dress up and sing along and carry on and say all the lines along. And oh my God, half the people there are drunk. It's just a mess. I sense something very similar for the South Park movie. I mean, you don't want to show up and sing along with Uncle Fucker?
Shut your fucking face, Uncle Fucker. I don't even watch South Park and I know that song.
Yeah, it's a brain worm, man. It's just gonna stick out. So I bring up, so why the fuck am I talking about Jim Lee at all? Well, I found something out on accident that I had no idea about until, man, speaking of weird art, huh? Forgot we were looking at this.
Yeah.
I came across something that I did not know had happened, even though I had seen the art before. Back in 2014, the monster cereals, Frankenberry, Count Chocula, Boo-Berry, my favorite cereal of all time, the only blueberry flavored cereal out there. Sorry, wrong one. There we go. There. Yeah, I bought one of these. Of course I remember it. I buy Boo-Berry every Halloween. Jim Lee drew this.
Get the fuck out of town, really?
No. Jim Lee and DC Artists redesigned General Mills monster cereal boxes, and Jim Lee's favorite cereal when he was a kid was Boo-Berry, so he jumped at the chance to redraw it, and this is it. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I didn't know to keep that art. I would have kept the box had I known. I bought this fucking thing, and it was a Jim Lee original, and I had no idea. It blows my mind.
Is Boo supposed to look a little bit on the high side? Because I kind of feel like he is.
Good question. Yes, he always has. When you go back to the 70s edition of Boo-Berry, right? Yeah, he looks a little tired or a little high. And even in the cartoon versions.
Come and get your Boo-Berry cereal, guys. It's just so great.
I love the idea that Jim Lee himself, the guy who created more excitement around the X-Men, who drew the best-selling comic book of all time, the reinvigorated X-Men, just X-Men #1, that came out in 1994, still on record as the greatest selling comic book of all time. He drew it, both the cover art and the interior art. And the guy drew Boo-Berry, my favorite cereal mascot, and my favorite cereal. What the fuck are the odds, man? So strange to have found that out years later. And a guy he's
literally a cereal artist.
Being the president of DC Comics as he was for a while, talk about being a heavy hitter when you're an artist of like the stature that he's at. And well, we need a new president. You want to be it? Yeah, okay. He's kind of semi-retired from being an artist now. Like, he just does private commissions and he does splash pages like that Dark Knight cover he did when he was working as the president of the company, which is kind of odd. It's like, yeah, here, let me draw something. I'm the president of the company. Why can't I? Fuck you. I imagine picking up your pencils after years of not having drawn and you're able to crank out shit like this. Holy fuck. In any case, it's a guy with a cover. His cover rate when he was still drawing was 8,000 for a cover.
No shit.
Yeah. Imagine how long did it take you to draw that? A few days. Yeah, that's $8,000 if you want it. Whoa. And then, as far I'm sure you know, sky's the limit when it comes to art auctions, right? These things will go up for auction for charity. You know what people pay for original art like that? It gets retarded.
A lot.
Yeah, tens of thousands, a couple 100,000 for rare pieces. It's nuts. It must become unreal to the artist at the time where you're thinking there's just an inflation of an economy there. It's the auction environment that's causing that. I remember drawing that over the weekend. My daughter wouldn't leave me alone. There's a very real element to them. Like, they were I remember that was a weekend my dog got sick. Right. Yeah. It's think about that as being a priceless piece of art that people are going to be throwing tens of thousands of dollars in upsells at each other over. But yeah. And the part that bothers me is something we talked about before, where there's people out there with suspicious amounts of money. How many times have these artists been approached to do smutty commissions? And how many of them went and did it?
Yeah. That is an excellent question.
A disturbing one. And I brought that up before, and people are like, why would you even think of that? And these are people who are not on the internet. So they're like, well, okay, you don't know about how much furries pay for one of their custom costumes, do you?
All for the art in general, yeah.
Right? Like the amount of money. And Far's famous quotable line, they have suspicious amounts of money, the furries. Yeah, they really do. Like, are you a hedge fund manager in real life? An international commerce lawyer? How the fuck do you have $15,000 to pay for a drawing of Tony the Tiger doing some sick shit? Gross.
Crushing up Wheaties into a line.
Yeah. Oh, no, worse, man. I mean, depraved shit.
I was being tame.
Okay, good. Oh, man, disturbing stuff.
I was going to say, I mean, like, how much are you looking at for a Jim Lee private commission?
I mean, the point is, I don't really, I think he would only do it if he needed to, because he simply doesn't need to, if you know what I mean. He's well past the point of being a very, very well-paid man. So only if he wanted to. Well, sky's the limit. But someone's going to ask you for a private commission. Or a cover rate. The J. Scott Campbell was asked by Ethan Van Sciver, do you want to do a cover for one of his individual indie comic called Cyberfrog? Do you want to do a Cyberfrog cover? And he knew J. Scott Campbell. He had known him for years when Van Sciver was a artist at DC doing Green Lantern at the time. Then yeah, he quoted him a cover rate. Want to take a guess what it was?
No idea.
Van Sciver wouldn't be specific, but low six figures.
Holy shit. Okay, so I'm here on Albert Moy, original comic art. Commission information for Jim Lee. For the first time in over 15 years, Jim Lee will be taking commission requests to be delivered exclusively almost all shows he is appearing. I don't know how old this is, but... this offer is an exclusive for show attendees only and won't be shipped out, blah, 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 blah. There's a limit to 6 per show, so act fast to get yours. Penciled and inked by Jim Lee. 11 by 17 inches, full figure, one character with limited backgrounds for $20,000.
Wow. Yeah.
If more than one character or extra backgrounds or recreation of other covers not drawn by Jim will be 25,000 to 35,000 fucking buckaroos.
That's uncolored, uninked, because that's the way you want it. You want just the pencils showing, right? And this guy's going to make that come off a blank page for you. And I mean, you know what just came to mind when you said the first number and then the next one, 25,000. I'm like, I guess that's when you decide, like, I want a heliport on my house. Well, I'm going to go to a comic book convention and sell some custom shit. What the hell? Holy fuck.
Small headshot, sample as shown, $1,000. Size is 3 1/4 inch by 7. And side profile only. Oh. Okay, Far, we got to run your game up.
And again, that is after years and years and years of working, right? Finch ended up there, David Finch, where it's like, he got beyond the page rate that Marvel was going to pay him. And what do you mean beyond the page rate? When you can do custom work for more money than they can afford to pay you. Then they're going to, I should say, because they could afford a lot more, but they're not going to literally price themselves out of the market, if that makes sense. Because once they pay one artist that much, they're kind of fucked. And they're never going to realize that much money back off of a single comic anyway, so it becomes economically not viable. How much does it really cost to get... But Sciver put a good angle on it. He goes, realize that when you know how it works to have cover art, because you literally sell a comic book based on its cover. That's why I wasn't frightened or confused when he told me that, when Campbell told me that figure, because they know that you're selling them the art, which means you lose intellectual property rights to it. You have literally sold this art to them. And artists are aware of that. Because I'm going to put it on stickers. I'm going to sell it as part of the comic cover. I'm going to do at least 2 editions with it. And I'm going to base figurines off of his art. And all of them are going to have his name on it. And he knows that. And I didn't even think about that. Every figurine that's based upon a popular piece of cover art will have the artist's name on it. And there's half the reason you're buying it is because of that.
Yeah. Oh, franchising, right?
Yeah. And it's like, okay, that you just made it make sense. You're never going to realize that those profits off of a first print run of a comic book, but off of all of the merchandising you're doing with it and all of the advertising that it's worth. Oh, wait a minute. Like, there's where the business approach comes into it, right?
I mean, look at a lot of kids' cartoons, though. I mean, everything from Pokemon through Transformers, all that shit. The cartoons basically were made to sell games and toys originally. It wasn't to sell, like the art books or comics or anything like that explicitly. The comics and TV shows came after.
Yeah.
After they came up with the concept,
sure.
It was there to sell the toy.
Well, the part of that, here's something that Quiz and I talked a lot about on Comic Book Curation, where it's G.I. Joe and Transformers are the classic 2 examples, yet I'll still watch G.I. Joe. And I've heard people criticize it. I remember Lindsay Ellis leaning in hard on it in some of the videos I watched of her. And what she was actually criticizing was Gem, the Gem and the Holograms. And it's
gems are truly outrageous.
And Mattel wanted something on that side of it for girls because they had that for boys with G.I. Joe and Transformers. And it's like, we can do this as well. We can do it for girls. So why not? And she was talking about like the extreme cynicism. I'm like, you know what? Okay, there is a cynicism in it, in that it's made to make money, but on that basis, anybody who has a business model behind what they're doing suddenly becomes a cold cynic, which I don't think is fair. What are you going to do with it? Becomes the question. Well, G.I. Joe's an interesting show, and they came up with backgrounds for each character, and they bothered to keep them consistent, and it's still an interesting show, and it's got a campy fun to it. Transformers, same way. There were really interesting voice actors hired for it. The animation is still fun to watch. It's old school and dated, but that's part of its charm. And so for long form commercials, as she called them, they're pretty high form, long form commercials. And when you're going to get to the cold cynicism calculus of it, where it's like, oh, well, all they were trying to do I would consider it a colder cynicism to resurrect She-Ra as a girl power feminist diatribe than trying to sell toys.
There's a certain honesty in business, in a sense, that is just not there when it comes to like fucking activist purposes.
Yes.
So, because this is the thing, activists, at least in the modern era, they don't create, they subvert.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that there aren't businesses that subvert things or co-opt things or what have you. I mean, well, we're in the month of that exact thing, right? I won't go too far into detail. I'm sure everybody can pick up what I'm putting down here. But no, companies or business people or even people that are just looking to make a living off of what they do best, whether that's making models, sculpture, comics, webtoons, whatever the fuck, right? That to me comes across being a damn sight more honest. It's like, yes, I am looking to make money from this, but at the same time, I'm making money off of the skills that I have. I'm not trying to subvert somebody else's skills or somebody else's productivity or somebody else's ideas simply by buying a license to use it and then completely reshaping it for my own personal ideological purposes. There's a big difference there. There's a much greater degree of cynicism. It's a, we know you idiots will buy anything with X in it, so we're going to buy a license to produce a cold-hearted facsimile of X.
You leave Disney Star Wars out of this.
Disney. I will not leave The Witcher out of this, Polly, and I don't know why you would bring up Star Wars.
I wasn't talking about that at all. I was talking about something else that fits the exact same parameters. It's fine.
Oh, sure. Let's talk about the Avengers and Suicide Squad. Mm-hmm.
Wow. I wanted to show you guys something, a one-shot image that is just funny to me because, well, we're talking about like bad design and good artistry and bad artistry. Well, that's a very nice segue to this particular image. The ugliest piano I've ever seen in my life.
That's a piano?
Shit,
that's a piano.
Hideous.
That's $100,000 Schlimmel. The Schlimmel Pegasus.
That's a piano.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, no. Oh, God, I'd rather get like a second-hand, worn-down fucking Yamaha for 28 grand.
I admit it's good woodwork, but it's also ugly as fuck. I'm not saying it didn't take talent to get it. Oh, wait a minute. It's reinforced fiberglass. Never mind. Fuck you.
Oh. Have you ever played a fiberglass piano?
No.
They sound so wrong.
I thought it was wood. I didn't even read that. That's so much worse. Are you out of your mind? 100 grand for... No. I mean, that's just there to be, yeah, look, I've got one. You know who owns one of these? Eddie fucking Murphy. Eddie, what are you doing?
Of course.
What?
I thought you were going to say George Clooney.
Look, it's a real piano inside.
Oh. Look, if I could get that for fucking 10 grand, all right, maybe we're talking, because I'll have the fucking internals transposed to something, heterosexual.
I can only imagine, like, what? Like you said, it sounds what the hell? It's got a little Pegasus on it? Yeah, it's pretty gay. The top is raised and lowered by an electric hydraulic pump. The piano plays itself. The piano itself plays beautifully. Okay, I thought it was one of them self-playing novelty pianos too.
No, I've played on a fiberglass bodied piano before. It doesn't sound the same. It's not nice. It's got an overly sort of bright. Do you know what I mean by bright sound?
I do. Yep.
Yeah, it sounds overly bright. You don't have as much body resonance. There we go. Now I'm getting faggy. With it doesn't have as much body resonance as a proper wood-bodied piano.
Oh yeah, there it is, right at the bottom. These have been owned by celebrities such as Prince, Lenny Kravitz, and Eddie Murphy. Prince I could see because I bought shit and I didn't even know that I owned it. It's still in the shipping crate because he's Prince. Mm-hmm. And that's what they found when they went into Paisley Park after he died, where it's like, holy shit, you've got a lot of stuff, man. Lenny Kravitz, well, fuck him. I don't even want to talk about that bastard. And Eddie, what are you doing, brother? What are you doing? You got like 12 kids, man.
Sound is very clear and precise, almost crystalline.
Yeah, Darkseid is a science fiction piano. This looks like the thing that blue diva queen would be playing in fucking Fifth Element. Yeah, it's just acid trippy enough. The Schlimmel Pegasus. I picture. This is another example of what I like to refer to as Tommy Hilfiger paint. I love that Tommy Hilfiger sold interior paint. Because I can't think of an example of anything, I've never come across it, of anything that is more, you have to tell people what it is, or they could never know. They wouldn't fuck. I painted my walls with Tommy Hilfiger brand paint.
Tommy Hilfiger brand gaming peripherals for PC.
That's a thing?
Yes. It is cheap crap. And I mean, truly crap.
Wow.
But it's got the Tommy Hilfiger brand on it, so, it's like $250 for the mouse.
Man, I've heard of, what's the word? Licensing, franchising, I don't, whatever. I'm like gone crazy, but that's crazy. All right.
Wow. That's crazy.
Fuck. All right. Far, I promised you the worst Zillow photograph in history.
All right.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Oh!
That's real.
That's real?
That's real. It's a screenshot
That
from the
is
Zillow
actually
listing
how they're
of
listing it.
That's
actually how they're fucking listing it.
sold, says Mort.
Holly, I think we found
$99,000. This beautiful home could be yours today.
Holly. I think I've just found my little slice of home away from home.
Talk about a fire sale, right? I saw this and I'm like,
I love how it says on it, right? If you look at the little bit you can see in the description, come build your dream home. Because this one has been burnt the fuck down.
I know. I know. It's like, so 99 grand, you're really just selling the value of the lot here, aren't you?
Yeah.
In my imagination, what happened is all these photographs are uploaded by the real estate agent. They're the only ones, the people who is the legal seller of it, who's been legally contracted to sell it, that can post pictures. And I was reading that in relation to this story, how it happened. But because it did occur to me, oh, that makes a lot of sense. If you're a literal worldwide realty service like Zillow is, where you can publish your own, it has to be somebody who's there's a risk to posting fake photos. This is a photo of this house. And then you get people there and it's not. They pull a bait and switch and say, well, this is what the home could be were you to remodel it extremely significantly. Not redressings of rooms, but put a, like I was joking earlier, a helipad on the house or whatever. All sorts of shit that
should be illegal. Straight up.
Which one? The redressings?
No, the putting up pictures of a house as it quote unquote could be. It absolutely should be fucking.
I don't think Zillow even wants to bother with it. That's why they have realty agents that are responsible. Therefore, in your home locality, wherever that might be, you're the only one that can do it. So if you post fake photos, you're putting your own realty license at risk. So it's there. There is the risk. Because otherwise, if you're just selling your own home, what do you care? As long as you get people to come by. You get 300 people that are duped into coming by because of the photos you put up. One of them's going to actually buy it. Your shit box. What I picture happened here, and it doesn't get into it specifically, is that the realtor came by when they heard the house was on fire and they snapped, I got to get my camera out. And they took this picture before the place burnt down to the ground. Because I don't know why else you would ever do this. But I love it. So
shows that there was a fire. I don't know.
But if you're showing there's a fire though, why not just wait until it's over and then show the fire damage?
Maybe they thought it was going to burn to a collapsed cinder. You've seen places that burn down where it's just burnt structure. It's fallen in on itself. You can't even tell what it was.
Mm-hmm. And they didn't have any decent pictures of it prior to.
Yeah. The realtor found out last minute they were representing this home and they're like, oh, get by there on Monday or Tuesday. And on Saturday, they get a call. That house you just were hired to represent's on fire, right? What? Someone was very not careful with the barbecue out front. And
Jesus visited this home in the previous owner's final moments. And as he was leaving, he said, get behind me, Satan.
The one thing that stood out to me is like, okay, so the realtor had time to come by and take the picture, or the homeowner took the picture and gave it to the realtor who then uploaded it for want of a better photograph. Didn't anyone want to move their car?
Maybe it was a neighbor. Maybe it was a neighbor.
Poor neighbor.
Maybe
you didn't want to go tell the
died.
neighbor you might want to move your cars in front of my house, which is on fire?
They might have been inside. They might have died, Polly.
Yeah.
Someone might have died, Polly.
Someone want to go and tell the neighbor that they probably want to move their car? Isn't he dead?
You were picturing some kind of decorator's nightmare, weren't you?
I was.
I wasn't quite sure what to expect.
Before we went live, I promised them I said, I think I found the worst picture on Zillow ever. And far as like, that's a bold claim. I know it is. Yeah, it just.
Yeah, like I was expecting to be like something that transcended Mr. Caddington, right? Something that transcended the fucking fluoro painted walls and the kitty litter room. You know, something on that level. But no, we got fire. And, you're not wrong. This is probably the worst thing I've ever put onto Zillow.
The only way that this could be conceived as a good picture, to my mind, is if it were Mr. Cattington's residence burning down.
Right?
Oh, what? They're probably selling for the value of just the lot. Yeah, and is being sold for land value. There it is. Yeah, I didn't even see it. The property was heavily damaged, and it's like, right.
Yeah, we can see. Why are you showing it like this? You know, during the fire.
Plot twist: the realtor agent is the one that started the fire.
Oh shit!
They knew that the interior of the house was so god awful or so damaged or whatever the fuck that they knew
it's black mold for
days. They didn't
days.
want to bother. They didn't even want to fucking bother trying to sell it. They're just like, well, burn it down, start new. Build your own dream home. Fuck it.
It'll be worth more with the burnt out husk of the property on it than with, this in its current state.
Oh, that's nice. We got a conclusion of the story. Outsen. I looked it up. They rebuilt, and it was sold in 2021 for almost $500,000. Yeah. So the interior property, St. Petersburg. Yep. I wanted to bring something up here. This, and then... Okay. Now, I was told, and some of you sent me this is the angriest Zillow overview ever given. So.
Okay.
Now, we're going to do a quick fly through this house. Here it is. There's 35 photos, but we're going to fly through this like we normally don't, because apparently there's not very much of interest here, except, okay.
Okay.
Tidy plot.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. That's better than what we usually get.
Oh, Lord, yes. This is just...
Yeah, like, floor plan wise, like, it's just a guessing game. Okay, so it's house.
Well, it's housing pretty well. And you guys know I'm a sucker for natural brick, so I'm like, okay, this is cool. I say natural brick like it grows out of the ground.
I was about to say.
Yeah,
I'm fairly sure those bricks are man-made.
Do you not want us to see inside the house? Is that what's going on?
It's on fire.
Right.
We haven't seen the back of the house.
Same realtor.
It's on fire. Yeah. I did notice a security camera up here and a pretty detailed one. So, like, was this a drug den? And then it wants to see. Oh, here's the back. Okay, nice.
The fools.
Okay.
The arsonist was coming from inside the house.
That's quite the propane tank you got there.
Yes, it is.
I've never seen a pressured gas tank that large outside of a house before. Is that actually propane?
I have.
Have you?
Yeah, it's usually natural gas or something like that. I don't know if it is in this instance, but I have seen them.
Okay. Nice backyard.
They're usually a little more well hidden, though. I'll give them that.
You know what always concerns me is, like, I'd see a house like this, and then, you ask the realtor the critical question, right? It's like, what are the zoning requirements and limitations in this neighborhood? How high can I build a fence? And when they start, like, not answering that question directly, it's like, okay, let's go. Let's get out of here. Because if I can't build a fence where I don't want to sit out on my back porch and then my neighbor's out on their back porch and we're like, hey, how's it going?
How diddly do, neighbor?
Right.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, none of that.
They just don't. Everything looks really nice. What's the problem with inside the house, guys?
Is it just one big... I mean, we've seen the floor plan, but is it just one big, like, no walls? You have no fences, you have no walls?
There was... Slow down there a little partner. He's just wanting to show off a picture of his dick.
You can't quite see it, guys. Let me just... I can't... There. What? Oh. That car's missing its bumper.
Someone's car.
Yeah, and it's missing its bumper. Very...
Is that just this license plate on display as well?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I don't think that's good.
That car's been well defended.
Yeah, they're not going to show us inside. Like, this
they're not
is...
going to show the inside.
Oh, wait, hold on.
That's
oh, my
weird.
God. What?
Oh, wait. They do here.
For the last 7 photos, or 8 photos, they do.
Okay, that looks like a hoard, like pre-hoard, right?
Oh, this is a shithole inside, isn't it?
Yeah.
It doesn't. If
Okay, I mean, that looks clean.
Yeah, in any shithole, the bathroom is the first place you want to go look. If you know what I mean, because it's going to be the state of the bathroom tells you a lot.
However clean they keep their bathroom is usually however clean they keep the rest of the house. Yeah.
And this doesn't look bad.
Oh, that doesn't look like it's some kind of spoopy photo or anything.
And you never put a bath mat
Doesn't
around
look
your
like someone's gonna
toilet.
jump
This
out
is
of the
just
shadow.
bad. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just awesome to be pissed on.
That's the closet for naughty kitty.
Leave us. Leave. Yeah, nice bottle.
Yeah. And a full garbage
There's no
pail
doubt
there.
about it.
Oh, it's a Coke then.
Like, I don't understand. Like, you could. I'm not saying you need to like
lived in.
It does, but I don't understand why you just want to move the garbage and the Coke and the empty water bottle out of the way to take this picture. That's not a hardcore staging.
Is that Windex? That looks like Windex.
Oh yeah, it is. You're right. Yeah, it's a spray bottle. I just saw the bottom of it. I didn't see that top part there. Yeah.
My favorite Coke mixer.
Ah, yeah, Windex and Coke, delicious.
Why wouldn't you just here is a shot like? Because I'm like, okay, wait a minute. I would have expected as lived in as it looks for there to be like stains all over the top of the stove. No, there isn't. It's all very nicely kept. Both bathrooms look fine. Okay. And then there's the final picture. Okay.
Okay.
So let's check
No
out this
pictures of bedrooms,
supposedly infamous overview. Let's see what happens. Oh, and there's lots of exclamation marks here, Far. No.
Oh,
this property is not currently for sale or rent on Zillow. The description of this property and data below may have been provided by a third party, homeowner, or public records. No agents! Some 6 or 7 exclamation marks. If I ever need an agent, I already have one. $235,000 is not negotiable, and this is not a as-is cash-only sale. 7 exclamation marks. FSBO sale. No offers. No contingencies. As of 131/24. It amazes me that people have a quarter-acre ugly lots with 1-car garage houses in my neighborhood for more than I'm selling my house for. See, just as sold sardined houses sold on Sandbridge for comparisons. Read both descriptions, though. As is sale. $235,000 is not negotiable. Again. Or my house will need interior paint, carpet, or flooring. It has carpet now mostly, and the roof is original, patched up after 23 years old, but all are still very usable as is. Show more? Wait, you keep going? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Whoa, oh my God.
This is a screed.
Why?
Oh, this is this dude's manifesto. Holy fuck.
How many times does he bring up his 23-year-old roof and 2-car garage?
Holy shit.
I don't want to read all this. What the fuck, man?
I do. I do. I want to know what this guy has to say about his house.
Wow.
This is unique. This is fucking unique for a Zillow listing. We've seen some fucking unique Zillow listings, you know?
Wow. Thank you to the person who sent this to me. This is, you're right. I have never seen an overview anything like this before.
This is insane. This is fucking insane. It's great.
I will also need up to 30 days after closing and payment to move out, but that is negotiable to a shorter time frame if the sale is quick and easy. I would also be interested in staying and leasing this house. What? You want someone to buy the house while you stay there and lease from them?
Mm-hmm.
What?
It doesn't even make sense. What the hell? Why are you selling then?
Yeah, what the fuck?
To release the
I don't want to own the house. I don't want to own the house, but I still want to live here.
Yeah, they're trying to release the equity privately rather than going through a bank equity release program.
Right. There is always the possibility of remortgaging your house. Maybe you're not in a financial position where your mortgage position would be
Yeah,
remortgaging, meaning like turn into a reverse mortgage and pull the equity out that way.
If they'd got a fixed rate mortgage like 23 years ago or something like that, and they got a really fucking good deal, but their credit rating's gone to shit since, that might be why.
Right.
Because they could negotiate a private leaseholding with the new proprietor, right? And it'd be down to that proprietor to look into their credit rating and all that kind of thing to determine whether or not they're gonna likely be able to pay. And it would be very, very hard for a private proprietor to go through all the necessary steps and all that kind of thing, especially if they've got somebody lined up to rent the place off them immediately. It plays to the current sellers, advantage. Mm-hmm.
I would only be interested in
I've
staying
never
in
run
this
property.
house only.
You can't tell.
This is a cash-only sale 3 times. But you need an attorney. You will need to pay for and contact me with a contact I will then present to my attorney. Sorry, but not interested in letting unqualified strangers in my house or on my property, especially without proof of being a qualified buyer. Compare my house with the original house that just sold for $232,000. Same house with similar or original roof 6 months ago on Brown & Court off Remington. $235,000 is not negotiable 3 times. No owner financing. No leasing, except for me. Or contingencies. This one owner 0.47 acre lot, gently used home. Only one single person has ever lived in this home ever besides me and my small family. The last 6 years or so, one bedroom has never been slept in, ever. One person.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
One person using all the lights and plumbing, all wear and tear, one person for most of 23 years. This lot is a 0.47 acre of cleared usable land, not a quarter acre, close to half the land, or less of an acre, like many of the lots on and off my street, with a few bigger, unusable, steep incline wooded lots on my street. Location, location, location. Appointment only. Do not knock at my door without one. Sorry, I am playing the long game and maybe not interested in strangers of any kind roaming through my world unannounced. Again, proof of being...
I'm playing the long game. I'm playing the long game.
Divorce could be why. That's an interesting suggestion. Sell the house so it's not disputed property, but having to move. Yeah, that's... this could all be an elaborate game to fuck over his wife and her attorney, or her husband and his attorney. I'm not going to let someone wander through my life or my world unannounced. Maybe this is just it, because he would see the dilapidated state of a divorcee. Again, proof of being qualified is required with an institution letter.
Qualified? Like, just qualified to own a house? I didn't realize that was a qualification.
Nah, it's a term that means basically an independent accountant or lawyer has overseen your finances to determine that you actually have the capital available to purchase a property.
Yeah, they call
okay.
A qualified lender, like a bank, has approved you for home purchasing to up to a certain amount of money. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay.
Excuse me. Again, proof of being qualified is required with institution letterhead and verification with a banker and the institution's name and phone number before proceeding. Emails or texts only. This house was built in 2000, is the very last house on the very last street, cul-de-sac in Hunters Creek. It is also tucked away like no other homes on this block, and it backs up to a forest area. The 2-car garage is not exposed to traffic like most houses everywhere are either. It also has the giant, mostly flat, quarter acre... What the fuck? Why are you now questioning it?
Because it's 0.47 of an acre in total, but the yard they're talking about is about a quarter of an acre or thereabouts, right?
Oh, right, the quarter acre side yard for a garden. They're not quite sure whether the side yard is a quarter of an acre. So
I just want to point out something there. Emails or texts only.
Yeah. Don't call me.
This is a divorce happening. Don't call me. Don't send letters.
Yeah.
They are absolutely trying to pull the rug out from underneath their spouse. I would be prepared to stake not that much money on it.
You know what? That's becoming more
Okay.
clear because that explains the insistence on cash only, cash only, cash only.
Yeah, because they're trying to fuck them over so they don't have a.
Yeah, that bitch is going to come for the
Yeah,
house, or that motherfucker's going to try and take my house from me. I'm going to sell this thing, and then him and his attorney are going to get a fucking surprise when the house is gone.
Right.
Yeah, that's where playing the long game. Oh, just can't find a seller. Can't find a seller. No, can't find anybody that wants to buy the property. No, can't split it yet. Not until it's sold.
It's in North Carolina, I believe.
In reality, you're playing the long game, as they put it.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, I love that they actually said that. I'm playing the long game.
I guess that's to explain to people. It's like, why
to
would somebody
reveal it.
insist on all this stuff? And it's like, here's why.
I guess that's also why they're not taking too many pictures of inside the house, because it becomes too revealing of who else is there.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. They're going
Yeah,
to see
'cause,
my
like,
wife or
you show
husband's
enough.
clothes everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, like, you see enough to see, okay, yeah, someone actually lives here. It's not a complete shithole. Look at the bathroom, because, like we've both said, like, it's the best place in the whole house to see if it is a shithole or not, because if you keep the bathroom clean, it's most likely the rest of the house is going to be just as clean.
Yeah. So,
Right?
yeah, Valine, it's in
Only.
Midway Park, North Carolina.
Appointments only, no agents, because agents would have to alert both
Yeah.
primary residents of the property. Yeah.
Let's see. The roof lost some
so
shingles in
you
the
don't
last
take a lot of
hurricane.
pictures. Yeah, you don't take a lot of pictures to show that there's someone else there. You don't involve agents. You pay in cash. Yeah, this is a divorce house.
You'll need to say in your message you've read this post and the one below to get a response also. And emails are the best way to contact me, .. Sorry for all the requirements, but if you can work through them and land this house, I think you'll be very happy. Remember, you will need to read both descriptions to get a response from me at all probably. You will need to read both descriptions to get a response from me at all probably? Okay. I'm curious about what the seller loves about this home. Appointments only, no agents. If I have an agent, wait a minute. Is this the same message that starts the same way?
No, it's slightly different.
Okay. You will need proof you are qualified to see this house. Contact me with proof of qualification to look at my house. I am only listing FSBO because I am still living here and don't want a lockbox, strangers, or starving and fishing for... Strangers
Fishing
or
for a listing
starving and
agent.
fishing for a listing agents? Okay, starving and fishing for a listing agents at my
okay.
house. Whenever it's convenient for them or an agent to tell me what to do, staging, cleaning, etc. And then do 5 or 10 hours worth of MLS listing and paperwork and their company then collecting $12,000 plus after telling me what a low price I need to list it at so they could do even less work for less time. I need it to be convenient with me or for me. I will only be showing this house Sunday through Wednesday in the afternoons between 3 and 4 with an appointment. Is that when your spouse is out?
Yep.
That's extremely
We've got kids,
specific.
remember?
Yeah. Maybe later also on these days? Okay.
Okay.
Shopping, food line, and a healthy strip mall is about a mile away. I have not seen homes a lot like anywhere near as much as I like this one anywhere in this neighborhood, and it's less than 2 miles from the main gate of Campus Laguine and a mile from shopping. Appointments only, no owner financing, no contingencies, except inspections. Yeah, there's
Inspections from who?
probably Midnight says the seller might be a dyslexic. I get the feeling that they wrote this on their mobile device and were writing in an insane fury. This is something that's written in like a manic fit, you know? Like you're not really thinking about it. You just think, I need to get this out. I need to sell this fucking house because this fucking bitch is gonna come for my house.
And this fucking
you're armed with a phone and you're willing to use it.
This
like-
realtor's just come around and they've told me that they can get blah 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 blah, and they got to the end of the thing and then they told me it was going to cost me 12 grand and I can do this. I don't need them.
Grisella, thank you very much for the $20. Happy Ghostbusters Day. It was released 40 years ago. Really? Really?
Okay, first and foremost, hey, Grizzy.
Yeah.
Secondly, for fuck's sakes, Grizzy.
Yeah, I'm not old. You're old. And Grisella, of all people, one of the comic book artists that I do know that showed up after we talked about comic book art for a good 45 minutes. Glad to have you here. As always, welcome, welcome.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on tracing Grizz?
Whiskey and a whiskey.
Son of a bitch.
Can't believe, thank you for the 550. This is right by Camp Lejeune. This is a Marine or spouse that found out about the deployment side piece. I bet it's the Marine that doesn't want to give a thing to the cheating spouse.
Yep.
I get your okay. It's all coming together. Yeah, angry Marine spouse, one way or another,
Yeah.
You do realize we have transcended the Zillow mockery crowd. We are now detective inspectors. And if we were to qualify, we could go visit this house.
Well, it claims to be off the market now. I'm kind of curious as to what happened.
Yeah.
So the last little bit of what
family
is here is it's cash only. I will, of course, allow a home inspection by those who qualify at their expense. I love it here, and have only waited years for someone who can meet my requirements while it continues to go up in value. All time will do is increase the value of this house way under valued neighborhood, in my opinion. You better hurry and buy something before the interest rates get even higher and monthly payments gets too high for anyone to buy with a mortgage. Sorry again for the requirements, but I get tons of spams weekly about my house. If you really want my house and can't afford it, you will find a way to get it and should be very happy you did. Please read the above description also, and also say you've read both descriptions before contacting me.
I've not really thought this through, but I did appreciate the smiley face.
Where?
Between
there
happy
is
you
one.
did
Yeah,
and-
you'll be happy you did. Yes.
You'll be really happy you did. Smiley face. It's so wacky.
Why? I don't understand why they've done the shorted, like things like IMO, in my opinion, right? Like, who does that on a listing?
Soldiers.
Yeah, I guess, like, if the
Soldiers.
theory holds true, yeah, but, like, still,
Put it this way, Far, a lot of those that got recruited weren't exactly top of the class, and they were fairly young when they were, so, yeah.
Look at this. Okay. So it was originally listed December 19th, 2023 for 205,000. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
A week later, it went up 10 grand. Again, price changed by the owner's own report. Every one of these is the owner's own report that caused the price value to go up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it goes up $10,000 in 1 week. Okay, then a couple weeks later, in January 3rd of 2024, it's gone up another 10,000. Okay, and then 2 weeks later, January 21st, 2024, it's gone up to 130. So another 15,000. Holy shit. Yeah, he did it again. She did it again. Another week. It's gone up another, it just cranked at 5,000 this time. What the fuck is going on here? This isn't the long game.
This feels like someone's been incurring some debt somewhere down the line. Legal fees, maybe? Question mark.
Like, this doesn't spell desperation to get rid of the house. Like, okay, I'm going to lower it by 10 grand. Is anyone taken? Another 10 grand. Is anyone taken? No, the prices are going up as time goes on, but just creeping.
I'm telling you, legal fees. I'm confident. The time frame and the amount of expense involved screams to me lawyers.
You're required by the Department of Defense to give spousal support until divorce is finalized. I bet she's getting half of the retirement, so he's going to fuck with her with this.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah,
that tracks.
We were supposed to have a happy home here. I'll show that bitch. Like, okay, I did. Wow.
One of us is gonna end up happy.
This is one of a kind, man. I got nothing.
Yeah, this is wow. This is amazing.
My favorite part is like
How funny-
what I love about this home. And it's just more frantic about super cash, you fuckers. Like
Yeah, my house is better than your house. Fuck you. Buy my house.
yeah. Oh my. That was really, really something. All right. The Zillow estimate was 400. It was finally ended at 249,900. So it gone up another 5,000 from the last time that we saw it in terms of changes. I'm willing to bet this was by the owner's own report again.
Other than localized times in there, because that's this estimate, isn't it? Which I believe they take from.
It is
aggregate.
indeed, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
So they did. I mean, they estimated it. Well, now that's interesting. They did estimate it at more than the owner originally posted it for.
Oh, think about this though. I mean, obviously, in line with their fee, with their rising costs and all that.
Right.
But if they got in contact with an agent who appraised it at first, given value, and then they got loads and loads and loads and loads of interest. Well, what do you do when you got loads and loads of interest on a one of a kind product? You don't sell, you up the price, and then see if people keep, if they're still interested, right? Loads of people are still interested, up the price some more. Keep upping the price until interest starts to drop off, and then sell to the person who'll pay you the most.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my favorite part of all of that was the inexplicable nature of the one bedroom has never been slept in by anybody ever. Like, whoa, shit. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
That's where we're going to put our child, but the cheating whore.
That's it. It's got something to do with that. That's
yeah. That was going to be the nursery for little Timmy, but that bitch stole my dreams.
Wait a minute. Do you think that that's where he discovered their love nest was? And that's what he meant by nobody slept in that room. They weren't doing no sleeping.
But seriously, don't take a black light in there. It's awful. So how would you like to buy this place?
No. Because I have too many questions. I think the guy would hate the fact that I'd be asking him so many questions about the listing instead of the fucking house. Like, so what did you mean by no one slept in this room? Like, is that a legit thing, or is that like, I don't know, crazy guy going on and on about how many light bulbs he has in his house and how proud he is he has 300 light bulbs? Like, which way are we going here?
It's funny that Grizel
is
says
that a mark of pride or just a fact?
this house is haunted, or that room is haunted. See, that's what I just thought about a haunted house too, but it wasn't in that way. It's like, okay, I'm not afraid of ghosts in a house at all, because that's just not where my mind goes. But it makes me think I wouldn't want to move into this house for all the anger that had seeped into the woodwork. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, right?
Polly, you could never buy this place. You want to talk about anger that seeped into walls? I mean, there's literal scarring on the walls where I've had to patch it up.
This house is haunted by lawyers. Yeah, maybe that's why it's off the market, which is an interesting thing. Like, I guess you never, because it was going into January of 2024 was the last price upgrade, and the person was doing it every week or two, and then all of a sudden just stopped in January. So one can only estimate when it went off the market. Unless there's a way to determine that from the listing, though I don't know.
Perhaps had to take it off the market because, divorce papers, like the listing was found.
Yeah.
So the spouse.
Yeah, so they had to,
serve papers and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would be surprised if family lawyering. Oh my God. Divorce lawyers. Wow. You don't really mind wading in a pool of, a warm pond of AIDS, do you? Jesus. It's just going to be terrible.
They really fucking don't.
And the first thing you're going to do is like, all right, so what's your spouse's name? Give me all the contact information you possibly can. Why? Because we're going to I'm going to get one of my forensic accountants to make sure to see if they've been hiding money anywhere. Well, my husband wouldn't do that. Sure. Well, let's just make confident of that, huh? Immediately go on, like, all you have to do is go on Zillow and type in your fucking address and see that the home that you think is yours is actually up for sale by a lunatic. Who's no agents. Did you know that your husband wrote this? What?
Like, if this is actually legit, what has happened here, right? This is a divorce going horribly wrong, and one party of this soon to be destroyed union has decided to list their home like this. Yeah, this is real easy to find, for the other party.
Yeah.
Right? Like, they're lawyers. Again, like you said, all they have to do is type in the address of the fucking house, and they find it's being listed on Zillow with this, frankly, manifesto-esque description.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Like, this is such a you fucking moron move if this is a divorce thing.
Oh, that's
because all they have to do, all the lawyers have to do is find this listing, take it in as evidence of, like, just the screenshots would probably do, right? And, like, archive of the site or whatever the fuck they would have to do, right? To make it passable in court. Take it to the judge and go, yeah, so we found this.
Yeah, we did.
You get what I mean? Like, this is such a dumb move if that is what's going on here. Funny.
See,
really fucking funny. But
you know what you do?
Oh, dude.
Okay, let me tell you how you turn this around, right? Rather than doing this.
Right.
So you're a Marine. So in the Navy, the Army, whatever the hell, right? You're a military guy. Or gal. You come home to find that your spouse has been cheating on you while you've been away. Okay, here's what you do. You get in contact with some of your buddies that have gone on to contracting, right? They got some capital, they got some dinero.
Right.
Yeah. What you do is you make a quick private sale to them, right? For enough money to cover any, outstanding mortgage payment, blah 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 blah, pay off the mortgage, etc., and leave you with enough capital to get the fuck out of the United States.
Son of a bitch.
Just like he said. To a country with no extradition to the US. And you stay there for as long as you need to, until she runs out of money trying to track you down. Then you come back. And you start your life anew. She screws you, you get to live in somewhere nice and sunny for a little while. Life goes on. In Minecraft.
Of course.
Reminds me of Body of Lies, the Leonardo DiCaprio movie with what the fuck's his name? The guy, the gladiator from Gladiator. Russell Crowe. I'm
2 for 2 tonight.
Yeah.
Oh fuck!
Nice. Russell Crowe. While I'm not a fan of a lot of the acting jobs that he's done, I did like him in Body of Lies. It's a really good movie, underrated. Anyway, Leonardo DiCaprio is a CIA case officer, and he's off in the sandbox in a hypothetical country, and he's about to meet with a fucking foreign agent that's supposedly going to hand him information, but he has no idea what's going to happen and what the guy actually knows. That's what the whole purpose of the meeting is for, to make initial contact. But initial contact also might mean you get exploded or shot dead, or a snatch and grab operation. They know that you're trying to meet with, who would be trying to meet with someone? Military intelligence, civilian intelligence, whoever the fuck, right? Well, it's a valuable captive. So they put out source, this guy's willing to give over information. So risky thing. And he gets a call from his divorce lawyer. And he's like, well, okay, look, her attorney got a hold of me, man. It's like, I'm kind of busy right now. And he's like looking up at the drone that is up in the sky, and he's like, Jesus Christ, man, you guys have a drone tracking us? Don't you realize they could just look up? If I could see you, they could see you. What the fuck is what he's thinking? And his divorce lawyer calls. It's one of the really human moments of the movie. And he's like, well, she's asking for the house now. She can have the fucking house. I never liked it anyway. I gotta go. Kimberly, thank you for the 550. Forensic accountants could find hidden money in an account set up with another family member, but prove how much money belongs to each account holder. Yeah. I don't know, man. The forensic accountants, it's like, I understand why they're valuable and I get why they got a skill set that's important, but if somebody told you that they were a forensic accountant, it's like, you are the source of more misery
than dentists.
Yeah. Like you it's not even the source of it. You wade through misery as your job. You're looking for hidden money, and it's not even hidden money all the time. It's more like, we are going to literally turn your life into nickels and dimes. This is what you are worth. Even if you didn't think this is what you're worth, we know that this stock has this value and so on. It's like, it's not worth that much. Well, our accountant says that it is.
Oh God, the paperwork bounty hunters.
Yeah, the bounty hunter is a word that came to mind too. It's like, you get these fantastic or these people known for having these strange jobs in fictional movies. Like, imagine you actually met somebody that was from a cleaning crew. It's their job to show up and clean up murder scenes. So forensic detectives, if they ever show up at a scene, won't be able to find any evidence because their client has hired them to wipe the room clean of all evidence. I mean, that's fun in a fictional setting that there are people that do that, and I bet you there absolutely are. But imagine your friend told you that's what they do. It's like, man, you wade through misery all fucking day. What the fuck? For all you know, the person who was killed was a total scumbag and deserved it, or was a fucking innocent victim of somebody's insanity. And you're covering up for Hunter Biden's latest murder, allegedly.
Holly, don't worry about it. It's just business.
I guess, man, but there's... Fuck. Be a prostitute and go earn an honest living, you know?
This is the thing. It's like, forensic accountants are mercenaries that took to heart the expression, the pen is mightier than the sword.
Do you like movies about gladiators? Fuck off, Aaron.
You settle down. See me after class.
You guys want to do this?
You sure you don't want to start closing off, or do something to do the final bit? You want to go into this?
Yeah.
Or is this what we're going to use to close it off?
No, I hear you. This is well, it's a little long to close it off. We'll be at this a while, and you guys know that. What'd you say, or do what?
What, the other thing to close, like a Zillow to close it off, or like what do you want
to? Well, we will be at this less time than we'll be at a Zillow.
Do you want to do the short one I sent?
Oh yeah, right. Of course, we do have a Zillow. That one that can't go on too long because of this one. Give me a second to pull up. Whoa, that's not what I wanted to do. Well, I'm just saying, joint accounts are a last resort for collectors and the IRS, because a court won't sign on seizures if it can't prove every account holder is directly involved. I've always had a question about that. If you sense a divorce is coming, whether you're the initiator or not, right? What happens if you just drain all of your accounts in cash and then say, oh, I blew them at craps? No, you didn't. Yeah, I did. With who? In an alley. It wasn't a real casino. No, you didn't. Yes, I did.
It's down to because if a joint account is a true proper joint account and not one with special strings attached or what have you, anybody, either party can take the money out at any point for any reason, or indeed no reason, right? They don't have to justify where it's going or anything like that, so there's no real paper trail as to what it's where it's going to. it's down to the person who is making the claim of that the other person's got assets to prove that those assets are still in fact intact and not, blown away.
All right.
That's you can't just say, oh well, they had this much money, there was this much money in the joint account. Yeah, but that much money was withdrawn from the joint account.
I would actually be curious, just sort of like, yeah, just from a curiosity perspective, because I mean, I've seen it occur in a bunch of divorces occur in a bunch of fictional presentations, be it The Sopranos or a movie or whatever the fuck, and you get stuff that going on there where you don't know whether it's real legal advice that somebody heard somebody do, or one of the writers actually went through, or they completely made it up as just an interesting piece of fiction.
Whiskey and whiskey.
Son of a bitch.
Hey, Gokato, how's it going? Thank you very much for the 550. Now, Polly, these hypothetical cleaners would be well paid. And imagine how many people they employ in their cover business. Medical waste incinerators, waste treatment, sanitization services. Yeah. No one thinks about the little people. The people working to cover their crimes. Not the ones cleaning the crime scenes, I mean the ones covering up for the cleaners.
You would not believe the amount of loopholes and well, not loopholes, but like hoops we had to jump through when we were getting our clean room established at my place of work, because of the chemicals involved and all that kind of shit.
I thought you were trying to run a cleaning service, quote unquote.
They have to check. We have to keep a very, very tight watch on our chemical inventory and all that kind of shit. Because if any of that kind of shit goes missing, it is absolutely the kind of thing that could be used, hypothetically, in Minecraft to destroy evidence at a crime scene.
That's kind of funny.
I live in a country where you can't buy more than like 3 cans of fucking butane, lighter gas at a time. Like that shit gets flagged up.
Okay. I mean, I guess I understand why. 20% of your population are not exactly agreeable.
It's not even that.
No?
No, it's it comes down to people who abuse like solvent abusers and
okay.
What do you call it? And also because it is used to extract hash.
Man, that's a pretty extreme place to go for fucking cannabis residue. I don't mean for the producers, I mean for the government to go after it. What the fuck?
Oh yeah. Well, this is the thing. Drugs in France, there aren't like 5 different schedules of drugs as such. Possession of it doesn't matter whether you're caught with like possession of cannabis or possession of heroin. It all basically falls down to it's the same charge, as it were, and then it's down to the judge's discretion how bad of a punishment you get for it.
No shit.
Yeah, you can be fined up to 150 grand for possession of cannabis.
Yep. So Gilcotto, he mentions like a number of possibilities there, right? Like the people who work in your front, and he names like medical waste incinerators, waste treatment, sanitization services. Yeah, I mean, I would go with sanitization services in terms of cleaning after fires, like, home services of that sort, water damage reclamation. And depending on the state you're in, the cleaning chemicals you needed might not be watched in that way. But if recent news that, we've managed to exploit to great comedic effect is any kind of indication, just start a funeral home. There's no regulations on it whatsoever. Well, you could sell human leather on Facebook out of a funeral home, and it's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but you can totally get away with it forever and a day, even if you look like a fucking demon. Remember that guy, Far?
Oh God, yeah.
The guy with the tatted eyeballs? Fuck.
Yeah.
Well, this looks like a fine, upstanding young man. Let's employ him in a funeral home for cadaver services. This seems like a great idea. Even though he's using his real legal name to sell human leather on Facebook, what could be the problem? Fucking hell. I hate using the phrase human leather, but that's what they called it.
That's what it was.
I know. It's horrifying, though. I just...
Si mortis pacem paravelum.
Arizona's bad if your spouse pays for the upkeep of a house bought before marriage. It's now a marital home? And I bet you the legal definition of an upkeep of a house is a little vague. Otherwise, it wouldn't be bad, you know? That's rough, man.
Oh, Vegas.
Viva Libertas! Like, okay. All right, let's...
Vive la liberté. Cheshire Smith.
What's that?
Vive la liberté.
Viva Libertas! Espanol. So let's take a look at this this home right here. Boom. Oh, no, not that one. We want to go with the full screen so everybody can appreciate all the glory of it. Hold on, I got a large screen dealer-do here. There we go. Ooh, look at that. It's huge. Okay.
Huge.
Man, when it's full size, it'll work when we do it up. Okay, so this home, 100 DeForest Road in Montauk, New York. 2 bed, 1 bath, 2,000 square feet, looking a lot like a mobile home, though it's not. Let's take a look on the innards. We're at the innards. Boom. Boom. Here we go. There. See? It all works out in the end, everyone. Okay, so here it is from the outside. 2 bedroom, 1 bath. Montauk, New York. There it is from Upper Yawn. That's a hell of a driveway you got there, guys.
Yeah. It's more driveway than house.
Oh, yeah. They couldn't even wait for the old folks next door to get the hell out of the shot. Yeah. It's great. Their driveway is, yeah, it's really surrounded by green. And you are close to your neighbors, man. All right. Yeah, you're very close to your neighbors. It's this house right here.
Yeah.
No old folks. Oh, no, wait.
Yeah, right here.
The old folks are still there. Holy shit.
Old folks included.
Buy one, get one free.
But look how close it is to the beach.
Uh-huh. A very rocky beach.
Just keep that in mind.
Yeah, stony and rocky like shit. But still, the beach.
Yeah, just chat. Keep that in mind. Just pin that thought.
So, I know that I would love to be able to go out onto my back deck to have a little picnic lunch with some friends who come over and look right into the back window ports of the bunk beds of the neighbors and the aluminum box next door.
Delightful.
Old people, beachfront, more Florida dumpster fires. No, Montauk, New York. Which should also be a strong hint for bar patrons, if you guys know anything about Montauk, New York. Oh, look at all the car matches sunning themselves here being cleaned. That's nice. Oh, look at that. Little shower for when you walk off the stony beach.
Beach shower.
Did you take a picture of the local gas station?
Yeah, like I was about to ask the same house, but I don't think it's even a house.
No, that's clearly, definitely not the same.
We love it here.
Is that a fire blanket?
Okay. Not really fighting those
No, I think that's just a regular
gas station allegations.
A fire blanket, chemical spill blanket, or I'm really overthinking it, and that's just an ashtray.
I don't know. It could be any of those things. But this isn't the house.
No, it's not remotely the house at all. Yeah.
This is a local facility.
This is the boardwalk down to the beach.
Yeah, again, this is not the house, though. Why are you showing this?
Looks like a fire extinguisher. No, it looks like a half cylinder against the wall. That's why I guess one of those fire blanket housings, if that makes sense, so you could pull it out of there quickly.
It's really hard to tell.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it, in some senses, an ashtray is a fire extinguisher.
It's more of a smolding extinguisher. Right. Okay, so you got the nice wooded boardwalk. Walk down to the beach. It's okay. And again,
Yeah.
I have never seen a
okay.
listing with so few shots of the house itself. Things you are not buying with the money, except that which is close to you, I guess.
You're buying access to it, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess.
This is what a lot of the Southeast Florida along the beaches look. Maybe they're selling a location more than the house. Yeah, Lisa, keep that in mind. That's an extremely good guess. Yeah. There we go.
Okay.
Selling access. That's
Yeah.
so they clearly have access to a
Not
drone.
a stone beach.
If you think about the shots of the
Yeah.
of the driveway, there we go. It's got the old folks in it, and then just seconds later, it's an aerial shot that still has the old folks in it. It's like, yeah, they launched their drone, took a low altitude shot, then a higher altitude shot. But you're right, this is a far better looking beach. Wait a fucking minute. That beach was rocky as fuck. This beach isn't. This is not the.
No, are you sure it's not just seaweed? Because it might have been seaweed.
I don't know. I think
You
that
sure
I think
it's-
that's an aerial shot, a hell of a lot further up the same beach.
I think there might be people in there. Maybe.
Why are the people shaped suspiciously like large inanimate objects? Like it.
I don't know. Like, maybe they have boats or something. Like maybe they've got floaties. Or, I don't know.
No agents are allowed to
seaweed.
come by
Who
to
the fuck
tell.
knows? Yeah. Shame that.
No, it is.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, how many shots have they shown of things that you're not buying with the house but have access to? I mean, do you see the boardwalk?
No, Cheshire Smith does make a good point. The beach shot is a different location where the docks are.
It is, and
So
do you
maybe
see
this
that?
is like further down the beach.
Well, that's what I said, Fars. I think it's a shot further down the same beach. Because where's the dock here? Can't even see it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the key question.
Okay, maybe we'll find out in the description. It's like, oh, it's a short 5-click walk to the boardwalk we showed you. And here's a pool, because fuck the ocean right behind
Yep.
you.
Yeah, there's a pool nearby.
That's it's a
great.
communal pool, isn't it? For the
Yeah, I bet you it is, because there's the communal tennis courts, right? Oh, well, tennis court and
Yeah.
playground set. Oh, this is the fucking back of the building they were showing. It's not a gas station. It's the pool house or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Oh my god.
community center type thing.
Yeah. Is that a dive pool? Like, what's with the smaller pool up here?
Is it a spa? Maybe? Like sometimes with things like this they'll have like they'll have like a spa type thing next to the pool.
Like a paddling pool with like 6 inches of water in it, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if the Florida type guest, even though I know this is New York, would be right. Like, this is the pool for the idiot kids, and then for the old folks who want to put on their water wings and, do their exercises. There you go. I bet it's a 55 retirement community, a 55 plus retirement.
Honestly,
community.
I am getting retirement. I am getting retirement community vibes.
Yeah.
Just with the pool itself, which is why I thought of the spa thing. Because I know a lot of them have like that kind of thing going on. Like they'll have like the heated water thing with the jets.
A couple of good
hot tub
suggestions.
type
A
deal.
kiddie pool, right? That's where your
Next to the
little
pool.
kids, your grandchildren are supposed to go when they
Yeah.
come visit, because it's right next door to the playground. That would make sense. Or you get the cool down plunge spa out of the sauna. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
willing to bet that building is full of old folks sitting there naked, creeping you the hell out. I hate that when you walk in a sauna and there's, dude, put a towel on. Fuck, man.
And preferably a towel that fits.
You ever done that? Walked in a sauna and old dudes are there and they're naked? I hate that. Why? No one wants to see that shit, man.
And then they want to talk to you.
Yeah. I don't have conversations with old naked men. No. I've never been to a Turkish prison. Why are you asking me? Okay, just more and more shots of things you're not buying. Okay, oh, there's the playground.
Yeah.
Little dolphins.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Oh, and they've got the
the padded mat.
yeah, the pulverized rubber bits that are glued down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Installed by a company known as Planet Walken. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Ooh, look, more you're not getting with your home, but have access to. Oh man, what are the HOA fucking fees going to be on this?
Right.
Oh no.
Like we said, Montauk, New York, for those who know. It's just, yeah. There's the rocky beach that we know and love.
Yeah.
You know, and there's a sheer cliff for you to end your pain on. That's nice. That's good. Right. What, you don't like seeing old wrinkly balls? No, BG, no. I did. No.
The problem is when they're in a sauna, they cease being wrinkly and just kind of extend. That's the problem.
Oh my God. Let me rub my eyes here. We're seeing inside the home? This is incredible.
Are we sure it is the home?
That's a
and
good,
not,
it's a legitimate question at this point, I think, Far. Yeah, is this the neighbor's home or your home? You tell me.
Yeah, this is Bob down the street's place.
Well, like it was a big shoebox you're in, basically. It was long, not very wide. And so I think this is well, of course it is, the extended one home, because you can see out windows on both sides. There you go. Thanks. That was, I mean, okay, look. One angle.
Here is the sitting room.
Wow.
This is one angle, okay? Now they've moved 3 feet to the right. I think in the same picture.
But wait, there's more.
Is there another one?
Now they're at a slightly different angle. 180 degrees to be precise.
I absolutely believe that's what's going on. Yes. If you backed up even a couple of inches, you'd start to see what you already saw in the other photograph. Yes. I can't believe they actually bothered with a hallway and rooms here. They should have just made like one open studio situation, or simply a wall with a door that goes into a second large room.
Well, maybe there is. Maybe there is a room behind that, the kitchen wall. And that's just the hallway that goes down.
Right.
Morning,
okay.
That, yeah, I say from experience of being in houses kind of similar to this, that's probably what's going on.
Is that a swan? Oh, I thought it was a large comical chicken. It is a swan with its neck bent over. I thought.
Oh, it is? I thought it was a big bird.
Right. I thought it was a large comical bird with a giant, ridiculous head.
Yeah, I thought it was just Big Bird from Sesame Street, just like posted onto the wall.
Eric is our thing spotter. Have you ever noticed that? He seems to see this stuff. It's great. I think everyone should keep the dangling, unconnected light bulb unsocketed light bulb in mind for later, because that just kills me. Is this one of those mysterious bread makers that I've heard about but don't understand?
That looks like it.
I don't get those things at all, man. Or is that one of those countertop sanitizing dishwashers for just your small plates and utensils? We saw those before.
Mm. Or a plate warmer.
Oh, God.
Old people love those.
Right. Yeah, they were standing right in the threshold of the entrance. If you got a shoebox to live in, this isn't the worst way of separating two rooms, I guess. Your TV sucks. It's position.
Polly,
what?
It's ultra wide.
It's in the wrong place. I mean, how are you supposed to watch it?
It's also mounted in such a way where if you wanted to move that, right?
Yeah.
Like, say you want to rearrange the room. If you wanted to move the TV, you kind of can't. It's kind of stuck.
See, I thought it looked like a mobile home, but wasn't
to
actually
walls,
one.
guys.
Yeah.
You don't think of these problems until you start, going about it.
That's permanently attaching the mounting frame to the wall that, well, permanently attaches you to that spot, right? And they did a real custom job to get it hanging just so.
Yeah.
Yeah, who the hell wants to sit on this couch and look up at that TV that's, yeah, okay, ultra wide, but not very big when you're sitting all the fuck back there, especially when we got old person vision.
It's all right if you got bifocals, you know. Just tilt your head back a bit.
Yeah. Way back. It's cool. Dangly bulb. That's cool. Half a bottle of Jack. Tell what they do here.
Oh, don't talk to me about dangly bulbs after we've just discussed old people in the sauna.
Oh my. What a welcoming bedroom.
Okay.
This is the indoctrination cell.
Why is your biggest TV and your... Okay, whatever.
Because they're old.
Right. Okay, cool. I think I found my Twitter picture right here. I love this picture, and I can't really explain why. It's something so... I don't know.
Minimalist about it.
Well, this is beyond minimalist. This is just like, I don't own things-ist. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, minimalist.
That's what I said.
I own things far. I'll have you know. I just, you know,
Uh-huh.
I just don't own knickknacks.
Trade it.
Function is important. Okay.
It sounds like artist speak for, I don't buy a lot of things because I don't have an awful lot of money to waste on things.
We're talking about their weird home, not mine, all right? Let's just...
Right.
Oh, I wasn't expecting this.
I wasn't either. Why are there
Nobody
two bunk beds?
expects.
3.
Nobody expects
4.
the mattress superposition.
Very nice.
Yeah,
There's 4 beds there.
no, when I say bunk bed, I mean just 2.
Oh, I see what you
units
mean.
of
2,
bunk beds.
2. Yeah, okay, yeah.
How the fuck are you supposed to get into the one that's on the bottom at the far end?
That's for Billy. Fuck
I-
him.
that was literally just what I was thinking. So, as you're saying it, I'm like, wait a minute. How do you get in there?
You crawl on this one and then dive roll through here. That's how I'd do it.
Polly, we are not small gentlemen, okay? I believe both of us would invariably end up smacking some part of our personage.
Maybe you would. I'm
trying to
spry
get
and limber.
into Well, let's see how spry and limber you are next time you get stuck between your bed and the bedside cabinet.
I got out of it, didn't I?
He had to contract each fucking each of his gluteal muscles and kind of walk himself out. But the muscles of his ass.
Not each.
That's
one at a
what happened.
time. I butt walked out of it, all right?
Exactly. You know how like those quote unquote exotic dancers do.
Heaven's Gate, part 2. See? I'm not the only one who knows Heaven's Gate. That's just legendary film.
Yeah, these. I think the people that live here are probably like 20 yards from Heaven's Gate.
That was mean. I loved it. Have they? Okay, yeah, I think I see. Okay, I'm just trying to like understand what this door is. They've opened the bathroom door, and then they're standing in the
And-
threshold of the bathroom.
Yeah, it's a
shooting down.
It's a small bathroom.
Yeah,
Does that seem like a really small toilet to anybody else?
it seems short.
Probably just the camera.
Look at the size of the toilet roll though.
Huh.
I don't know. Do you think if we went looking for old people toilets, we'd find some really short ones so they don't have to
Maybe.
stress really
I
hard
mean,
standing up? I don't... If so, where's the roll bars? Do you see in public washrooms? Yeah.
And the anti-roll bars. Car people know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's for when you're old or disabled, have trouble getting up, or need something to grip when you're having a Chipotle after movement. It just... No, it's a regular toilet, although it does look... Man, fisheye lenses. They do some weird things.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Okay, more drone.
Yeah.
Gotta use the drone.
Again, I feel...
Release the drone.
They flew their drone all the fuck down here and took a picture, and then flew it all the way back to take the real picture.
Yeah.
Zelthor could do a much better job.
Yes, he could.
Good.
Yes, he could. And this is the fence that you walk up to that marks the difference between being in Mexico and some Arizona rancher's land. On the other side, you see the El Dorado River. Many of your fellow freedom fighters have found their watery grave there, but you won't, because you've bought Polly's Coyotes service. Yes, we can get you into America. Most fences are just like this, and remember, if you're armed, it's fine. If they're armed, it's attempted murder.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I just, what is with the death rocks, man? I mean, I get it. You know, God put them there basically, but yo,
Yeah, it's probably just like the rocky part of the beach.
Yeah.
It happens. Like if you walk a sandy beach like far enough, right, you will find the rocky part of the beach.
This is America. We don't share land. Exactly. I would just you see my attitude come out when I'm talking about how high can I build a fence between me and my neighbor? And it's like, why do you hate your neighbors that much? No, this is America. What don't you understand? You're not, you know, when your neighbor's kids fucking throw their little fucking toy ball over in my yard, that's my ball now.
Just like when, you know, some miscreant tosses empty beer bottles over a fence. Those are your bottles now.
Oh, he can have the bottles. I mean, whoever would be willing to do such a thing has clearly lost title to their bottles. I
think that's arguably the oldest callback I'm aware of.
Yeah, I think it might be.
Still my...
I wasn't even there for that.
But it's still legendary.
Yep. I think 10 feet is a legal fence height. I thought that came right down to county legal statutes and whatnot, that it wasn't consistent across states, much less counties.
I'd be the kind of asshole that would put it up 10 feet and 2 inches, and if the neighbors don't like it, well, they can get the fucking saw out, can't they?
Whoa. The border fence in Arizona is already down because the tribal people complained about it impeding them if they decide to use the land. Does their land spread right across the border? If not, what the hell are they talking about? That doesn't even make sense. I can understand it turning out that way, but it still doesn't mean it makes sense. Oh, look, the beach that's not yours. Very nice. Very nice.
I love seeing the beach that isn't mine.
Uh-huh. Lots of rocky pictures. Oh, man. Them's the mossy rocks.
Yeah, no kidding.
And then back to
those
this.
rocks haven't rolled for a while, huh?
I'm interested in 100 DeForest Road in Montauk, New York. Well, let's find out a little bit more about 100 DeForest Road. If you'll notice, boom, there we go. Oh, one more. God, how much smaller do I have to make it, you fucking just son of a... All right. My blood pressure, I've been told. Which I actually know is fine, so quit worrying about nothing. All right.
I never worry about nothing.
2-bedroom, 1 bath. 2,009 square feet. Does anyone care to take a guess, any one of our bar patrons, about how much this little home's going for? Built in 1972.
Yeah, because both Sam and I know.
Yeah,
and,
no cheating, you fucks, because I'll know.
Yeah. The sandy beach has a different type of houses. Oh, yeah, I noticed that real quick. Q Continuum, 200,000. No. No. Yeah. No. 1 mil. Getting there. Dude, it's the natives bitching for the sake of bitching. They are the reason that Arizona, they are the reason that part of Arizona does daylight savings, and you need a permit to visit Havasu Falls or the Glass Walk at the Grand Canyon. I had no idea. Really? The natives are reason for the daylight savings non-compliance? How does Far explain her backward state then?
Because we literally didn't want it either. And they forced it a couple of times, and we every time we said fucking no.
Oh. So we got 2.3 million from Outsan and 3.5 from Q Continuum. Okay, there we go. If I got over, let's just refresh the page and we can take a look at $3.2 million. Holy fuck.
Yep.
3.2
Now, I say
million.
I'm not shocked, right? I'm not going to say why I'm not shocked, but I know for a fact that this is why I said keep in mind those beach shots, right? Because that'll be why.
Spoofers, yeah.
What?
Yeah, the beach location will be exactly why it is worth this much money. Houses that are along the coastline, particularly in places like this where it looks like, I don't know about the area, but to me this screams holiday location, whether it's for the elderly, which is, I mean, you see the playgrounds, right? But that, again, you could totally bring your grandkids there, right? There's no law that says you can't, right? It could be a holiday area specifically, mostly for the elderly and their grandkids. It could just be a holiday area in general, or who the fuck knows. But yeah, either way, that's why it's got this price. Any house you see in an area like that is going to cost a lot of money, even if it's something as small as this.
Lisa says, looks like it would be low crime. Are you kidding, Lisa? This is clearly daylight fucking robbery.
Nice. Nice. Yeah. You're not wrong, though. Fucking crazy town, man. That is just ridiculously expensive. And it's only to have this is basically a place to crash at before you go play on...
The putting green.
Yeah, before you make use of the beach and whatnot. And the nearby community center, whatever the hell you want to call it, private recreation joint. Yeah, and you got like the bunk beds for all your grandkids and shit before they go down and get their heads cracked on the mossy rocks. Great.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, the house itself, I don't have a problem with it. Maybe I'm just desensitized to living in small houses or something.
Oh,
I don't really have a problem.
So.
Yeah.
No, but I don't really have a problem with this kind of house. It's kind of I find it fine, right? The bunk bed situation is a little what the fuck, but
it is.
You know, I'm assuming it doesn't come with the bunk beds. Hopefully, if it does, that's gonna be. If I were the person buying this, if I had this ridiculous amount of money, that'd be the first thing to go, the bunk beds. Because why? Honestly, the worst part about it is just the price, but I understand why it's got that price. It is literally just the location of it.
Yeah, this is somebody's fourth home. This is not, yeah.
Yeah, this is someone's holiday home.
Oh, yeah.
Like, honestly, this is someone's fucking holiday home, where they go here to go to the beach. That's it. That is the only purpose this place serves, which is, like, if you want to think of that as wasteful, sure, but, like, the house itself is fine. Right? There's nothing really wrong with it. It's just this price.
See, I mean, you got this picture again, right? That I grabbed. And it's like, this kind of, I'm just like, there's something so sad about this room. It really... Okay, this isn't a $3.2 million home. This is the master bedroom, y'all.
I was going to say, like, if I had that kind of money, the first thing that would go for me would be the fucking neighbors.
I'd kill them all.
But it also explains why the houses are a little bit close together, though, because these would have been built, what, in the 70s, it says?
1972,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, like, this is just kind of the build style for a lot of holiday houses, like, across the world, really. If you think about it, right? If you go to Australia, you go to a holiday house area, it's gonna look so similar to this. It's just the build style of the 70s. So, of course, houses are going to look really oddly placed together.
I wonder how much it would cost.
Because chances are it would have been, like, one family building both houses.
I wonder how much it would cost to pay a bunch of mercenary sorts to go and repeatedly rob this neighborhood over a period of, like, 6 to 7 months so that the average property price drops.
Oh, nice.
It probably wouldn't drop by much.
I'm assuming looked up the violent crime chances. I forgot about that. We gotta start looking into that. What are your chances to be involved in a violent crime in the neighborhood you're moving into? Here, 1 in 4,318. That's pretty fucking high. I'm looking for HOA costs. Environmental risk. I don't care.
I wonder if because it's it would most likely be a holiday house, if it even has a HOA.
Well, who the hell pays for the fucking community center then?
I don't know, but maybe there's other avenues of money going towards it.
Yeah. I mean, I did notice that they're looking for...
Yeah, that HOA fee 0.
Really? You saw that? Where?
Yeah, like, look at the real cost for this home, right? Monthly payment.
Oh, yeah, HOA fees, yeah.
Property tax, yeah. Yeah, I mean, just because you see community center doesn't mean it's a HOA.
True. I just thought that, like, Realtor.com and Zillow, that they included HOA fees in anything that could generally be considered a community fee outside of it. But no, I guess they've got a very specific description of what counts as that and not.
That is unusual, though. That really is unusual. Presuming that, it's like an opt-in situation with, you pay like a subscription for access to the community center or something.
No. I meant high as in the chances are really high that you would be involved in a crime. Well, chances are really low. Okay, whatever. I'm playing the statistical games that I was accusing them of last week. Meaning the number's really high of the maximum. Shut up.
Well, 1 in 4,000 is what?
4,318.
Yeah.
So chances are really low, is what I should have said.
Yeah.
It's getting on, and I'm getting tired. So leave me alone. I do love that they require a minimum 20%. God, $640,000 minimum down.
Fuck.
And,
for that.
And close.
And again, I have no problem with the home, but fuck that. That's too much.
Your closing fees alone are $128,000.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Realtors really are parasites. Like, as much as people talk about, like, fucking, landlords, you parasites. No, it's renters that are parasites. The fucking realtors are parasites, man.
Really?
Come on.
A proper full-size family home just across the road is $3 million. This is 2.3 million or 3.2 million? I don't understand.
You're that much closer to the beach.
Yeah, I think
God,
it might be.
remember we saw it in the pictures. The homes that are just, as you could, these ones. What the hell are these fucking ones going for?
5.
More than that, because they're right on the front of it.
Yeah, beachfront property.
All right, let's read the non-ranty, not near a manifesto. Manifesto. What a fantastic opportunity to own a beach home in Montauk! ! Yeah, there you go. What are you buying? I have a home in Montauk. That's what you're buying.
Yep.
Montauk is known for its beautiful beaches and vibrant atmosphere, and also that the poors don't live here. A beach house with 2 bedrooms, a full bath, a spacious kitchen, living room, and outdoor shower, a deck for enjoying the ocean breeze sounds like a dream come true to anyone that you tell it to, even though none of the things I just said are really the case at all. Plus, having a private driveway that really is nothing more than a concrete pad, barely the size of your car, adds convenience and privacy. Privacy, if you don't mind the old people staring at you as they get out of their car only 20 yards from you, of expanding and customizing your living space to suit your own preferences. Remember, the living space is largely the size of the house itself. Whether it's adding extra bedrooms, which you can't do in this shoebox, creating an outdoor entertainment area, which is the aforementioned picnic table, or incorporating eco-friendly features, which are required in this highly restrictive all-Democrat neighborhood, having the freedom to build and expand allows you to turn your beachfront house into your dream home, if your dream is bragging to people that are never actually going to see where you live. Plus, the Montauk's stunning natural surroundings, including mossy bricks for your grandchildren to break their heads on, you have the perfect backdrop for creating a truly unique and beautiful living space. This oceanfront community offers a beautiful clubhouse, pool, playground, and basketball court. All extra fees outside of the HOA, which we claim was 0. Offer opportunities for recreation and socializing, not that you want to talk to anyone else who lives here, while having access to the Ditch Plain Beach. The Ditch Plain Beach, motherfucker, that is the worst name. How's that beach? Fuck, it's Ditch Plain, yo. That sounds like it's the basic undressed bottom of a ditch. It's ditch plane. You would think all these rich folks would have gotten together and fucking, you know, put together a really expensive motion to rename the beach.
Something vaguely German sounding, you know.
Having access to Ditch Plain Beach just a stroll away adds a whole new level of luxury and relaxation because that's where the non-head-splitting rocks are. And with the property being just 4 rows back from the ocean, incidentally $3 million less, you're practically at the doorstep of some of the most breathtaking sunrises and sunsets imaginable because you're far too old to actually go in the water, with the rocky shoals being the end of your nearly already ended life. Being able to enjoy these natural wonders every day truly adds to the immense value of owning beachfront property like this. It's not just a home, it's a lifestyle, perpetual vacation and tranquility.
Which is why it's so much money.
Yeah.
Sitting on the dock cold and gray, watching my life fade away.
No, I got to point this out. It is not easy to start a sentence with and have it be grammatically correct, but this is. And this was clearly not written on a phone in the middle of a spousal rage, is it?
Spousal Rage, that's the title of my next album.
You know, Sam, it was a couple of months and it occurred to me for the first time. It's like, I should recommend Sam to a track by RZA called Domestic Violence. And and I thought, why? Why would you do that to the man? But I don't know. You're the one who keeps cracking these jokes. So I think about it. I think, am I really the one that should be? I don't know. I thought you might find it funny. It's like, funny? What are you talking about? That's just picking at an old wound, man. I don't know. But there are some really legitimately funny lines in it. That's why I thought you might like it. Talking about you want to be a nurse. Bitch, to be a nurse, you got to go to school first. He gets so mad. And every lyric is just about how useless she is. It's just him venting his rage on his woman that they just broke up. It's really funny. In any case, that brings us to the end of, what did they call it? A lifestyle of perpetual vacation and tranquility. Good Lord. Here was the one mistake that I spotted. Why would you end a sentence or begin it? Well, because it's Montauk. That's why you would do that. The opportunity to own a beach house in Montauk. Montauk is known for its beautiful beaches. Like, okay.
Yeah, but I would go, beach house in Montauk, known for its blah, 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 blah. Montauk is yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, you would think it would be like, what a fantastic opportunity on a beach from Montauk. You want it to be like one, you know.
That's a subtitle, right?
Yeah. You'd want this to be a standalone sentence for it just to be really like punchy. That it is just, you know.
But they did use "and" at the start of the sentence correctly, so, you know.
Yeah. You know, it's an opportunity to use this at the beginning. This is a fantastic opportunity. You can write a sentence that has this at the beginning and have it be correct. It's not easy, but it can be done. And, you know, you've already demonstrated your grammatical prowess here at the end, so come on. I believe in you.
Speaking of end.
That's right. Oh, hold on.
Bar's dinner's here.
Oh, right. Why isn't my button box making things happen? Because I've got the full screen capture on. There we go. Speaking of end. The end of my patience is here. Why is the stream still going? Okay, fine, Far.
The end of my tether.
Boom. And that does bring us, as Far mentioned, to the end. The last call here at Noir Bar, live from the shadiest district of Noir City. Nowhere near Montauk, thank God. I'd like to thank everybody for coming out tonight for our own little brand of 1940 booze-fueled banter. I'd like to thank Far and Sam for keeping me company at the bar. Thank you, you guys. It was great fun tonight, actually.
All good, dude. Needed it. I did need it.
Yeah, it was a fun time. And finally, I'd like to thank all the very generous people who tipped the bartender and kept me company all night long, and also tipped and kept the company too with my two good friends here, Far and Sam. You guys are awesome. So appreciated.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Holy shit, Far, you've been busy.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Guys, check out Far's sketches there. She just posted in chat. Wow.
Really?
There's a couple few. Anyway,
Oh,
sorry.
yeah, look at that.
Sorry, Polly. You were.
Let me, you know what? Copy link. Doing it here. Yeah, that is how, through the donations and the tips of you very generous people, that we keep the lights on, the fires burning, and the cops paid off, the corrupt bastards that they are. I'm also going to put in chat a link to Far's Twitter, where she posts the Noir Bar sketches. In case you don't already know, you should go check them out. They're always a good time. It's it's one of Sam and my favorites parts of Noir Bar. I don't think that was grammatically correct, but whatever. It's late. This person obviously got a good night's sleep before they wrote this Maw Talk bullshit. In any case, thank you very much again, guys. As we always say about this time, you don't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here. Thanks for keeping us company, and we'll see you again next time.
Later.
Good night.